Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership.
Good morning. It's early and I made it. How are you guys doing? Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm AdaKay. Hello, Miss Harrowit Britt. Man, she was on earlier than I was here. Thank you so much for being here. We are currently waiting for the court feed to go live in the murder trial of Lake and Riley, Georgia, against Jose Antonio Ibarra. So that's who we are. That's where we are. And I just want to thank y'all for being with me this morning. Y'all, I got to be honest. This chick had zero sleep. Yep. I will be up 24 hours in about an hour and a half from now. Could not sleep. Could not sleep. But that's okay. I'm here. I'm where I want to be. I'm happy to be here. We will be bouncing between two trials. And that is, sorry, I had to get my coffee. Gonna need a lot of it today. We're also going to be in the trial. Why I can't remember her name. Where she unalived her child, Chloe, driver trial. We'll be doing that as well when it goes live. So we'll be kind of going back and forth. It is scheduled for 9 a.m. So I've got that up and running. So good morning. We are amazingly in the hill country getting a lot of rain. Nothing too heavy until I got to the shop, got out of the car to go in to the shop. And before I could get the dog out, it dumped big old raindrops. And my dog hates water. She's a lab who hates water. Good morning. Hello, it's Britt. Lucky you. But I kid you not. I mean, I could tell that it rained. Everything was wet. It was misty on my window. And that's all fine and good. And as soon as I hit the shop and opened my door, my whole back is soaking wet right now. And my dog, who hates rain, did not want to get out of the car, but she got out quick enough for Mama to try to get out from the rain. But it's a morning. Yeah, I'm asking for patience from everybody because, yes, I did confess I didn't get any sleep last night. I will be up, like Haley, I will be up 24 hours in about 2.5 hours maybe from now. About 9 o'clock will be my 24-hour mark. I don't know what happened. Well, I do know what happened. My mind wouldn't turn on. So, for those of you who do not know what is going on with this Ibarra case, uh, This is a murder of Lake and Riley. San Antonio Ibarra is an illegal immigrant. I should say an illegal. Age 26 is standing trial for multiple charges for the death of the 22-year-old Lake and Riley, a nursing student who was unalived while jogging at the University of Georgia campus in February. Ibarra has requested a bench trial. That means the judge will decide his fate. Since I've been doing trial coverage, I've not ever had a bench trial. So this is interesting. We've had people ask, is it the same as a regular trial? I mean, a jury trial? Yes, it's the same. The only difference is the judge decides guilt or innocence. So we won't have a long verdict watch. Excuse me. Let me get this up and shared screen. That way we can. There we go. And begin. Get it on stage. I wish I could change the default to this. That's where I want my defaults to be. So that is done. I'll move this over here for now. Get that going. Okay. So we're waiting for them. Good news for those of you who know I'm going to college. I'm currently sitting in a position with all A's. Yay! No B's, all A's. Oh my gosh, that's hot. Hot, hot, hot. This storm front goes from Perras Negras, Mexico, and it stretches all the way up into Des Moines, Iowa. And it goes all the way from far east, Denver, New Mexico, and all the way over to Indianapolis. So this storm is like a real thin line, and then it mushrooms on top. But we're very grateful for the rain because we have been super dry. In fact, I have a crack about a foot wide and about 3 feet deep in my yard, in my side yard. Thank you. Hello, it's Britt. I guess it's early because, man, everyone's still asleep but me. Did you get good sleep? Hopefully. I need coffee. I need coffee. I need tea. I need the Java job because it loves me. We are there it is. Let me go to this one. We had a good weekend. If y'all missed it, go back and watch. I had a guest on the Sunday Night Live. Um, you know, Angela, however you want to say it. Absolutely sweetheart. Hello out and about with Dianne. And obviously my allergies are going. Oh, Toxic Orchid blessed me. Because I really needed this Toxic. It was a hard night, guys. I'm not going to lie. I struggled. Tossed and turned, couldn't shut my brain off. We'll see. I actually did. Oh, well, congratulations. That's awesome. Good morning, Toxic. Thank you for that sweet good morning in Discord. Girlfriend, my mind, you know what I'm talking about. I just couldn't shut my mind off. And I hate nights like that. And I'm worried about my sister. I've just got some stuff going on. And I took a natural sleep aid that usually I just, oh, it was like it did the opposite. Go figure. But all is well. Oh, I am so sorry, hon. Maybe that was sympathy for you that I couldn't go to sleep. So you would somehow out in the atmosphere know that somebody was awake too with you. Can y'all hear the rain? Can you hear the rain? I can I can't hear rain, but I feel it feels like something's going like that on my eardrum. And I can see it on radar. We're getting a good burst of rain. Like my whole back is soaking wet, y'all. I kid you not. I am soaking wet. Ah, yay! We're getting some movement on the trial. Oh, okay. Well, we getting rain. Hello, Katina. How are you doing? Well, thank you for leaving your DNA for the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Are you headed to work? Yeah, it's storming there too. Yeah. We needed it, and I'm happy for rain. In fact, I know this sounds crazy. This isn't LC. This is CT. Um, oh, you're streaming. Oh, I'll put you up and like. I, I, uh, forgive me, love. I'm almost up for 24 hours straight. The name of your live is what again? Don't get mad. It's going to be one of those days because I've had 0 sleep. So let me know. No, that's okay. Oh, true. That's right. That's right. When will you be on live? Because I'm hopping over there right now and I'll be waiting for you. Huh? That's weird. Why are you not coming up? Huh? Yeah. No, but I pulled up your. Okay, it's that one. Okay. I presume it's this one. Is yours black with the white scales with the British in America? Is it Britain? I don't have my glasses on. Flag. I if it is, I just subscribed, and I will be okay. Well, I got it up. When you go live, I'll go and leave DNA, and I'll encourage my peeps to do the same. I will encourage them to do the same. Thank you so much for hopping on. You blessed me tremendously. I just got to get all this cleared out. Mm. I take it, are you covering the same trial? Yeah, if you're covering the same trial, maybe we ought to collab. Maybe do a afternoon lunch or evening. I know. Thank you out and about with Dianne for subbing. I love it when people from my live or somebody else's live subs at somebody, goes over to another person's live and subs because it's fabulous and the community is big enough for everybody to have a bite of the apple. Oh, wonderful. Oh, the Chloe driver. I'm doing both, actually. I'm doing the Jose Antonio Ibarra trial, and I'm doing the Chloe driver trial. So until the Chloe driver trial comes on, I'm going to be on the Ibarra trial. And then when it starts, we're going to pause it and go over to the Chloe trial. I wanted to live stream them fully, both in 2 separate lives, but it splits up my audience. I've done that. Actually, I've had 3 lives going at once when we had the hurricanes. Well, 2 full lives and 1 partial. So It got me in trouble. That can't be fixed, and that's part of the reason why I didn't sleep last night. But that's life, and I'm okay with life. I is. We are waiting. I guess they're they're about 15 minutes late in a minute. Well, I would be doing both live at the exact same time, but the problem is my hearing aids, I can't separate the court sound, so I'm hearing both trials at once. I'm already deaf as it is. Put two different things in my ears at the same time. Yeah, I'm not understanding nothing. And I don't understand much now as it is. Um, I really don't. So go figure. Go figure. Um, I'm trying to get my stuff up and going. Let me add text. I really, really love Canva. I love Canva. But boy, my allergies. Let me get my allergy meds. I know this is an allergy attack. Anytime we have a storm front come through like this, it just kills my allergies. Right now, we're struggling with ragweed. That seems to be the pollen of choice right now, which is very difficult for me. I don't have a whole lot of allergies per se when it comes to pollens, but ragweed is the one that gets me. And that's unfortunate, but I'm grateful that I don't have cedar allergies because my gosh, if I had cedar allergies, I would be done for. This is my medicine, my travel pack for my medication. I got teased a lot about it, but it's labeled just everything from simple. This is a Vera Bradley case, and I love it because these pop out individually like this, and I can carry my hearing aid batteries, my vitamins, my meds, over the counter, prescribed, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. There is a feed for Ibarra. Well, for some reason, I'm not getting a feed for it right now on long court TV. So who are you getting your feed from? Because I'm on court TV. I'm looking. Live now from Fox. Is that who you're watching? Day 2? Okay, we're going to go there. I got it. We's good. We's good. Yeah, it's this one. The other ones aren't feeding in now. So let's get going. Do we have sound?
To discuss any other matters we need to discuss before we begin today?
Yes, sir. We have, before we put witnesses on stand, we have several stipulations between the parties that the state has marked.
Good morning, Haley Mouse.
The record,
Good
and I can
morning.
All right, that's fine. Before you do that, while you're getting ready, for purposes of the record, let me announce that based on the motion by the defense at close of testimony on Friday, I have asked that media remove the camera that was directed to the defense table as well as the microphone. So the only media.
Guys, breaking news. Masked men reportedly break into Windsor Castle from close to, it says, was a man arrested after what? Man arrested after human remains found in Texas house linked mom and child to missing since 22. Masked men reported breaking. Okay, here we go. We're going to look into the Texas thing. Masked men reportedly break into Windsor Castle, the farm section close to the home to Cape Middleton and Prince William. He was arrested. Oh, what a horrible way to begin our morning.
Camera, video camera
Guys.
is located in the back of the courtroom. There is still a still camera to my left.
Yes, sir.
And all the other orders and requirements that I have put in place remain in effect, including 2 more that I signed this morning that I don't expect are going to come into play today. All right.
And have these orders that you signed been distributed to the media?
They have been, he was doing that while I was giving them to you, but I don't know if media in here got them yet.
What they cover will not be any of the witnesses today,
All
so
right.
we should be okay to proceed and we'll cover it
All right.
as we.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, there are several stipulations between the parties. State's Exhibit 236, and we have marked in between that court order, so there will be numbers in between, but is a stipulation of fact regarding GBI DFI, which is Digital Forensic Investigator Garrett Morton. And that just states that the Digital Forensic Investigator Garrett Morton at the GBI Cyber Center conducted a forensic enhancement of both the UFI video from the residence at B32, also known as the dumpster video, and the video from UGPD trail camera located outside of Building S. The enhancements have been admitted, and one hasn't been admitted yet, and one has been admitted, so I'll fill that out as we go. And I'll circle back to the court, but both enhancements, one has already been admitted, and you saw that it was part of a local thumb drive with Detective Norris, where the UFI video from the dumpster had been slowed down, and I'll put that exhibit number in here. The trail cam video is coming up this afternoon, and I'll put that in here to complete this record. So that stipulation has been signed by counsel for the defendant and counsel for the state.
And the only thing that I would add to that is that subject to our objections prior. I think that's just about the enhancement to prevent the witness from having to come in and testify.
Previous objection is noted.
The next stipulation of fact is a stipulation of fact regarding Special Agent Thomas Haas, and that's Haas, of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239, and that stipulation is that on February 22nd, 2024 at 10 p.m., Special Agent Haas delivered a thumb drive marked and entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 242 at trial, so that's in my right hand right now, and I'll move to admit 242, to Sergeant Tim Stewart of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. This thumb drive has 24 digital images of photographs taken by Special Agent Daniela Stewart of a latent print impression seen on Lake and Riley's cellular telephone. These digital images started with DES 566 and ended with ended with image DES 589. Furthermore, on February 23rd at 2024 at 4:21 p.m. So on the 23rd day of February at 4:21 p.m., Special Agent Haas obtained a consent form from Argenis Ibarra, and that's Argenis Ibarra, to collect a sample of his DNA. Special Agent Haas swabbed Argenis Ibarra at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department and then sealed the swabs. The swabs were transported to the GBI laboratory for analysis. The swabs of Argenis Ibarra are marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 241, and Argenis Ibarra's consent form is marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 240, and again, this stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239. So at this time, the state would move to admit 239, 240, 241, and 242.
We have no objection to those, Your Honor. Other than to clarify that this does not waive our daughter, motion on the fingerprints.
Noted. Let me make sure so this is a new 140 and 141, because I've got a.
Did it say one? I meant to say two.
Okay,
Two. I said two. Okay.
you did say two.
239, 240, 241, and 242.
Okay. Thank you.
And then finally for this morning, that there will be additional stipulations to come, but for this morning, this is the last one. It's been marked State's Exhibit 237 for the record, and it is a stipulation of fact between the parties regarding the prior testimony on October 11th, 2024 of ACC PD Sergeant Timothy Johnson. Sergeant Timothy Johnson testified on October 11th, 2024 at the motions to suppress in the above referenced case. All parties hereby agree to admit his testimony from that hearing and the exhibits that were introduced during his testimony at that hearing into evidence at this trial for the fact finder to consider. The testimony of Sergeant Johnson from the motion to suppress will be made part of this trial record, signed by counsel for the defendant, signed by the state, and we would move to admit States 237. Behind States 237 is States Exhibit 238. And States Exhibit 238 is a transcript from that October 11th, 2024 hearing where Officer Johnson testified, and it's isolated just to Officer Johnson's direct, cross, redirect, recross, and the exhibits that he entered at that motions hearing. So we've agreed to adopt that transcript, and Sergeant Johnson will not be called as a witness in this trial because we've adopted his prior testimony.
No objection and an agreement. Just to clarify, for the defense not stipulating the accuracy of his testimony, but we do agree that he doesn't need to come and re-say everything he's already said.
Noted, and those will be admitted.
State calls Sergeant Joshua Epps.
Got any blank sheets on them? Evidence sheets.
Yes, sorry. You can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
Joshua Epps, Joshua. Last name's Epps, Upps.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Roughly 6.5, almost 7 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol sergeant, so I supervise roughly 12 to 14 patrol officers, as well as I'm on the bomb team. I'm a certified bomb technician, and I'm on a special response team, which is kind of like SWAT or active shooter response.
Were you called to an apartment complex at 2085 Millage Avenue in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the court at about what time did you get called there?
Roughly 8:32 in the morning.
Who called you there?
Tim Johnson requested that through a radio system for a UGA police officer, and I was close by.
Who does he work for?
Athens Clarke County Police Department.
How long did it take you to get on scene?
Maybe 5 minutes. I was in the 5 Points area, so I wasn't far away.
When you responded, were you in uniform as you are today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond in a marked patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded, were you wearing a body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, who, if anyone, did you meet with?
I met with Tim Johnson, and I believe there was maybe 1 or 2 other Athens Clarke County officers on scene as well.
And was there an individual there who had been detained?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that individual's name?
Diego
What's his last name?
Ibarra, for sure. Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to interact with Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the court approximately how long were you with Diego Ibarra that day?
That day, several hours, probably upwards of 5 hours.
And without telling us what he said, did you ask Diego Ibarra questions?
Yes.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes.
And for the record, in what language were you communicating with Diego Ibarra?
I was using a translator to speak Spanish to him. I can't speak Spanish, so I was speaking with one of my Spanish-speaking officers who was relaying the questions to him.
At some point, did you call 2 Spanish-speaking officers out?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are those officers? What are their names?
The first one was Mason Bridges. He's a corporal. And the second one was Rafael Sayan. He's a corporal as well.
Could you spell Corporal Sayan's last name for Madam Court Reporter?
Sayan.
And are both of those individuals native speakers
Yes.
of Spanish?
Yes.
So they were helping you translate.
Correct.
I want
know,
to
we're just thinking the same
approach-
thing.
Oh, sorry, I don't have to ask that anymore.
Good morning,
One
Miss
moment.
Ruffin. I mean, Connie.
First, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 177. Do you recognize 177?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
My body camera footage.
Have you seen it prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 23rd day of February 2024 at the apartment complex that we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit states 177 and request permission to publish parts of it.
Your Honor, I would have to object to hearsay. Unlike other body cam we see in this video, we have, I would say, a contested witness, Diego Ibarra, and then later our Highness Ibarra giving statements. To the extent that those statements are on the body cam, we have to object.
What we could do, Your Honor, we don't intend to offer the statements, content of those statements until and after those witnesses testify. So at this time, we can play those portions of the body cam on mute. So that we are just offering this part of the body cam for the images that you see, and we don't have to play the audio. The only time we intend to play a part of the audio for State's Exhibit 177 is with the next witness who's going to talk about statements made by this defendant at the scene, which would be a statement made of the defendant, which is not hearsay.
Very well. It will be admitted for that purpose. No those restrictions at this time.
And so I'll mute it when we're talking to the other 2 residents. The audio will come back in when this officer enters the residence. So if at any time, if you feel like I have violated that stipulation, I would just ask that you make a contemporaneous objection so we can.
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178 through 194. I'm going to have you look at all of those, and then I'll ask you some questions. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
They're photos that were taken on scene that day of different individuals on scene.
Are those photos that you took that day of, first of all, Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there also a photo of our Highness Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there photographs of Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And do all of those photographs, State's Exhibit 178 to 194, do they all accurately depict those 3 individuals as you saw them on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 178 through 194, request permission to publish.
No objection.
They're admitted, you may.
I'm going to play part of States 177. And for the record, Sergeant, and for counsel and for the court, we are going to use the timer at the top right corner of your video to discuss any timestamps on the video. Is that timer in UTC?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is UTC?
It's 24-hour time.
And at 13:30 13:36 is when your video starts. Would that be what time in Eastern Standard Time?
13:36 would be 1:36, I believe.
Right, that's UTC.
Right. Oh,
So what time did you get on the seat?
okay, sorry, 8:32.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So 13:36 UTC is 8:36
8:36. Yes, ma'am.
a.m. in Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so we have that straight. Your Honor, if you could toggle over, we're going to play a little bit of 177, and for the record, it's going to be muted, so there'll be no sound for the first parts of it until this officer enters, and I'll clear the record up for that. Oh, you know what? It's not plugged in, so it is there.
You didn't do your job. You should already had it plugged in. What's up with you? What's up with you?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no,
make sure it's
he's not going to
muted.
be getting up for another four hours or so. He didn't go to sleep until after 3. It was one of those nights. I just am going to be dragging butt in about 4 hours. If not sooner. Stop it.
So since 177, the very first video that we're playing, is on mute, tell the court what we're looking at here.
I'm arriving on scene initially. I'm about to meet with Sergeant Tim Johnson, Mountain Park County Police Department.
That individual we see in the frame at 13:37, who's that?
That is Sergeant Tim Johnson. I can't remember the name of the other officer in the background, and that is Diego in the red sweatshirt.
And what apartment number is Diego standing out front of?
D126.
Does Sergeant Johnson show you an image at some point in this encounter with him?
Yes, right now. He's showing me a still frame image from video that they had recovered that I didn't have at that time.
And that still frame image, do we see it in your screen at 13:37?
Yes, ma'am, on the phone.
And was that an image taken from a dumpster nearby?
Yes.
So he shows you that image, and then what do you do?
This is news to me. I was coming on shift roughly maybe an hour before this. So I relayed that to my superiors who were about to pull up, coincidentally, and then explained to them that, hey, they've got footage. At that time, I was not aware that they had already been aware of that footage.
The footage that was shown to you by Sergeant Johnson, what, if anything, was significant about it to you, and then what you were observing for yourself on Diego Ibarra?
At first, videoing it or reviewing the video, the still frame photo, Sergeant Johnson informs me that the image shows a male holding a hat or having a black Adidas hat, and then he informs me that I couldn't necessarily see from that distance until I get closer to Diego, but that Diego is wearing an identical hat, a black Adidas flatbill hat.
Did you make any observations about the hat that Diego was wearing?
Once I got closer, yes, I noticed on the back what I believe to be dirt on the brim.
And was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was on scene when we located Lakin the day prior. She did have a lot of dirt, mulch, and things like that on her body. And I felt that if an individual was wearing that hat and was touching Lakin in that manner, dirt could have been transferred to the hat by moving the hat.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit for the record. At some point, do you begin talking to Diego Ibarra through your interpreter?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe Diego Ibarra's demeanor with you and with you?
He's compliant. He's not posing any issues. Obviously, there's a block there through communication. But based off his physical mannerisms, I'm not really getting any deceptive behavior per se. I was aware at this point he did provide a fake green card, so he was detained for that.
Right.
He seemed to understand that we were detaining him for an investigative purpose. There appeared to be good rapport between him and officers, especially with Officer Bridges there, who you see.
If you could, do you have the pointer in front of you?
I'm not sure if I do.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Point out to the court at 1342 in your muted video that we're playing. Where's Officer Bridges?
He's right here in an identical uniform that I'm wearing.
All right. And the one closest to Diego in this frame.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. So you talked to him at some point. At some point, do you decide to obtain a search warrant for the apartment and to freeze the apartment?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that process.
Well, based on the fact that he was wearing that hat, the time frame that Tim Johnson encountered him was within 24 hours of the murder. He was walking back towards the general direction of campus, which was concerning as well. He somewhat matched the description of the male seen in that photo, discarding of what I later learned was evidence found in that dumpster.
And specific, what evidence?
A sweater or a pullover of some sort with blood on it and hair.
Okay. And did you ever see that evidence, or you were just informed of it?
No, it was picked up throughout the middle of the night. I was there all day the day before. They sent me home to get a sleep cycle, and I was the supervisor this day.
All right.
So I never saw the evidence throughout the night.
All right, go ahead.
And
What
then
about
from
the proximity from the dumpster to Lake and Riley's body?
the dumpster to Lake and Riley's body, probably rough estimate 500 yards.
All right.
Yeah.
So at some point, when you're with Diego Ibarra and you decide to get the search warrant, first of all, how do you communicate that to get the search warrant?
I go and talk to my superiors and I ask them, because they're maybe 20, 30 yards away in the parking lot at another vehicle discussing. I think they were talking to some GBI agents and other agency partners. And I asked for clarification of, at this point, I gained knowledge there were other individuals inside the apartment. I wanted to start getting resources in and confirming that, yes, we are going to go ahead and surround it. A warrant's going to be sought. And I need other translators here because from what I'm gathering, no one else speaks Spanish or speaks English inside the apartment.
And how many other individuals did you believe to be inside the apartment?
At this time, 3.
And could you see them from where you're standing?
No, not without being intrusive of sticking my face up to that window, which we didn't do. One, for an officer safety standpoint, but also, I didn't have a warrant at that point yet.
Do you see the window? You said the window. Can you point the window out? Is
Yes.
that, and that's again 1342. Is that the window to D126?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to roll a little more. At some point, do you start asking Diego questions about whether he has any injuries?
Eventually, yes, I did.
And do you take pictures of him and do you see parts of his body?
Correct. Yes, I did.
Point two. Okay, the video first and then show you some photos. First of all, did you, you mentioned to us that there was a fake ID, so you knew he had given a fake ID. Tell us a little bit of that process.
I didn't obtain it myself. It was provided to Sergeant Johnson when he located him and was identifying him. Sergeant Johnson provided it to me and stated, if you look at it, there's 2 different dates of birth listed. There was one vertically on the side and then one listed with the rest of his identification information.
So did you agree with Sergeant Johnson's assessment that this was not a valid form of government identification?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go to, I'm still muted. Okay. About 1358 on States Exhibit 177. What are we looking at here now at 1358?
I believe at this point, my captain, Seth Robinson, was interested in seeing his hands.
And does
asked him to
he show
pull.
you his hands?
Yes. So Captain Robinson, I believe, asked Officer Bridges to relay to him to please, show us your hands, and he complied. But put his hands out.
Did you see his hands?
I did.
Did you see any injuries to his hands?
No.
At 1359, what are we seeing Diego Ibarra do?
He was asked about, I believe they were asking if he could take his jacket off, and they were looking at tattoos as well as trying to make observations of any other potential injuries.
And
And
go ahead.
And he takes his jacket off and becomes, I don't know exactly what he says, starts kind of ranting a little bit and pulls his shirt up and shows us his stomach and his side tattoo.
And do you see any injuries on his stomach?
From my vantage point, no, I did not.
And if you had seen any injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
So may we toggle over, Your Honor? States 178, what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of Diego.
And do we see the hat he's wearing in this image?
Yes.
Is that the black Adidas hat that you've already described?
Yes, ma'am.
States 179. Well, who is that?
That's Diego.
Okay, and on his face, does he have any tattoos?
He does. He has a teardrop tattoo on his right eye, kind of off to the side there. It's a little hard to see if you zoomed in, but we identified as potential gang affiliation tattoo.
Can you point to that on
Yes.
the right side for 179? So what that image is, or that mark on his face at States 179, was that an injury?
No, it's a tattoo.
All right, thank you. States 180,
Again, it's Diego.
and do you see a tattoo on his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please point to that. 182,
Diego again.
okay, does he have tattoos on the back of his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to those? 183,
It's a close up of the picture we just looked at.
and in 183, can you actually see the rest of the hat?
You can, yeah.
Okay. 184,
Rib cage tattoo. I'm not sure what the design was.
so tattoos, but did you observe any injuries?
No.
At some point while you are there, Sergeant, and approximately how long are you at this apartment complex that day?
All day from 8:32 in the morning, and I don't think I was released till probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
All right, I'm gonna go back to a different section of your video. And again, it's played on mute. We are now at 1434 in the top count for the record. So that would be 9:38 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
At 9:38 a.m., we see an individual in a yellow shirt. Can you please point to that person first of all? And who is that person?
That is a brother Arhenis, either Arhemis or Arhenis Ibarra.
And how did this person appear in this video? What happened?
He, while speaking with Diego and waiting for resources and other things, he walked out with a trash bag, like a 5-gallon plastic white trash bag that you would buy at Kroger.
Was he detained as well?
Yes,
And did you photograph him that day?
we did.
And I don't need to toggle over, but states 185, who is that?
That's our Hennis.
At some point, did you obtain consent to enter the apartment from Arhenis?
Yes,
And did you in fact enter the apartment?
I did.
What was your purpose of entering the apartment?
Well, he informed us that something was on the stove and that he was very adamant about going in to turn the stove off, I believe because of a fire hazard. So that was what we asked for consent to do.
And prior to going in, did you look to see if there are residents inside?
I did what we call a threshold evaluation. So I kind of peeked around from an angle because the door was already open. When Arhenis left, he left the door open. So I could kind of see what the environment inside looked like. And when I didn't see any obvious threats, that's when I got closer to the doorway.
In states 177, we're now playing the second video for the record, and we're at 1442. Could you show the court where the open door is in the
Yes.
frame? All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to the time where you made entry. At this point, I am going to play. So 14, we're at 1455 for the record, and I am going to play this video with volume because there's no statements of individuals, but the officers, and there is no confrontation issue here. But now our video is not working. Our audio is not working. There we go.
And that's back by the bedroom. I don't know if that's an emergency. We're gonna go in there. First suit. Just a normal dude. I gotta go, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so I'll do it. There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here. Yeah. Hola. 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 Policia. Hey. Policia, vamos. He said he left something on the stove, so I'm gonna try to cut it off. Hey, I need you to translate one at a time. Come here. Come to me. Come here. For you. Tell him I need to see his hands. I need to see his hands. Tell him to slowly get out. Ask him to get anybody else. Come on. Match. Right? Very slowly. También acá, los patitos. Acá. ¿Tienes algo en tus bolsas? ¿Hay alguien más aquí dentro? No. For me. Ven para acá. There's nobody else in here? ¿Hay alguien más ahí adentro? No. No. He said no. That's a good shot.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it at 14:58 for the record. Were there people inside the apartment?
Yes.
How many?
2,
What were they doing?
laying in bed.
Could you see their hands or their bodies?
No.
You had Bridges translate for you at some point, and when you went in, we could see a light. Were you holding a flashlight in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there in fact beans on the stove?
There were in
Okay.
a crock pot, the ceramic part of a crock pot.
All right, and you turned those off?
I tried.
The individual, first of all, the 2 individuals was one male and one was female.
Correct.
Okay. The female, what was her name?
Her name was Rosabelli, and I can't remember her last name.
That other male that was in the apartment, what is his name?
Jose Ibarra.
And do you see that person that you pulled out of the apartment at 14:58 in this screen?
Yes, you do.
And what color clothing is he wearing?
Red shirt, black shorts, and like black and red sandals.
And the person that you pulled out of the apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record.
He's wearing a striped button-down shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. Did you at some point have the opportunity to observe Jose Ibarra, the defendant, on scene?
Yes.
How close were you at times to Jose Ibarra?
Your normal conversation distance, maybe a foot and a half.
Did you observe any injuries to Jose Ibarra?
I did.
What injuries did you observe?
While speaking to him, I noticed on his right arm, his bicep, there was a scratch, which I identified as a potential defensive wound. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch that was very similar, which in my mind, looked like fingernail scratches to me. While he was sitting there speaking to us, I also noticed on his left wrist, just below the palm, he had a puncture, maybe a half an inch wide, that through my experiences of playing sports in high school and receiving the same injury from fingernails in football, I could see like wet flesh, like almost like it was fresh. It wasn't very old, possibly still irritated. And as he moved his wrists, when I was looking at them closely, I could actually see the liquid, or I guess body fluids that would be in that cut, kind of reflecting with light.
I'm eating. Come on.
Did you observe? I'm going to publish a few of the photos. Court, would you please toggle over it, Your Honor? States 186. Who is that?
That's Jose Ibarra.
And how would you describe his beard and mustache situation?
It's thicker than Diego's, if I remember correctly. Not well maintained. He had sort of a neck beard. Wasn't very long, but it was definitely an established beard. I wouldn't consider it like a 5 o'clock shadow.
Did Jose Ibarra have any tattoos on his neck?
No.
As far as height and weight differentials, you were with both Jose Ibarra and Diego Ibarra?
Correct.
How would you describe their height and weight differential?
Jose at the time weighed more through my
Hello,
observations.
CFO1.
And was shorter.
We are watching
And when you say at the time, does he
trial
look thinner in
on a
court
live
today?
He does.
jogging by her
Is
campus,
that the way he looked on February 23rd as far as weight?
and I'm eating.
When I say he, I mean Jose.
No.
States 188, what's that?
That is the back of Jose's head.
187?
That is a close-up picture of Jose's mouth and lips. We were concerned. It looked like his lips were red and irritated.
189,
A side profile picture. That's the right arm with a scratch.
191,
That would be the left lower wrist forearm area with a scratch, as well as the palm.
192,
That is his left palm that had some bruising on the thumb palm area. And if you kind of look below that area, you'll see an irritated red area, which is where I saw that fingernail puncture mark.
okay, the one that was pussing or oozing, you said?
Yeah, it was.
Could you please point to that in 192? At the middle of the screen, thank you.
Right.
193,
That's another picture of his right arm with a tattoo, but also you can see the fingernail scratch.
and 194.
That is a scratch on his forearm.
At some point, did you question Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
I used a translator. Yes, we did.
Who was that translator?
That was Officer or Corporal Rafael Sayed.
And is that the individual, Rafael Sayan? Did we just see him in now 1519 in your body cam video? Hold on,
Correction.
I'll back it up a little bit. Is that Rafael Sayan?
Correct. Yes.
And may I have one moment? Sergeant Epps, at this point in
Thank you, Steve.
your day, how would you describe the
Sorry.
legal status of Jose Ibarra?
Early morning.
He's detained.
And in that detention, did Officer Sayan, and did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he had been detained?
Correct. Yes, we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he was not under arrest?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise them that you were obtaining a search warrant for their apartment?
We did.
Okay. So during this detention of the defendant, first of all, tell me, were they allowed to move freely around in y'all's presence?
Yes. I think mainly Rosabelli was standing up the whole time. She was walking around freely. They were talking to each other. They started smoking cigarettes. We heard people laughing. I even made the comment to my officers of let's make sure we're listening to what they're saying in case we get some utterances. But so, yeah, we weren't restricting their rights to talk to each other or anything like that.
And who specifically did you see smoking?
I believe at one point I did see Jose smoking a cigarette.
So he was allowed to smoke a cigarette.
Yes.
Is he handcuffed in any way?
No.
And their conversations amongst, I guess the four of them were talking amongst one another. You said you heard laughter about how many times?
I only heard it probably once, and it was from, I think, Rosabelli, maybe Arhenis. I didn't know what they were talking about. From what I understand, talking to Officer Sayan, they thought it was amusing how many police cars we had, and that the mobile command center was showing up in the parking lot.
During this time period, did you ask Officer Sayan to ask Jose Ibarra how he got his injuries?
We did.
And was that captured on your body cam video?
I believe so.
And if I were to continue to play this, would that be the part that we're about to see? What I'm going to do is wait till Officer Sayan is here so he can translate what was being said. And I think, Your Honor, that completes my questions except for this. Sergeant Epps, did you ever search the apartment yourself that day?
No.
And who did the search of the apartment?
To my knowledge, GBI agents.
Did you arrest the defendant for anything that day?
No.
And at some point during this day, did you learn or did you see him get arrested by ACCPD for a bench warrant that was outstanding for
Currently, the
Athens
prosecution
Yes, ma'am.
is
Your Honor, all of that evidence has already been admitted through the
Question.
stipulation of Sergeant Johnson. Attached to Sergeant Johnson's stipulation are the exhibits from his testimony, including the bench warrant that this defendant was arrested for that day. So just want to close the record on that. And I'll pass the witness.
You're welcome. Steve, this is a
Good
very
morning.
chatty place. We welcome people talking and communicating.
When you
Just
first
as long
saw
as
Diego
it's no
Ibarra, he
politics
was wearing the
and
hat
it's
that
appropriate
you had
conversation.
seen your suspect wearing.
You are
in the
more than
picture.
welcome to chat up all you
Correct.
want.
And
We will
you
respond
were
as
had a
much as
chance to
humanly
observe the
possible.
hat and testified to.
Right.
Like chatty catty.
And how far away were you when you observed the hat on Mr. Ibarra?
Oh.
Diego Ibarra.
On Diego, initially or throughout my interactions?
What's the closest you got to him, I guess?
Very close, a foot away.
And when you looked at the hat, on the back of the hat, on the brim, you could see dirt.
What I believe to be dirt.
Is it fair to say that it looked like red clay dirt?
I think initially that's what I thought it was.
You also at some point saw that Diego had a UGA employment ID.
Correct.
And that ID allows him access to some of UGA's campus, right?
Yes, yeah.
And you were informed that Diego was first seen walking towards the Rogers Road bus stop.
Correct.
And that bus stop is specifically a place where UGA buses can come and pick up students, right?
Yes.
And you also were able to confirm through investigating your internal UGA database that Diego did work for a UGA department, is that correct?
Correct.
He worked for the Bolton Dining Commons?
There were some issues figuring out exactly where, because it doesn't necessarily say their place of employment. It'll say he's in that division. So once we kind of figured that out later on, but yeah, we knew he was an employee for dining.
So you did eventually establish that you worked at Bolton Dining Commons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also noticed that Diego was wearing dark, long pants.
Yes.
And you know that the dark, long pants are similar to the ones that were in the video of the man walking with the dumpster.
Right.
Good
Yes, ma'am.
point. Ronnie,
when you first saw Jose
good
Ibarra,
point.
he was asleep, right?
Yes, I believe so.
You had trouble waking him up.
I wouldn't say trouble waking up. I just had to talk very loudly.
No, that's your
And
media
you
at the
also
bottom
had
right
to rap
hand
on
side of the screen.
door frame.
Yeah, to wake him up.
And you would agree he was a little slow initially getting up and out of bed.
Correct.
But you believe that was because he was confused having just woken up.
I didn't know what he was doing. I couldn't see his head. I said there's a guy asleep right here because he was in a sleep posture under covers. I couldn't see his hands. So he was slow. I could see the possible confusion because I'm not very good at speaking Spanish. I'm sure that to a Spanish speaker, I have a foreign accent like a Spanish speaker may have a foreign accent with English to me. So that's why I could see why there may have been some confusion for him.
But to be clear, you felt that his slowness to respond was due to your Spanish speaking, his having woken up rather than passively resisting.
Possibly, yes.
And that's what you put in your report.
Yes.
When Officer Bridges came in and delivered the command to show his hands, Mr. Ibarra immediately put his hands in the air.
Correct.
Now, when you detained all the individuals, they were detained outside of the apartment,
Correct.
and it was February morning, right?
Correct.
It was a little bit chilly.
It was kind of summer, honestly, if I remember
Question
correctly,
is
the
silly
weather now,
here.
about 50s, 60s.
At some point, Rose
No
Bailey asked to get a
question, Joey.
jacket, and she was cold.
As I was leaving the apartment, I was informed by, I believe, Bridges, or maybe it was an Athens officer, that she wanted a jacket.
When you observed the markings on Jose Ibarra, you did not observe any blood in the woods.
I didn't see blood, no.
They did not appear deep enough to draw blood.
No, the only one that I think could reasonably draw blood, which obviously the scratches that I wouldn't say would be dripping blood, there could have been blood present, but that left puncture on the wrist that I described, I could see there being more blood coming from that than his scratches.
Did you observe any scabbing?
No.
Just one moment, please. have any further questions at this time.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Need to be excused.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Excused. Now call your next witness.
State calls Raphael Sayin. You can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be, in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Raphael, Rafael, and my last name is Sayan, Sayan.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol corporal, and my duties are to train new officers so they're ready to be on the road.
As a patrol corporal, you wear a uniform like you are today in court,
Yes, ma'am.
and do you also drive a patrol car
Yes.
and wear body cam videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, Corporal Sayin, can you speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
How do you know how to speak Spanish?
I've been speaking it for 34 years. I'm bilingual, fluent. Parents are from Peru. Went to Peru many, many times. My wife is also Latina, so we speak Spanish at home very often.
Okay. And your wife is from what country?
Colombia.
So you speak.
I have to interrupt here. As a linguistic and certified, I have in order to be an American Sign Language interpreter, you have to have a certification in English as well. But here's where I have a problem. He's not a certified interpreter. He is from a different country than Mexico or the US. And you know what I'm saying? The Spanish dialects are not the same. And if you have a Spanish speaking only person, even though you know Spanish, if you're going to conduct any kind of interview, you have to have an interpreter. They have an interpreter in court to interpret for him. He can speak to him in Spanish one-on-one, but once an interview starts happening, why was there not an interpreter? That is something that a lot of courts do and a lot of jurisdictions do. Even with sign language, somebody knows poquito sign language and they go over there and start doing all kind of crazy stuff that isn't even legit. And I'm just saying this could be a cause for an appeal.
Spanish, and your parents are from Peru.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the South American type of dialect of people who speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Tex-Mex?
South American Spanish.
Qualify them.
Yeah, it's
What they're doing.
well, it has its own dialect. It's very different from Central American Spanish and what I would call Mexican dialect too.
Yeah.
So it's easy to pick up when you hear it, especially living within those communities for many, many years and growing up with it. But there is a different dialect to it.
Do you believe you're well versed in South American Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read in Spanish and write in Spanish?
Yes, ma'am. I can.
And do you speak Spanish in your household
certified.
still?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on February 23rd of 2024?
Certified.
I was.
I can't even go.
Did you get a call from Sergeant Epps and asked to come and help
Language in
translate at
court.
an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
And about what time did you get there?
I would say it was right before 9 in the morning, so 8 in the morning, right? 8:45ish.
8:45ish. When you got there, what did you?
Could be appealable
what were
on
you
that.
asked to do?
Well, think
Once I arrived, once they pulled everybody out of the apartment, I was requested to observe and to translate.
Did you do so?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I want to
They
ask
called
you
him in to
about
translate. That's not
all.
appropriate. He is an invested interest. He works for the department. You need a non-invested person to come in and interpret. I don't care if you've been speaking Spanish for 34 years and understand the different language dialects under the law. Under law. Non-partial party needs to be called in to be your translator. He has an interest in this case. He works for the department. If he was a hired translator that would come in on all the cases, fine. Steve, they have so many ways to get interpreters. Sorry, I had a pain. You can do it through Zoom. You can do it in person. There are thousands of interpreting agencies that carry Spanish interpreters. I worked for an agency that had they had every kind of interpreter under the sun in San Antonio. We had Chinese, Korean, all the Mandarin, all the different dialects. We had Middle Eastern. We had even some African dialect, tribal people. We had multiple Spanish and translators that were from all different aspects of the Spanish speaking. We had Spain Spanish. We had Mexican Spanish and all of their dialects working there. And so it just peeves me to no end that someone will sit there and say, "Oh, but we have a fluent person in Spanish in our department. We'll just go ahead and have them come in." They have an interest in this case because they work for the department. Border Patrol too. Well, here's the thing about Border Patrol. And here's the thing. He can say, "Hey, what is your name? What is this and this?" Right? But the moment you pull them into a room, you detain them, and they're being interviewed, you can't do it you can't have him operating both as an officer and a translator. That's double duty. You can't do that. You need to have an interpreter from an agency, whether in person or via Zoom. Law. I know. I got a degree in it.
For individuals out there, first of all, did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have the
Right now,
opportunity to
he does
converse in Spanish
in
with
court,
Jose Feli
and that's what it
Flores?
should have
Yes,
been
ma'am.
in the
Did
interrogation.
you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with Argenis
Not
Ibarra?
using
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to speak in Spanish to Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any difficulties understanding their Spanish?
No.
not
Did
about
they seem to have any difficulties
Got it right.
understanding your
non
Spanish?
By them
I
responding to my
interpretation.
questions and us conversing, I would say that no, they understood me very well.
The person
Right.
named Jose Ibarra, did you question him that day and ask him some questions about injuries that were observed on him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What language did you ask him those questions?
It would be in Spanish.
And what language did he respond back to you?
In Spanish.
And at this point, before we get into the statements, Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has not filed for a Jackson Deno, and I'll let her take it from there.
We will not be raising a Jackson Deno issue this time.
When you were conversing or speaking with Jose
Hey,
Ibarra
y'all,
that
I'm
day and
AdaKay.
asking him about injuries, about how close were you to him?
I would say roughly between 3 to 4 feet.
And prior to, and if you could sit a little into that microphone, thank you. Prior to you asking him questions about his injuries, were the 4 residents of
Honey,
that
you
apartment
talking
allowed
about
to come
now
move
or
around?
when they were
Were
in an
talking to one
interrogation
another?
and he was being
Yes, ma'am.
questioned?
Yeah, they were speaking to one another,
Now, yes,
laughing.
but they don't.
And how would you describe?
Sorry, guys, Ronnie. An illegal coming into this country in this situation most likely would not know the law on translators, but the department does know the law or should. And that's one thing I've actually had to go to police and fire departments and even a courthouse, not in my town, a town nearby, and speak to the judges and explain to them why they cannot pull a Spanish speaking person out of the audience or out of their workforce because they're not certified or qualified. And if they work for you as an employee, say as a clerk, and then you pull them in to be an interpreter, that's a big no-no. A lot of the courts that they have, they'll sit there, anybody know Spanish? Come on up. Could have been his cousin and you didn't know it. Even if it's at their house. Even if it's at their house, other than like a traffic stop. But if it's a case and you're getting stuff that can be used as evidence against this person for murder, Spanish speaking interpreters of all kinds are so easily accessible. It is the most accessible interpreter of all the interpreters. I'm just, he can easily start saying, yes, I didn't understand him. And that's the other thing. It's not whether this guy could fluently understand the defendant. It's the defendant can also turn around and say, oh, I misunderstood. We don't have the same dialect of speaking of Spanish. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. He didn't have an interpreter for me. Goes both sides. I know a lot of people don't get it and agree, but that's just the way it's.
The vibe between them and what was going on at this time.
It seemed very
I know
relaxed. There
nada.
was a lot of laughing,
Nada.
giggling, especially when they were talking about how they
Bad word.
were woken up, pulled out of the apartment, smoking. So I would say the vibe or the atmosphere was very relaxed and calm.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
What
I'm
did
showing
they say
you
about the
what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 177. And have you seen it? And you know what? It's already admitted. So I'm going to show you something from it. Sorry, it's had it. But you have seen 177?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
I know I got on my
It's going to be Axon footage.
From your conversation with Jose Ibarra
That's correct. Yes.
on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am. And it would be Sergeant Epps' Axon footage.
He's an attorney now.
So you had footage and he had footage, right?
Correct.
And do you see that yourself in this footage?
Formal investigation.
I'm going to publish the third video in States 177. Do you see yourself right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
His beard is
We got to talk
thinner.
over.
He looks thinner. Good way of putting it.
And this may be a little difficult to do. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear it. But what I would like you to do for the record is translate to us exactly what you asked him and exactly what he said back to you.
Oh,
And if you have problems hearing it and you need to hear it again, just let me know and we'll rewind it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
really? No. That's what the interpreter's there for. You can't interpret your own stuff in a court of
No, we
law.
have no volume at all. So hold on just one moment. I'll start it over. All right. I want to start it over. There we go.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
All right. Let's say that again.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
Okay. So you said, my friend, can you do me a favor? And why did you ask the question in that manner?
It's just my mannerisms when I speak Spanish. I'm very respectful to folks. It's just the way I was raised, and it's Latin American culture.
All right.
That was very polite.
I asked him, I have a question. Why? And then I point to to my left knuckle. Why is this red? He responds by saying that because of the cold.
Because of the what?
The cold.
Like the heart rate.
I asked him what happened there, and
And for the record, we're at 15:20 of the video, and you are, or he is pointing to his left arm?
it would be his right
Or
bicep.
his right arm, sorry.
Mhm.
I was a little
He
backwards.
does.
His right bicep. Okay, and you asked what?
It's
I asked
still
what happened
a matter of
there, and
Oh,
he
apologies.
said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how.
What happened there? Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him about another scratch on his where his left wrist meets his left forearm. If you could actually just repeat that portion
will.
right there.
Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him what happened there.
Okay, what you said what?
What happened there? Pause it, please. He says, I don't have anything there. There's nothing there. And then he starts pointing at it again, saying that, oh, it's just a scratch.
So when he said that there was nothing there, could you see something there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
What could you see?
It looked like I don't exactly know the time, but I could see there was still a little bit of pus in it.
Pus?
So it didn't look very old. But I could see that there was a scratch on his wrist. I asked him to raise up his sleeves.
Okay.
The red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is,
Do you hit the fence or anything?
was it that back there on the over?
I asked him, were you struck in the mouth? He responded to me that no, he was not struck in the mouth, and that it's the cold air on his lips, that he uses chapstick. I asked him to raise up his hair. I also asked him to raise up both sides of his hair.
What did you observe when he raised up his hair?
I could see that there was a red mark going across, like as if he had been wearing a hat. He explains to me that he wears a hat, a gorra, a hat, and continue.
What kind of hat did you wear?
I asked him what type of hat, and he motions over to Diego, who's sitting to the right of him, that it's a hat very similar to that one that was on Diego's head.
Thank you.
And does that complete your conversation with Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, at some point, does he use the word for nail in Spanish?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay. Do you use that word?
In Spanish?
Yes.
The nail. So the word in Spanish for nail, as in like a fingernail, would be, excuse me. Sorry, I apologize. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But it would be uña.
Okay.
But I didn't hear that.
Okay.
He didn't respond that to me.
He did not.
Mhm.
What was the question that you asked with Uña that he did not respond back to?
Well, I had asked him how did he receive those scratches, and he didn't give me a clear answer at all.
Thank you, Ronnie. I'm starting to want to go to sleep. It'll be a hard day to stay awake, Jill.
Okay. I
Let it go. Take a nap. I have to go take an hour power nap.
want to have you hear this one section, Corporal saying.
I got to go open the shop. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Reading the red knuckles through the phone. And the scratch over there is,
do you hit the face or anything?
what's it, not there on the over?
Sports.
Sorry, there we go. We're back at 15:19. If you could just listen to this again.
What happened there?
All right. Did you use the word uña in those questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What word did you use?
It sounds like I didn't really use a word. I asked what had happened there.
Keep it up. What happened there?
And his answer to the specific one about the left wrist was what?
Well, at first he said where. I mean,
Okay.
the way it looked like he was acting as if there was nothing there, but I could clearly see there was a scratch.
At first, that's what he said, where, and then what?
And then he pointed at it, and again, he doesn't really tell me how he got it.
One moment, Your Honor. One final thing. Corporal saying, the phrase in Spanish, yo tengo. What does that mean literally?
Yo tengo would exactly translate to I have.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
This all occurred on February morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and I believe you said you arrived around 8:45 in the morning.
8:45-ish.
And this was a little bit after that, but still in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ibarra was wearing a short sleeve shirt
Yes, he was.
and shorts
Yes.
and slides,
And I would say so.
and he didn't have any sort of jacket or other covering.
No, ma'am.
All right, just a moment. And when you asked him about a hat, and he gestures towards, Mr. Diego Ibarra, he doesn't say, I wore that hat. He says, I wear a hat like that.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I heard.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Can you excuse?
Yes, sir.
The objection?
No objection.
You're excused. You talking to?
State Clause, Special Agent Annie Mormon.
I hope I don't fall asleep, y'all. I really hope I don't. It's going to be a hard day to stay awake. It's rainy, cold. I haven't been to sleep yet.
If you could raise your right
We'll
hand,
see.
please, ma'am. You swear from the testimony you will give today will be the truth. And the matter of State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a seat, spell your first and last name.
My name's Annie Mormon, A-N-N-I-E, Mormon, M-O-O-R-M-A-N.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
4 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I currently serve as a crime scene specialist with the Region 11 GBI office.
They're moving along.
What do you do as a crime scene specialist?
Collect evidence, process scenes, send evidence to the crime lab.
And tell the court a little bit about your training for your job.
Sure, so we participate in a GBI Special Academy, which is 13 weeks. And then on top of that, we participate in a lot of extensive training to become a
Oh,
crime
pretty
scene
good.
specialist, which includes advanced training in blood stain pattern analysis, reconstruction of crime scenes and such.
Were you asked to assist the University of Georgia Police Department in searching an apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what was the address of that location and about what time did you get there and what you did when you got there?
Sure. The address was
Objection,
2085
come down.
South Millage Avenue, the Argo Apartments, apartment D126. I had been in that apartment complex from approximately 11 a.m., helping do neighborhood canvases, specifically to search that apartment. We didn't start that until approximately 3:30 in the afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about the canvassing process. What was going on with the canvassing of the apartment and about what time did that start?
I believe it started around 10:30 or 11 a.m. There were many GBI agents on that property, probably somewhere between 40 and 50 of us. We had broken down into smaller groups to speak to each individual apartment occupant to try to get any sort of information we could.
And then at some point you turned your attention to searching the apartment.
Yes.
Prior to searching that apartment, was a search warrant obtained?
Yes, it was.
Tell the court, first of all, in general terms, describe the apartment, D126.
Sure. The apartment was approximately 700 square feet, maybe 20 by 35 feet. It was one room essentially. It was kind of an open space living area that had 2 beds and a couch with a small closet, a small kitchen in the northwest corner, and a bathroom in the northwest corner.
When you searched the
Sounds like
apartment,
my
did
first
you take
apartment was called
photographs?
studio
Yes, I did.
apartment.
And did you also do a crime scene sketch or a sketch of the apartment?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. They are marked for the record as states 195 through 235, with the exception of states 209 through 215 and 225 and 226. Those numbers will not be used. So handing you this stack, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay?
Some people call them efficiencies. I am eating chocolate covered coffee beans to try to stay awake. Those who just joined us, thank you very much for joining. I'm AdaKay. I am apologizing in advance. I couldn't sleep last night. So as of now, I've been up 24 hours. It's going to
Do
be
you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
The 235, can we start with that? What is it?
This is a crime scene sketch I created after searching the apartment.
Is that an accurate sketch of the apartment?
Yes.
So we submit 235.
No objection.
235 submitted.
And then the remaining of the exhibits that I handed you, what are they?
These are photographs that I took during that search.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the apartment and the items inside the apartment as you saw them on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
The state would move to admit state's exhibits 195 through 234, with the exception of 209 through 215. Also accepting 225 to 226. Those numbers will not be used.
No objection.
Submitted.
And may I request permission to publish? I've set some gloves in front of you. I don't know, I don't think you're gonna need them. I don't know, just in case if you need to use them, go ahead.
Okay.
First of all, in searching the apartment, let me come back and grab those exhibits. And I'll give you these if you might need them. Okay, thank you. And, yeah, it's. Starting first with 235, could you tell the court what we're looking at here?
Sure, this is a sketch of the apartment, D126 that I searched that day.
How many beds were in that apartment and did you note them?
There were 2 queen-size beds along with a sofa.
Where are they noted for the record? If you could use, there's a pointer, there should be a pointer next to you.
Am I pointing at this TV?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Sure, so this is the west wall. There was a queen-size bed here with the head towards the kitchen. And then there was another queen-size bed located on the south wall here with the head towards the west wall, and a sofa here between
Oh,
the
hey,
closet
Mom.
area and this bed.
Where's the front door?
I have a
in that
heated
image,
mattress pad,
235?
so the heat,
The front door
I
is
can
here.
delay the heat a little bit.
Catty cornered in the apartment.
At the
I
bottom
just
of
didn't
the,
sleep.
Yes,
The exhibit?
the south
Mine wouldn't
west
shut off.
corner.
States 195, what are we looking at there?
This is the front door of the apartment.
I'm
Here you
so
go
glad.
into an alcove. There's an apartment on your left and an apartment on your right, and this is the door to D126.
And that's the blue door that we see in States 195 for the record.
Yes.
States 197, what does that depict and where's that photograph taken from?
So this is taken from the doorway of apartment D126 looking into the apartment. This is the bed located on the west, the head of the bed is located on the west wall there. And
How many
this is
people
the
were living
front
in that
of the
apartment?
To the south.
4.
199.
So this is looking into the apartment. This is the bed located along the west wall with the kitchen area here and the bathroom in the back right corner. And the
I even took a sleep
Was
bed.
this photograph
that
taken from
normally
the
knocks
perspective
me
where
out.
you're actually standing at
third
the front
way?
door?
Yes, the door is to my
Didn't touch
left
me.
here.
States 200.
So this, I'm standing in the entrance to the kitchen area, looking back at the front door. This is the south wall of the apartment with the queen size bed on the west wall and the other queen size bed here on the, I'm sorry, yes.
States 200. 202.
Sure, I'm standing in the middle
Susan,
kind of
what
the
is
open
what?
living space, and this is the closet located in the apartment.
204.
This is the bathroom located in the northeast corner of the apartment.
206.
That's from inside the bathroom, the tub that was located in that bathroom in the apartment.
208.
When it was last cleaned.
That is the kitchen area located in the apartment.
Now, when you were in this apartment, first of all, how long did it take you to search the apartment?
I believe I was there for approximately 8 hours.
Were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
A number of things that were listed on the search warrant, specific clothing, any sort of blood, any sort of blunt object that could have been used to create Ms. Riley's injuries.
For blood, how did you search for blood?
So we visually search for blood, anything that looks like it may be blood, or even if it doesn't necessarily look that way, if it just looks odd, then we can do tests to see if it is blood.
And did you find any items with blood inside that apartment?
No, we did not.
Did you at some point see some gloves?
We did.
Tell me about the gloves and where were they and why did you take them?
So in the search of this kitchen area, specifically this left-hand top drawer, there were located 3, I guess what I would describe as utility type kitchen gloves, plastic in nature. Looked like restaurant style, like you would use in a kitchen, gloves.
Showing you 216, what does that?
So upon opening the drawer, the gloves were located here. It's kind of dark, but you can see the outline of the gloves there.
Why were those gloves of interest to you?
Earlier in the day, officers had located gloves that had been described as looking sort of like these from a bush at the apartment complex.
Did you seize these gloves?
I did.
And when you seized them, how did you collect them?
They were collected and placed into an evidence bag.
I just got this and I just saw this sad news. A beloved country singer found deceased this morning in his home in Texas. But they're not releasing who it is. Does anybody know who it was?
And did you seal it?
Yes, I did.
And was it eventually transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis?
I transported it to the UGA Police Department and turned it over to their evidence personnel, Daniel.
Why are you saying?
And when you transported it to him, did you deliver it to him sealed?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked. Right here, sorry. As State's Exhibit 244 for the record. Do you recognize 244? If you could look inside that for me.
Would like me to remove it? From the bag.
Yes, if you could to look at it.
Yes.
Hey, Canton, look. Proper police bag, evidence bag.
Do you recognize those items inside the bag?
Yes.
What are they?
These are the gloves that I collected on the night of the 23rd, excuse me.
The state would move to admit States 240, what is it? Sorry, 244. And request permission.
244 is admitted.
I'm just gonna take one of them out,
Okay.
all right? And then I'll put the rest back in. Those are the gloves.
A lot of people have been dying.
At some point, did you observe or see any electronic devices in the apartment?
I did, yes.
How many?
I believe there were 2 tablets and 7 cell phones that we seized.
I want to talk to you specifically about State's Exhibit 219. What does that depict?
So those were 2 cellular devices that we found and seized.
On what bed were these 2 devices? And I'm going to go back to your cleansing sketch for that. So the 2 devices that we see in State's Exhibit 219, going back to your crime scene sketch of 235, what bed were those devices seized from?
So they were on the bed along the west wall here at the head of this bed near the kitchen.
Thank you. And while you were searching this apartment, were 2 of the residents who resided inside that apartment outside?
Yes.
Who were those 2 individuals?
Rose Belly, Flores Bello, and Argenis.
If you could adjust your microphone a little bit
So
more
sorry.
closer, yes, just if you could scoot up a little bit, because
Sure.
when you speak, I'm having a hard time hearing you. And I need to make sure they can hear you over here as well. So those 2 individuals were who?
Rose Belly, Flores Bello, and Argenis Ibarra.
And those individuals were outside. At
Yes.
some point, did you gain permission from them, and did you identify electronic devices that belonged to both of those individuals?
Yes, we did.
Rose Belly and Argenis.
Yes,
And were those devices inside the apartment as well?
they were.
With those devices, what did you do with the 2 devices that belong to our Hennis and Rosebelly?
So I did not have a conversation with Rosebelly, but there were additional agents on scene, Agent Cameron Karate and Special Agent in Charge Trent Hillsman, who had a conversation with Rosebelly and determined which phones belonged to she and our Hennis. Those phones were removed from the apartment and they processed those phones on scene.
And did those 2 give y'all consent to process their phones?
They did.
Were they waiting for you all to finish your search?
Yes.
So how long were they waiting for you? Like how long? You told us you were there 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yes, I was there approximately 8 hours from 3:30 in the afternoon till 11:30 at night.
At some point, did Rosebelly identify 2 devices that belonged to Jose?
Yes.
And did you seize those 2 devices?
Yes, we did.
Are those 2 devices the 2 devices that we saw on the bed in the photograph that
They
we've just
are.
shown?
Yes.
Well, there won't be a confrontation issue because she's going to be our next witness. And I would offer that only for, to explain the officer's conduct about why she seized the device, but any confrontation issue will be cleared up by the next witness, or will be cured by the next witness.
So I will overrule the objection at this time. If it needs to be made later, I'll reconsider.
Handing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits 245 and 246. Ask that you recognize those 2 devices, or do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are 245 and 246?
These are the cell phones that were located on that bed on the west wall of the apartment.
And are those the cell phones that you seized that evening?
Yes.
What did you tell us about the seizure of those 2 devices? But before I do that, I want to move to admit 245 and 246.
Your Honor, we're still maintaining our objections that have already been heard, motion to suppress, but subject to those objections will not be heard.
Those objections are noted, and I will admit it. 245, 246.
Tell us about the seizure of 245 and 246, these 2 cell phones.
So they were located, like I said earlier, on the bed along the west wall. We believed that exigent circumstances existed to seize those, even though they were not specifically written within the search warrant. We believed we would be covered because we would not be searching those at that time. We knew that search warrants would be obtained later to search those. We were fearful that had we left them, the phones could be destroyed in any type of manner. We were also worried about the evidence located on those phones possibly being disturbed. I'm sorry, my word just left me, but being able to be wiped with it, should we not take those with us.
Could you put those 2 phones in airplane mode? Were you able to do that?
So we were not able to put them in airplane mode. We did not have access to them. We didn't know the codes to them and were not able to get into them.
So if you were not able to get into them to put them in airplane mode, were you able to search those phones at all?
No.
How much clothing did you look through in that apartment?
There was a lot of clothing.
And did you look at all of it?
Yes.
And were you looking for specific items?
We were looking for specific items.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that I will link up with FBI agent. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 247. Do you recognize the person and those items inside that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize in that exhibit?
So that is Mr. Ibarra.
Okay. And then Mr. Ibarra in this courtroom?
Jose, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jose Ibarra.
And those items that you see in that image, were you looking for those items that evening in apartment D26?
Yes, we were.
I would move to admit 247, and I'll link it up with the next second witness.
Your Honor, my understanding is that is a photo that's derived from the forensic review of the phone. So I'm not certain, this witness says she wasn't able to search the phone. I don't think she's the proper witness to lay the foundation for it.
Well, that's why I'm going to complete the loop with Special Agent Hipkiss, but she's at least identified the defendant and the clothing that she was looking for. So I believe it's a proper thing to ask her about, and then I can, when Special Agent Hipkiss testifies, I can complete the loop of this photo.
Well, I will reconsider the admissibility once we hear the further testimony from another witness.
Thank you.
So I'm not admitting it at this time.
Okay. The items that we see in States 247, Jose Ibarra carrying and wearing, did you ever find those items inside your search of the apartment D126?
No, we did not.
I believe that's it, Your Honor. I'll pass the case.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you conducted a search of the apartment, you were involved in the neighborhood canvas. Is that right? And without telling me
Oh my God.
what you said,
How
you
sick
spoke
we are
to an
praying
individual
for
named
you right now in
Jennifer
Jesus'
Slonaker.
name.
Yes. And
Pray
while you were speaking to Ms. Slonaker, another individual kind of voluntarily
If
joined the
we get there safe
conversation.
and all will be well with
And that individual was
I
Stephanie
apologize.
Slayton. Correct.
I just saw
And while you were speaking with Ms.
toxic
Slayton,
because of this
you
sin.
were up on the second floor balcony of building D in the apartment complex.
Yes.
So you were a balcony above where the police had secured the apartment residents below.
Yes.
And you and Ms. Slayton and Ms. Slonaker could occasionally hear snippets of conversation from below.
Yes.
Ms. Slayton was acting very fearful, was she not?
Yes.
And she told you that she was fearful of.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for their state of mind.
Whose state of mind? Not of the declarant who's not present.
It's for the effect on the listener, Ms. Slayton, her state of mind.
But that Ms. Slayton is not present, so that makes it hearsay and not relevant what her state of mind is. Until they get the declarant here, that is hearsay.
Both.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just one moment. I'll proffer that we are calling Ms. Slayton. She's under subpoena. We'll be here tomorrow. This is primarily for efficiency's sake. I just want to get some demeanor testimony and statements from Ms. Agent Mormon so we don't have to recall her.
The demeanor questions are appropriate. Anything that Ms. Slayton said, I maintain is hearsay. If Ms. Slayton takes the stand and denies saying those things, then they will have to recall this witness. But that's just that does not make the statements admissible. They have to call the declarant first.
The objection is still overruled, but I agree the demeanor questions are appropriate.
Okay. So after Ms. Slayton acted fearfully, you ended up
Toxic
moving
may not
her
for me,
across
but
the street.
keep in touch and just
No,
work.
we did not move her across the street. We finished our interview with her there and then conducted a secondary interview when we found her across the street at the gas station.
And this was across the street from the apartment complex?
Yes.
And it was later that same morning?
Yes.
When, now let's turn your attention to the search of the apartment. Basically, all of the apartment is one room, right?
Essentially barring the bathroom,
And you would agree with me that it was pretty messy when you arrived.
fairly.
There were piles of clothes everywhere.
Yes,
The apartment only had one closet,
correct,
and the closet was partially filled with some boxes and other detritus.
correct.
And you spent 8 hours, you said, searching the apartment?
Yes.
At what time into that 8 hours did you notice the cell phones on the bed?
I guess we noticed them. I started at the front door with the search. We started at the end of the bed on the right-hand side as you walk in the door. And we were going through there were several pieces of luggage that were filled with clothing that we were going through. So it wasn't until I finished the search of all those clothes that We ran into the first cell phones on the floor next to that bed.
And what, was that an hour into your search? Can you estimate how long that was?
I would have to look at the timestamps on my photographs to be for sure, but it may be an hour or two.
And then you mentioned that you did some tests for blood. Can you explain what those tests are?
Sure, so it's a presumptive blood test. So it's a phenolphthalein presumptive blood test. There was only one area in the apartment that I questioned that looked like it could possibly be blood. When you take a sample of that substance, you add different chemicals to it, and if it were to show pink, then it confirms that it is an area of blood, excuse me. And then if it does not turn pink, then it's not, and it did not.
Now, in the apartment, you would agree with me that there were 3
None of the
units somebody
interpreters
could
were
sleep on.
interpreting that.
Sure.
There was the couch on
And
the
2
right
beds.
side and 2 beds.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were 5 residents that lived in the
Oh.
house or apartment.
I had another feed in my
It's
bed.
only aware of 4.
Were you aware that the queen side bed on the left side of the apartment is being shared?
On the left, are you talking about the west wall
Yes.
where we found the funds?
Yes.
I did not know if it was being shared.
No further questions.
Briefly,
If I fall asleep, somebody wakes me
you
up.
had the opportunity to interview Ms. Layton that morning, correct?
I did.
And without telling us anything that she said, did you observe her demeanor?
Yes.
Were you able to get close enough to her to see if you could smell or determine that she was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
What was your impression of her, of being, whether she was under the influence of alcohol at the time that you were talking to her?
I would say that she was. She smelled very strongly of alcohol.
And your test for blood, you did only one presumptive test in the apartment.
Yes.
Is the first part of the process a visual examination?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because what you see tells you information that you need.
So is there any way for you to like spray the entire apartment with something to see if there's blood? Or do you actually look for blood first and then test it if you suspect it?
We actually look for it first.
With your eyes?
Mhm.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, you are.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir.
No objection. Subject to recall for the mistake.
Take direction if you would from Ms. Ross.
Yes, sir. I'll bring her back if she's needed, and I'll get in contact with her.
This is probably a good time to take a recess. We'll take 10 minutes.
Okay, we're going to pause this trial because this trial has started. For those who are new with us, we are actually in day 5 of this trial. The trial that we've been watching, the Ibarra trial, is in day 2. That's happened sometimes. We get 2 trials that we want to see and they kind of overlap. The one that I just put on is Chloe Driver. She unalived her child and tried to unalive herself.
Ms. Trethewey,
And
you may
they
call your
revived
next
her.
witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense will call Renee Driver to the stand.
I know the husband's name goes by Z. This is claims to be a Mormon type faith family. He had a total of 4 wives, apparent abuse. He was 16 when he met. They married at 18, had a baby right at or just before 19 years old. Unalived her baby at 20. She couldn't get away. It's a lot. Yes, don't even show me Z's. Ronnie, I am fighting so hard to stay awake right now. I may take an hour nap when my son gets here. Go sit in my office in the chair, put this on live in there. I won't have my face on it, and just crash for an hour and then come back. So I might need your mods to just kind of follow everything for an hour because I'm not going to make it. That's what sucks about not getting sleep. This judge, I kind of like her. She can be a little nippy. The girl is already crying. You can see the big scar here on her neck where she stabbed herself trying to kill herself. Oh, thank you, Haley Mouse, because I feel that it's so unprofessional, but I can't help it. I can't. As my son gets here, I'm crashing.
Do you swear the information
I'd be good
testimony
to
about
get
to
an
give
hour
this
nap
full
and then
only
I'll
the
be
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you tell the jury who you are?
Renee Driver,
Okay, and where do you currently live? City and state is fine.
She's crying and shaking.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a server.
Okay, all right. And how do you know Chloe?
She's my daughter.
Okay, how many children do you have?
But she's crying.
Okay, is she the oldest, youngest? Where does she fall in line?
Youngest.
Okay.
Yeah, me too, Dr. Bullbutter. We'll keep up.
I know that it's very hard for you to be here today.
Our
And if you need a break
friend.
for a moment, just let me know, okay? All right. Tell us about Chloe as a child.
All right, thank you, Haley Mouse.
She's a beautiful little girl. She was a Spitfire.
Okay, and what do you mean by Spitfire?
She was very, she knew everything.
Oh, yes, it is.
She was smarter than everybody.
Well, not
And in her
anymore, but
family.
it has been.
And that was primarily when she was a teenager?
Wet.
Yes, she did gymnastics when she was a little girl, and she had friends, and she played baseball in junior high school, I believe, or softball. But as she got older, she just knew everything.
Y'all could wake me.
Okay. Were you close with your daughter while she was growing up?
I thought I was.
Okay. Have you learned a lot of information since this case started that made you reevaluate that position?
Yes.
Okay. When she was a teenager, I know you said she was headstrong. Your family moved around a lot, correct?
I could still go to sleep like
And that kind of created a little bit of a level of upheaval with Chloe in terms of relationships with people and friends.
I didn't think it was.
Okay.
Oh, I appreciate it. I may have one of
when she was a teenager, did you notice any signs or concerns about her mood or
I gotta watch the shop as well.
possible mental illness when she was a child?
There were a lot of different things. She was very headstrong, and I just thought she was going to be a strong little girl. And then as she got older, she put me through some stuff.
Okay.
There were times where she put me through hell.
Okay. And a lot of that was kind of based on teenagers who know better than their parents.
Yes.
Wasn't her out committing crimes or anything like
Oh,
that?
no.
Definitely thought she was all-knowing or anything like that. Were you aware when she was a child of whether or not she had attempted to commit suicide?
When she was a child?
Well, as a teenager.
No.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn about some behavioral issues related to that after this case started? With cutting or anything like that? She was
cutting her wrist, but I never knew it because she always wore those plastic bracelets, and it
I know,
covered
don't
it.
get comfy.
And I never had any idea that she was going through that.
Okay, she never communicated any of that to you
Never.
at all? Okay. When she ultimately left your house, that was when she was 17 years old?
I believe so.
Okay. And tell me what your thought process was about why you let her go.
Because I couldn't handle the way she was going about it. My middle and my
siblings, I think, learn from their older one. My oldest son badgered me, and he would do it all day, every day until he got what he wanted. And my husband always worked out of state. I was Monday through Friday only parent, working and having 3 children. And when there's just a time where I
Don't worry,
gave in
Dr.
to him.
Bull Butter.
And then
We're
it started becoming a
all
habit.
good.
And I think Chloe got some of those habits maybe from him, watching him get what he wanted as she was growing up. She was never a materialistic kid, but when she wanted to leave and she just asked and asked, and it wasn't just asking, it was arguing, it was fighting, it was, I just finally I gave in. On top of that, my husband ended up with a quadruple bypass. He was out of work for a couple of years. So, I mean, I had my own issues to deal with. On top of that, I had children to deal with that
That's a lot of
were
roughness.
very headstrong.
Okay. And when she left your house, how would you describe the level of communication you had with Chloe? Was it here and there? Was it constant?
It was here and there when she left.
When she left? Okay. And was that usually via text or phone, or do you recall?
Probably both.
Okay. When did you first find out that she was involved with Mr. Ben Michael?
18, maybe.
2018, or when she was?
No, that would be 2018 also, yes.
Okay.
I would love to see hubby.
How did you find out about that?
She came home and I found out she was pregnant, I believe.
And was that the first time you found out about the age difference between the two of them?
Yes, I had no idea.
She was
I didn't know
pregnant
about
before
him.
they
I
got
didn't know
married?
about his age. I knew nothing.
You knew nothing. She hadn't told you about any of that.
Not
Okay.
one thing.
And what was your reaction to finding out his age?
I said I never wanted to meet him. I never wanted him around the house. She was welcome to stay and with her baby, but I wanted nothing to do with him.
Okay. And then ultimately, she had the baby, but continued to stay with him, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you have any concerns about their relationship prior to the birth of Hannah?
Well, it was all just a big shock. I did what I could to try to get her to stay with me, but it didn't work.
Okay. And so then ultimately Hannah was born. When was the first time you got to meet Hannah?
January of 2019.
Okay. And then what kind of situation was that? Did they bring her to you?
Yes.
Or? Okay. And when you observed Chloe with Hannah, what did you observe about her care and demeanor with her daughter?
She was a very good mother and she loved her daughter.
Okay. Never saw any concerns of?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at that time.
As far as from what you could see, did you feel that she was the primary caregiver of that child?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the birth of Hannah, how would you describe the level of contact you had with Chloe at that time? Was it?
It was minimal.
Okay. Did you initiate contact with her?
A lot.
Okay. And what was the response to that contact?
Honestly, I don't remember. It wasn't as much as I would have liked.
Okay. And then Hannah was born in October of 2019. And then you met her in January.
Oh, so I met her in 2020. I'm sorry, January of 2020.
January 2020.
Yes.
Okay. So the first time you met her was January 2020. And that was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And then when do you recall the next time you saw her?
April of 2020.
Of 2020. And each one of these times that Chloe would bring her to you, you didn't observe anything concerning about the care of Hannah?
No.
Did you ever observe any signs of mental illness or anything at that point with your daughter?
No, other than me just not being able to understand how she would have gotten involved with somebody that was so much older than her.
Okay. You struggled with that?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first time you really found out anything about the true nature of their relationship?
I don't believe I met him in January of 2020, or I don't believe he was there. Probably July of 2020.
Okay. And can you share what those concerns were?
So I got to see how much weight Chloe had lost. I could see her in July. She was at my house for a couple of weeks. Just everything, a lot of had just changed. She was mumbling. She was, nothing really changed with Hannah, just her. She was just falling apart. I mean, she literally was just falling apart. But at the same time, at that time, I wasn't so much paying attention to her because I had Hannah too, and I was just so excited every time I got to see Hannah.
Was that the time that involved going to the river with them?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
And then when was the next time that you saw Hannah? Do you recall?
After the incident in November.
Okay. All right. So let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020. Okay. Well, before I do that, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as defense 18. Can you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about what age Chloe was at that particular? Well, I'll move to admit defense 18. No objection.
It's admitted.
Judge, would you please turn on the overhead so I can publish? Thank you.
The witness will not be shown to the public.
Are you doing the document camera or are you doing?
Okay, it should be on the computer. If you just give me 1 second.
So
I'll skip that one for you.
so she
Sorry.
got pregnant and they weren't married. Was she actually married to him
Thank you.
legally?
All right, so let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020.
I could use something to wake
okay?
my butt up.
And where were you at that time? Where were you living?
Knoxville.
Okay. And you
So
lived
I'm
with
confused.
your
Was
husband
he ever legally
in
married
Knoxville
to?
at
Do
that
we
time?
know?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened on November 26th of 2020.
Was that Thanksgiving Day?
Yes, ma'am.
I received some alarming texts from Chloe, which I woke my husband up and I said that we need to go to Asheville.
Okay. And based on those texts, what did you and your husband immediately do?
Got dressed and went to Asheville.
Okay. And about how far away is that for you guys?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't remember.
Okay. What do you remember about what time of day you arrived there?
I believe we left around 11, so I'm going to say around 1:30.
Okay. But you were concerned enough by the information you had received from Chloe at that time that you immediately dropped what
Yes.
you were doing and got in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived in
Oh,
Asheville?
okay. Then I'm confused.
Chloe was there. She was distraught. She was crying. She was very upset because Brian had taken off with Hannah.
Okay. So when you got there, Hannah was not there.
Hannah was not there.
Did you know where Hannah was at that point in time?
No idea.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I believe we called the police.
Okay. And then after calling the police, what did you all decide to do?
After everything was all settled and done with, we ended up leaving Asheville without Hannah, and when we brought Chloe
Back to your house in
back.
Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back to Knoxville, Is that the first time you kind of became aware of everything that had been going on?
Yes,
Is the first time you learned that?
it started trickling in.
Okay. First time you learned anything about Hannah not having a birth certificate or pediatric care?
That is correct.
Okay. And what steps did you take from there?
On Friday after Thanksgiving, I went straight to Knoxville Police Department
That was going to
to
be
see
my
if there was
next
anything we could
question,
do.
Gritty Grit. They
There
did
was
the
absolutely
DNA
nothing we could
test.
do.
They did.
Since it didn't happen in Tennessee, where I lived. Then I started looking on the internet and making phone calls about getting Hannah a birth certificate. I talked to Brian's mother. She gave me a phone number. On Saturday, I called the phone number that she gave me that was for the FBI. I called Memorial Hospital that was in Miami, Florida.
Oh, they were forced to give birth at home with no.
And I just wanted to get some kind of ball rolling on getting her a birth certificate. And I will tell you, I did have to lie about that to Chloe because she was adamant of not, she did not want Hannah to have a birth certificate because Brian was ordering her not to. And to make sure that I didn't get involved in getting a birth certificate.
Okay, so you were.
But we were doing it behind her back.
Okay, but you were trying to, at the same time, you were also trying to kind of fix those things that
Can you imagine
the
being
Asheville Police
a mother?
Department and Knoxville Police Department had all
Yes,
told you.
I was assuming that there could have been an Amber Alert out for her. That's all I wanted was Hannah back. But evidently I was wrong and they weren't able to do anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's because there had been no birth certificate or determination of parentage?
Yes. And also because Hannah was Brian's daughter, all they had to do was a blood test, which means they didn't find her in danger. So they couldn't move on.
All right, so at that particular point in time, you learned more about the relationship in those 48, 72 hours than you had the entire 2.5
Absolutely.
years beforehand.
Absolutely.
When you picked up your daughter in Asheville, do you recall seeing any physical marks on her that you were concerned about?
At that time, I believe she had a black eye, and I also believe the police took pictures of her back because she had been dragged or thrown on the ground, and there were marks on her back.
So when you went to pick her up that day, you recall her having that black eye?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, did you ask her about that black eye? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so in response to all of these things that you are learning in this short period of time, were you trying to help Chloe and Hannah formulate a plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that was reflected in the steps you took to try to get the birth certificate or other things?
Grace is given here if it is wrong.
Okay. Did you get any indication at that point in time? Well, I'll move on. So during that period of time, Chloe, did you have any contact with Mr. Ben Michael when Hannah was gone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say some pretty concerning things to you at that time without saying what he said? Were there things that were said that concerned you?
On Thanksgiving evening, yes.
Okay. And that just again contributed to you trying to figure out what to do next, correct?
Yes, I exploded.
All right. And you had never really ever had to deal with anything like this beforehand, correct?
No.
Okay. Was Hannah your only grandchild?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, Chloe had been communicating with Mr. Ben Michael, correct? To try to get back to Hannah.
Yes.
Okay. And was she, during that time that she was separated, what was her demeanor?
Just lost, confused.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, she wasn't,
She was hopeless.
she was hopeless?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, Chloe, well, let me rephrase that. You took a video of Chloe on November 27th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. What number?
I think I need
December
to
7th.
shut this down and restart it
Okay.
to try to get that to work. So
Thank
I'm just gonna.
Sure.
This is so he met her at 16 and she had a baby, what, at 18? Was she pregnant? I know consent in that state is 16, but y'all, this should be criminal. He did this to her. He groomed her. He screwed her up physically, emotionally, and mentally. He needs to have some accountability. Not just her. Why is he not being forced to stand up and take
All right,
his
you can
out of the
just, I'm
responsibility?
sorry, everything. I pushed everything in there. So you're trying to publish a document, or you're still
I
interested?
published in the video.
Okay.
This angers me. Not saying she shouldn't be punished. What she did was horrific. But at the same time,
It says lectern input.
he was the
Says
one
live
pushing her.
displays.
Is the HDMI cord plugged in?
Yeah, me too. I put Z on the stand as the defense as a hostile.
Here we are.
There we go. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense 7. Okay. I'm just going to have you watch this video. Okay.
My name is Chloe Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin and Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is, and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well, and I don't know what's going on with her. And I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Dianne Nicole Driver.
All right. And you're the one that took that video, correct? All right. Tell us why you took that video.
Because I was going to send it to the police officer in North Carolina.
Were you
to see if he could help? I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to go about getting help, even though I lived where I lived. And she was taken from Asheville, so I was going to take that video and send it to the officer in Asheville that helped us because he was a very nice person. And he said he would help us in any way he could. So,
were you concerned about the safety of your daughter and your granddaughter at that time?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ultimately, Chloe left your residence after being there a couple days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when your next communication was from her?
I don't know, all these time periods are getting messed up in my head. There was a time where she came back for a day or two, and then he, I guess, was somewhere in Knoxville, I don't know where. And I believe they picked her up to go back to Asheville to look at some property.
Okay. What was her demeanor or when she was with you over Thanksgiving and the time thereafter? Can you describe like her affect or what you noticed about her?
She was a mess because Hannah wasn't there, but she was relieved because she was at home. At least that's what I thought. That's what I saw.
Did she appear tired or distressed or?
So she always appeared tired. She always appeared hungry.
Okay. And then you also, I think, indicated that she was acting kind of strangely in terms of mumbling or like.
And I started noticing that in July when she was at my house for a couple of weeks.
Okay. Did you see it again in November? Do you recall?
I honestly don't recall. I don't know.
All right. If you would have told an evaluator in this case that that's something that you talked to, you have no reason to dispute that, though, correct?
Absolutely not.
And I think you already indicated that you're having a lot of issues with the memories.
Absolutely.
Okay. When this has been a pretty traumatic and stressful event for you and your family, correct? Okay. So she came back to you with Hannah at some point in time, correct? After?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what is marked. Defense 1920.
Yes, Craig.
May I push witness?
Yes.
All right, if you will just take a look at these two pictures for me. All right. Might be able to admit those. No objection. You're admitted. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is a picture that was, I'm trying, not my computer. There we go. All right. These were pictures, and that's your residence there, correct? In the background? All right. And that this was in after Thanksgiving of 2020, correct? Do you recall?
Yes. It was the beginning of December, I believe.
Okay. And do you know who took these pictures?
I did.
You took those pictures? Okay. And that this is an accurate representation of what Chloe looked like?
Yes.
At the end of November 2020? Okay. Looking back on these pictures, do they cause you some level of distress?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it at the time. All I saw was Hannah.
Okay.
So.
And you also took this picture as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What were you trying to do? What were you and your husband trying to do during this time after Chloe left with Hannah and went back with Mr. Ben Michael?
We were just trying to get her and Hannah to stay with us.
And how were you doing that? Do you recall?
Just, my husband actually told her that somewhere down the line that if she came home, he would pay for her to go to school and buy her a car. And she did not like that. She said that it would have to be her choice if she decided to come home and do all.
Did you feel at that point in time that she felt like she could leave that relationship?
No.
Okay. or if that she left that relationship, she had concerns about whether or not she'd be able to leave with Hannah?
She wouldn't be able to leave with Hannah.
Okay. All right.
That's what I did.
Okay, all right. And what other things did you and your husband do between Thanksgiving and December 8th of 2020 to try to convince Chloe to leave?
So she left right around those pictures, and I didn't see her again until December 7th, I don't believe.
Okay.
December 7th, she came to my house to pick up Hannah's stuff because they were heading to Florida. And I asked her to please stay with us. And she was worried. She was like, she said that Brian would never let her just would never allow her to stay with Hannah. And I tried to tell her, don't worry about Brian and Jason or whoever's here. We can take care of this. I will call the police and I will have them removed from our property. And she said, no, Mom, you don't understand that. He'll never let us stay.
The way she acted when she was at your house, was that different than you had ever previously seen her since you?
Yes.
I mean, you previously described her as a spitfire and talkative and
No,
everything.
at this point she was, I hate to say it, but she was just drained and dead inside. She was like a zombie. She was just, she wasn't her. She wasn't Chloe.
Okay. Both physically and mentally or emotionally?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All of it.
Did you notice when she came back to your home on the 7th, whether or not she still had, or whether she had more bruises or anything on her face? Do you recall?
I do. Actually, December 7th, I asked her how she got the black eye, and she said she ran into a cabinet. I said, no, you didn't.
But she didn't give
And
you
she
any.
said, Mom, I deserved it. And it's,
What?
So let's talk about looking back at all of this now, okay? You obviously lost your daughter and granddaughter, correct?
yes.
All right, and you found out on December the 8th about what had happened, correct?
Technically, I didn't find out until December 9th in the morning.
Okay, and that was from the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and you and your husband immediately started providing information to law enforcement at that time, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. But
That
you
was a
had,
hard phone call, so I really don't remember. What
understandable. Did at any point in time, did you ever, based on what you saw with Chloe, ever think that she would harm Hannah?
Absolutely not.
Did you have any concerns that she would ever harm herself?
I didn't think about it at the time. But now that I look back at so much and remember things,
Hindsight's 2020.
possibly. Yes.
So this, when you got that phone call from Canton Police, you were floored, correct?
My
Yes, I
son's
thought I
on his
lost
way.
my
I'm going
daughter
to go
and my
ahead and go in
granddaughter.
the other room. I am going to be
Oh, I
gone for
did
about an
lose my
hour.
granddaughter.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
I'll send the links to, let me send it to Haley Mouse. You don't have to hop on Haley Mouse, but if you wish to, you may. Wait a minute, yeah.
Questions at this time, Ms. Cropper's going to ask you
You
some
can
questions.
share that with Whole Butter. It's in Discord. I instant messaged you. I'm gonna go to ladies' room. My son should be here in a minute. I've got to get an hour. I'm over 24 hours now. We'll wait.
Ms. Driver, I want to go through, you indicated that
We'll be
we saw those pictures that after the incident where she came to your house and you made that video, her and Hannah both returned to your house and stayed with you for a couple of days, correct?
After the video, she was gone for probably a week or so.
Okay. Do you recall talking to
maybe.
Detective Cruz during this investigation with your husband?
December 11th, we went to Canton Police.
Okay. And do you recall telling her that Brian dropped off Hannah and Chloe at your house the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend? And they
No.
stayed for a couple of days.
I don't know. All the dates are mixed up in my head.
Okay.
I don't know when they came back.
Okay. But did her and Hannah come stay with you?
Yes, after the video.
After the video?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't know if it was when exactly it was.
Okay. And then you said that she was leaving with him because they were going to go look at some property in Knoxville?
Yes.
All right.
In Asheville.
In Asheville. Okay. Thank you. And when you were interviewed by Detective Cruz, did you tell her that you and your husband didn't know that anything was going on until about Thanksgiving time?
That is, yes.
Is that accurate?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And did you tell her that at that time your concerns became your goal of getting Hannah away from both of them because you didn't want Hannah to be raised in a cult?
That is correct too.
Okay. So your decision to try to get her a birth certificate and go behind Chloe's back in that regard is because you wanted Chloe to go to school, to get vaccines, to have medical care, and Chloe and Brian would not agree with that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you had repeatedly tried to get Chloe to leave that situation and she refused, correct?
She didn't refuse. She wanted to. There was no way out.
Okay. And
in her mind.
All right. You're aware that after she killed Hannah, she continued to reach out to Brian and maintain a relationship with him, right?
I know that she kept in touch with him. He had a hold on her to where she had to.
Okay.
I don't understand it myself. I really don't.
All right. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of your statement that she had to. Do you understand that when she was reaching out to him, he could not access her physically and he could not call her?
At the hospital?
After she was arrested?
Yeah, I know that she could only make the calls out.
Okay. And are you aware of how often she chose to do that?
I know that. Honestly, no, I don't.
Okay. Did you know that for over 2 years after she killed Hannah, she continued to call him?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she made over 617 phone calls to him?
600? No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know just how many times she lied to you and told you she was no longer talking to him when she in fact was?
And I made it clear to her if she kept talking to him that I would have nothing to do with her.
Okay. And are you aware after you made those statements to her, she continued to speak to him behind your back?
I believe so. I believe she told me.
Okay. Do you recall a conversation that you had with her after her arrest where she told you that she wished we would have asked her permission to give Hannah an autopsy because her and Brian would have never agreed to that?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. You don't remember having an argument with her about that's what happens when you kill a baby, that they have to have an autopsy?
With Chloe?
Right. Do you remember having that conversation with
No.
her? You don't remember that? Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Cruz when you spoke to her that Chloe went into this situation with strength from her upbringing and she was able to wane through it, but the last few months when he teamed up with Jason, that's when she lost hope?
I really don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. You've told this jury that you didn't become aware that there were any issues until the last couple of months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're aware that's when Jason Spillers joined the picture?
I have not been keeping up with Jason. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that he was at the river, but he was only at the river for a few minutes.
Okay. So you don't.
After that, I know nothing about this call. I know nothing about these people. I only know about Chloe and Brian and maybe a little bit about the two girls. That's it. I didn't go into their life.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you don't recall saying that she went into the situation with strength and that the situation in the last couple of months had gotten bad since Jason joined the group. You don't remember?
Absolutely not. That doesn't even sound like my words.
Okay.
I don't know.
I want to talk to you about Chloe's access to money. Did at some point she transfer you $65,000?
60.
$60,000?
Mhm.
And when did that happen?
I asked her to put that money, to take it out of her account so Brian could no longer have any money, any way of holding onto it or getting a hold of it. And I asked her to put it in another account because I wanted her and Hannah to start figuring something out as far as getting away.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
Hannah and Chloe had to have been in November.
Okay. So you said you wanted her to take it out of her account.
It was after she got Hannah back from when Brian took her.
Okay. Was that when Hannah and her came to stay with you for a few days?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time, she had access to her own bank account that had over $60,000 in it?
Yes, because she went to the bank and showed her ID, wrote a check, and she transferred it over to our account.
Okay. So Chloe transferred $60,000 to your account.
Mhm.
All right. And did she, to your knowledge at that time, have any, withdraw any cash?
I believe she had some, when she left North Carolina, she had $1,000 on her,
When she
if
left?
I remember correctly.
Okay. And so she transferred you the money.
No, I do remember. I'm sorry. We went to the ATM when we left North Carolina and she pulled out that money. So she would have cash on her while she was at my house or just for an emergency or anything she needed to use it for.
Okay. So she had debit cards, checks, and access to that account with all the money in it.
Well, she had a debit card, yes.
Okay. All right. So she transferred you $60,000 and she withdrew $1,000 cash for herself?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And then after that, she chose to go with Brian to look at some property in Knoxville?
Yeah, it was, so after she transferred me the money, the few days later, he showed up, picked her up, picked Hannah up, and she wanted Eric and I to go with them, and we just couldn't do it.
Okay.
But I look back at that now as a cry for help as far as asking her father and I to go, because she asked us a couple of different times to make sure, that she wanted us to go with them.
Okay. And your statement before was that she went back with Brian because she had to go, she was trying to get back to Hannah, correct? Was that your testimony before?
At the Thanksgiving time when she made that video, yes.
Okay. And
I heard some of the conversations that on her end when she was talking with him.
Okay. And even after Hannah was dead, her continued pursuit of Mr. Benyamin and her relationship, you'd agree that at that point he couldn't hold the baby over her, right?
Absolutely.
Because Hannah was deceased?
Absolutely.
Okay. And after she transferred you that $60,000 and she was arrested for killing Hannah, isn't it true that she reached out to you and accused you of stealing her money and wanted you to give the money back to Brian?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you repeatedly, that's my money?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want the money. It was for her.
Okay. And you told her, Chloe, if you continue to make these choices, you're going to lose your entire family.
Yes.
And at that time, she chastised you for speaking ill of Brian, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And she still wanted to be with him and still loved him even after she killed Hannah.
Yes. It was that hold he had on her.
Okay. You indicated that you spoke to Detective Cruz in this case. How much do you know about the actual evidence and investigation in this case?
I prefer not to know.
Okay.
I really don't want to know.
All right. You've intentionally not reviewed any of the evidence? Is that?
No, I have no. My
Okay.
husband and I do not want to know.
Okay.
I don't
And
want
you,
to see pictures. I don't want to know.
okay. And is it fair to say that you have not reviewed any of Chloe's statements to law enforcement
No.
or the doctors? Okay. So is it fair to say that this jury probably knows more about the facts
Absolutely.
and evidence than you?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you obviously love Chloe. She's your only daughter, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
And you understand that this jury was selected because they are neutral and unbiased, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you'd agree that they are less biased and more neutral than you.
I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Driver, are you here today just for Chloe? Are you here for your granddaughter as well?
I'm here for both.
Okay. Looking back on this whole scenario, well, let me rephrase that. Every day, you think about this case, correct?
Every day I think about both of them.
And you continue to live with a lot of regret, correct?
Absolutely.
And then looking back on everything, do you wish you could have done more?
Absolutely.
Have you had the opportunity to replay all this stuff in your head and try to figure out different ways that you could have done more?
Yes.
Do you feel like you could have done more?
Yes.
Think you should have done more?
Absolutely.
So you're not absolving anybody here of personal responsibility, correct? You're here to give your perspective on what you saw your daughter endure, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's you understand the position that we are all in, correct? And that you never ever thought your daughter would harm herself or her daughter, correct?
No.
And everything that you saw was Chloe being a loving and caring mother.
She did love Hannah.
Okay. And it was clear to you as you saw her from November 26th up until December 20th that you saw physical changes in
Yes.
her appearance. I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you also saw,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading nature of these questions. This is for witness.
you also saw, sure, Your Honor. You also saw signs of visible emotional and mental distress, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, and those are reflected in those pictures that I showed you, correct? All right. And are you here today to persuade the jury one way or another?
No, I mean, I'm ready to accept whatever comes of this.
And you understand that, you're not here to try to help Chloe in any particular way, correct? You're just here to give your version of what happened and you observed.
Yes.
All right, and it's clearly affected you tremendously, correct?
Absolutely.
Your entire family, is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
All right, I have no further questions, thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am. All right, call your next witness, please.
I'm gonna call Sandra Torres. Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand, okay? Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you tell the court who you are and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sandra Torres, Torres.
Okay, and where do you currently live, city and state?
Anderson, South Carolina.
Okay, all right, and you understand what you're here for today, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna talk about an incident that occurred on November 25th of 2020, correct? All right, so you have to say yes or no
Yes,
because she's
okay,
recording.
yes, sorry.
That's okay. You don't know Chloe Driver prior to that date, correct? All right, so let's talk about what happened in November of 2020. You, at that point in time, were living where?
In Fairview.
Okay, and where is
North
that?
Carolina.
Okay, where's that in relation to Asheville? What'd you guess?
Like 10 minutes from each other.
Okay, all right. So tell us what you saw on November 25th of 2020.
Well, I was driving down the road to go get some lunch, and I seen these two guys chasing a young girl. So they were right in the middle of like on the side of the road. I made a U-turn, came back. I wanted to see if she was okay because, I mean, she was running from them. And then they had got a hold of her and was dragging her back to the apartments that were right there.
Okay, was this a pretty busy intersection or area?
It's a 2-lane, so it's very small.
Okay.
It's busy usually at first thing in the morning, afternoon, school time, and then in the evenings.
But you were just driving down the road on your way to get lunch that day.
Yep, I was just cutting down that little road to go over to the Biltmore area to get lunch.
Okay. Is the young lady you saw running that day present, sitting over there?
I believe so. I mean, it all happened so fast.
Okay. And you said she was being chased by 2 men.
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what those men looked like, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. Can you describe what they looked like?
Well, one of them, in my opinion, looks like Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
And the other one was just a tall, blonde-headed guy. I mean,
Which one was chasing Miss Driver?
both.
Both of them.
Yes.
Do you recall which one actually physically grabbed her?
Well, they both were like on the side of her, like bringing her back to, because I had pulled over into the apartments there, and she had both of them on the side.
Based on what you had seen driving down the road, that created some level of concern for you, correct?
Oh, yes, because I made a U-turn.
Okay, and then you came back and saw them struggling over her?
Yes.
Okay, and there was still traffic in the area, correct?
Yes.
All right, do you recall Miss Driver's appearance that day? Like, did you notice any emotions or anything that she was exhibiting?
She was very upset. She was yelling at me to help her child, that these people were kidnapping her. And, you know, that's why I stood and waited. And then I called the law, 911.
Okay, so you called 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you, I think you talked about where you moved your vehicle?
Yeah, so where I was parked at, I had actually backed up because they were bringing her back towards the apartment. So I just parked in front of this row of cars,
Okay.
not knowing whose they were. I was just trying to, but I was still in my vehicle at that time.
And you saw them struggling over her, correct?
Yeah, both of them, yes,
All right.
struggling over her. And then she approached my vehicle, and then, what's his name? Benjamin? The dark-headed gentleman is the one that grabbed her again,
Okay,
right in front of she was standing at my doorway.
okay. And you recall her yelling certain things to you?
Yeah, help me. They're trying to kidnap. They got my daughter.
Okay.
Don't leave me. Call my mom.
Okay.
Call my parents. And she tried to give me the phone number.
Okay, and you recall that specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what were Mr. Ben Michael and Mr. Spillers doing in response to that? Do you recall?
Just they grabbed her and got her, trying to get her back in the house, and then she came back out of the house.
Okay, so she got back out of the house?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did she do next?
Come running back towards my vehicle. I had, like I said, called 911 already, and I was just waiting for the police to show up.
Okay, and what did you do with your vehicle?
It was still parked.
Okay.
In front of the apartment there, which, I mean, I didn't know that was the apartment she was gonna go to, but I was just parked in front of someone's apartment and had vehicles blocked in.
So you saw her being physically taken back into that apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually take it in there, and then Benjamin's the one that yelled and said she's having a panic attack.
Did you believe that at that
No,
time?
because I know people that have had panic attacks. She was yelling for help and to help her child.
All right, so you had already called 911?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for them to come?
Yes.
All right, and then what happened after she came out of that
So
apartment?
when she came out of the apartment, he come after her, Benjamin, or whatever his name is. So he came after her, grabbed her, and at that point was trying to put her into the vehicle, his vehicle, which I had blocked in, which I didn't know that. And she was fighting him off, yelling, screaming, fighting. And then here come another lady out of the house who had a baby.
Okay, and where did that lady go with the baby?
She was trying to get in the vehicle as they were trying to put her in the vehicle, and she was trying to grab her baby. So then now they're tug of warring with the baby. So I got out of my vehicle at that point.
And what did you do?
I went over, stuck my hand in the window and tried to grab the keys out of the ignition.
Did it seem like it was taking forever for law enforcement to show
Oh,
up?
definitely.
Okay.
Because it's like, okay, where are they? What's going on?
Did you get the impression that Ms. Driver in any way, shape, or form wanted to get into that vehicle with them?
No.
Okay, was she still yelling at that time?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what she was saying?
Just help me, help my baby. Don't let them take me. Call my parents.
All right, and so you tried to keep them from, well, your car had already blocked them in to a degree, correct?
Yes.
All right, and were you able to get those keys?
No.
Okay, and so what did Mr. Van Michael do?
They got her in the vehicle. The other lady got in the vehicle. And then he got in he was in the driver's seat trying to maneuver the vehicle to get away.
Okay, and what happened to you as a result of him trying to do that?
So when he was trying to back up a little, back up, go, he ended up hitting me with his vehicle on my knee.
And you were injured because of that, or had a
I
bruise?
had a bruise and a cut. And then at that point, he had maneuvered the vehicle enough. He hit the car next to him, which was Peggy's car.
He hit Peggy's car.
Hit Peggy's car,
Okay.
went over an embankment that had plants and flowers and things, went over that and then was gone.
Okay, and were you concerned for Miss Driver and the baby at that point? in
Yeah, I
time?
believe I called 911 again, saying that they had took off with her and the baby. And then Peggy was still there and Jason was still there.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever punch Peggy?
No, she came around the vehicle and told me, you don't know what you've done. You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused. And I was like, well, I didn't know what to say, but she was up in my face, like right here. I did push her back.
But you never punched her
Oh,
or
no.
anything? Okay,
No.
did you ever brandish a weapon?
Who?
You, did you ever brandish a gun or a weapon at any?
Oh,
of them?
no, I don't even believe in guns or, no,
All right, so if Mr. Spiller said that you were threatening him with a gun, that's not true?
never. There would be no way.
All right, and so what do you recall happening after Mr. Van Michael's car left?
Okay, so he was gone. There was a little white car there. Peggy had gotten the car And then Jason came around my vehicle yelling and screaming at me, and then boom, hit me right in the face.
Okay. And
Down I went.
Okay. And what do you remember next?
I don't know if I passed out or not. I think I was in shock. And then just standing there, I think I was in so much shock.
Okay.
I was just standing there still waiting for the
police.
police to show up.
Okay. And that white car left.
They both got in there and was gone.
Okay. And by both, you mean Mr. Spillers and Peggy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's your testimony that Peggy got close enough to you and was yelling at you, accusing you of inserting yourself in someone else's business, I guess.
She just said, you don't know what kind of trouble you've caused now. And I didn't know what you meant by that, but I don't.
So if Mr. Spillers told this jury that you punched Peggy a couple different times, that's not true?
No, that is not true.
Were you ever arrested or charged with anything related to this incident?
No.
And Mr. Spillers and Miss, or Peggy, she goes by a couple different last names, left the scene?
Yes, they were gone.
Okay. And ultimately you gave a police report that day, correct?
Yes, I ended up, the fire truck came, the ambulance came, the police came, they took my information. There was 2 of the witnesses involved that seen everything that took place. And they asked if I wanted medical. I said I was, because my eye was already all red inside and my nose was bleeding. And so I said, well, can you call the ambulance was there. But I told them that I was not going to go with them because they wanted me to leave my brand new vehicle right there in the parking lot.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you some exhibits that have been marked defense 21, 22, 23, and 24. All right, so we're going to talk about that one. Okay, so can you identify what defense 21 is, please?
Okay, so that is me right after, and I was sitting in my car, and that's when I was talking with the paramedics about what they wanted to do. But I was I just sat down back in my vehicle.
Okay. And that's from the date of the incident,
Yes.
correct? All right, so we're going to move to admit 21 through 24. Judge, and then publish to the jury. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so this is the picture from November the 25th, correct?
This would be the next day, yes.
Okay. All right. If the date on the picture from your phone is from the 25th, the day of, does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, so that might have been that evening when I went home and showered and
Okay, all right.
everything then.
Wait, you're the one that took these pictures or have
Oh,
these
yes.
pictures? Okay. Were these pictures provided to law enforcement?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right,
And the judge in the case.
okay. All right. This is going to be this is our next exhibit. Can you tell us what that picture is?
That's just, I just got out of the shower, so I can tell that. Just
How the injury,
the injury to my eye, my
Okay.
first black eye.
all right, and do you recall where Mr. Spiller specifically hit you?
Just boom, right in the whole, I mean, I didn't even see it coming. I wasn't expecting it. And so he just got me right in the side of the face.
Okay, and it was one punch that took you to the ground?
One punch.
Okay, all right. Go to the next one. Is that the one I have in front of you? The other one you have in front of you? Right there. Okay, all right. So this is from November 27th. And again, that's the
next day.
The next day. Okay. What kind of medical care did you have to receive for this?
Well, so I stopped. I left the scene, drove myself because they wanted to leave my vehicle there and they wouldn't move my vehicle and I didn't feel safe to have my vehicle sitting there. So I ended up leaving, went to urgent care right around the corner to have them look, and they told me this was an incident that I needed to go to the hospital for. So they actually went to Mission Hospital, And they got me in so quick. And they took x-rays of the face, and he had broken my eye socket. And he had my, what is that called? Orbit?
Orbital bone?
Yeah. And so basically he had broken everything in this side of my face. And gave me, pain pills if I needed them for the pain, and ice. And then I had to follow up a couple different times with a bone specialist to see if I needed surgery.
Okay, did you end up needing surgery?
No.
Okay, all right, and I'm gonna show you the next one, and then obviously this is on November the 30th, so again, just the progression of the
Yeah.
injury. So you, in this one, you can see the bruise to your jaw.
It was the whole thing. He only hit me one time.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then it ended up bruising all. And then,
And Mr. Spillers previously testified about this particular incident. You immediately made this report to law enforcement, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right, and they took your report and ended up taking warrants for the individuals in this case.
Yes, for
correct?
Peggy, because she was right up in my face. I mean, like, for assault. And then, of course, Jason for assault, and Benjamin because he hit me with his vehicle.
Okay.
And as far as I know, they haven't even been served to this still.
Okay, and you were never charged with anything, correct?
Oh, no.
All right, and it's your testimony today that you never brandished a weapon or assaulted Peggy
No.
in whatsoever. You're not a drug user, correct?
No.
Okay, and you weren't drunk or out of your mind on this
Oh, no,
particular
but
day too?
I am, whenever any of us girls go out, I am the designated driver because I do not drink.
Okay.
And I just never have.
So Mr. Spillers, your case with Mr. Spillers has been resolved, correct?
Yes, we finally got him. He was in California on charges out there. They finally brought him back here. And we finally did court, I guess, maybe 6 months ago.
Okay, all right, and
He pleaded guilty.
He pled guilty?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to testify in a trial
No,
or anything else like that?
nothing.
Okay. Did anybody in this particular case, aside from myself and Mr. Kessler, contact you about what happened on the 25th of November?
No.
Okay, you don't recall, you never spoke to anybody from the Camp Police Department or from the District Attorney's Office, correct?
Okay, not for what happened that day.
Okay.
But then, like I said, I didn't know anyone. So.
Okay, so you didn't know any of these people
No,
leading up to that?
I still didn't know nothing for probably the first week.
Okay.
And then I found out about Jason, living 5 minutes from me. And
Okay, so you because you didn't know any of these people, you weren't necessarily able to provide law enforcement on the 25th with their names or anything like that.
Nothing.
You were just able to give them information related to the vehicles that they were driving,
Right.
correct? All
I
right.
took pictures and had tag numbers.
Okay. And in your mind, what you saw that day, did you believe that Miss Driver was in distress
Oh, yes.
and that she was being chased by these individuals?
And kidnapped, yes.
Okay. And you just felt like you needed to intervene or help this young lady?
Yeah, I just, two men chasing a woman, and it's just in my nature. I don't know. I mean, it's a valuable lesson that I learned the hard way. But I do it again? Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we are going to take a recess at this time. We're going to be in recess until, we will say 11 o'clock. So leave us your notepads, and you can step outside or you can stay in the jury room, but we will resume at 11 o'clock.
Hello, 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 everybody. I'm back. 44 comments. Oh my gosh. Where did I leave y'all? I gotta get my hearing aids connected to the machine. Hold on. That helped. Oh my gosh. Did that help? Thank you guys. I could still be asleep though. But that helped. Oh, thank you. I'm praying for baby. Do we have any news on baby? Catching up. Thank you guys. I am so sorry. I appreciate y'all so very, very, very much. Okay, let me get you going. They're on break, so we're going to hop screen. We're going to get back over to the Ibarra.
¿Quiénes ya estaban en Athens en ese apartamento?
How long are they on break for? How long are we on break on the other one?
Diego solamente.
Only Diego.
And then, when did Juan Carlos join you at the apartment?
¿Y cuándo fue que Giancarlo se unió a ustedes en el apartamento?
Como a mediados de noviembre.
Like around the middle of November.
And did you work while you were here in Athens? Were you able to find work?
¿Trabajó usted cuando estuvo aquí en Athens? ¿Pudo conseguir trabajo?
Sí.
Yes.
And where did you work?
¿Y dónde trabajó?
En Wendy's.
En Wendy's.
And how many hours did you work every day? Did you work every other day?
¿Cuántas horas? ¿Trabajabas todos los días? ¿Trabajabas un día sí, un día no?
No, en Wendy's tenía 2 días libres.
No, in Wendy's I had 2 free days.
Okay. And that was the only place that you worked when you were here in Athens?
¿Ese fue el único lugar donde trabajó usted aquí en Athens?
No.
No.
Where else did you work?
¿En qué otro lugar
En un
trabajaste?
restaurante coreano.
In a Korean restaurant.
And did any one of your roommates work with you at the Korean restaurant?
¿Y algunos de tus roommates trabajaron contigo en el restaurante coreano?
Sí.
Yes.
Who worked there with you?
¿Quién más trabajó allí contigo?
Argenis Ibarra y José Antonio Ibarra.
Argenis Ibarra and José Antonio Ibarra.
And you mentioned Jose. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Mencionaste a José. ¿Lo ves aquí en la sala de audiencias?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us, can you point him out telling us what he's wearing?
¿Puedes señalarlo? Decirnos qué lleva puesto.
Una camisa de rayas,
A gray striped
y
shirt.
un pantalón negro, creo.
And I think a black pants.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Antonio Ibarra, as her roommate. And then can you describe the apartment that you lived in?
¿Puedes describirnos por dentro el apartamento en el que vivían?
No era muy grande.
It wasn't too big.
Todos dormíamos en la misma área.
All of us slept in the same area.
José Antonio compartía la cama con Diego Ibarra, el hermano.
José Antonio will share the bed with his brother Diego Ibarra.
Mi persona compartía la cama con Argenis Ibarra.
Myself shared the bed with Argenis Ibarra.
Y Giancarlito dormía en un sofá que estaba allí.
And Jan Carlitos slept in a sofa that was there.
And where was your bed? What wall was your bed on?
Su cama. ¿En qué pared? ¿Dónde estaba su cama?
Entrábamos al departamento de mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left.
That's where I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said.
Repítele que no te entendió lo que dijiste.
Entrando al departamento a mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left side.
Antes de llegar a la cocina estaba su cama.
Before making it to the kitchen was the bed there.
The largest bed.
La cama más grande entonces.
Uh-huh. Que tenía dos colchones.
He had 2 mattresses.
Okay. And then who slept on the sofa?
¿Quién dormía en el sofá?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlo Hernández.
And who slept on the bed closest to the window?
¿Y quién dormía en la cama cercana a la ventana?
Mi persona con Argenius.
Myself with Argenis.
And did you guys, did you use nicknames when you talked about each other or talked to each other?
Cuando se hablaban ustedes, conversaban entre ustedes, usaban apodos para referirse a ustedes.
No, yo lo llamaba, él me llamaba gorda.
No, he called me
This
gorda.
lady
Okay.
sitting right here is one of the.
What did they call Diego?
Y a Diego, ¿cómo lo
I
llamaban?
wonder why he doesn't have his
Diego.
ears on.
Diego.
Did you ever hear Diego called El Gocho?
¿Escuchaste a Diego ser referido como el gocho?
Ah, sí, sí.
Ah, yes, el gocho.
And did you ever hear Argenis called Manny?
Y oíste a Argenis llamarlo Manny. Manny.
Mary.
Manny.
Manny.
Yes,
Manny.
Manny.
And then Juan Carlos, was he called Carlito?
Y a Juan Carlos lo llamaban Carlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
And who were you closest to when you were living in the apartment?
Viviendo en el apartamento, ¿con quién tenías más intimidad, más cercanía?
Argenius.
Argenis.
And I'm going to talk about the
Hands?
I do not.
Okay, we're back. Thanks, Haley Mouse, for covering.
All right, Dr. Ballard, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear the information
God,
testimony
you
about today
said
in
you
court will be
believe
the
it,
truth, the whole
God.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Dr. Roberta Ballard.
Dr. Ballard, how are you currently employed?
I'm in private practice as a psychologist.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Back in 2021, were you working with a forensic specialty group here in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us who that was?
There's a group, forensic psychology practice, based in
Oh,
Marietta, Georgia,
I'll
called
go back
Forensic Specialty
and
Group.
watch
And I
that.
started
Thank you, Haley.
working with them, let's see, in early 2018.
Makeup on my shirt.
And I believe you worked for them on a contract basis?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. I had been in private practice as a forensic and clinical psychologist since 2001 in Oregon. And then in 2017, I moved to Georgia and started working with Forensic Specialty Group.
When you worked with Forensic Specialty Group, can you describe the kind of things that you are contracted to do?
Sure. Similar to my work in Oregon, I would get referrals to do psychological evaluations of people who were somehow involved with the law, often criminal cases. So the referral would be a question of, are they competent to stand trial, or are they not guilty by reason of insanity? I also did civil cases, doing a psychological evaluation if someone was involved. Let's say they, were involved in an accident and there was some trauma, things like that.
And what do you do now?
Well, at this second, I'm practicing forensic psychology because I'm here, but in about 2022, I wanted a break from the forensic side of my practice, so I stopped taking new referrals and built up my therapy practice. I also always had a small therapy practice since 2001, so I wanted to pivot, so I started building up my therapy practice. So right now I'm just doing therapy.
Okay. And can you tell us, where did you go to undergraduate school?
Did my undergraduate work at Occidental College. It's a liberal arts college in Los Angeles, California.
Okay. And what kind of degree did you get?
I got a bachelor's in political science.
Okay. And what year was that?
Oh my gosh, 1990.
99 or 90?
Bachelor's was 90.
Okay. All right, perfect. That's my miswriting. And then what did you do after that?
I went to graduate school at Kent State University in Ohio. And well, I started in 93. So from 90 to 93, I was in my early 20s.
So you went to Kent State University?
Yeah, and got my PhD in clinical psychology and graduated in 1999.
Okay. And then what did you do after that?
When you graduate with a PhD, you can't practice yet. You actually have to get supervised postdoctoral hours in order to get a license. And once you have your license, you can practice. So I did my postdoc in forensic psychology, also in Ohio, where I went to graduate school.
Okay. And that was Kent State University as well?
It wasn't. It was the Summit County Courthouse Psychodiagnostic Clinic in Akron, Ohio.
But you received your Psy doctorate from?
Oh, my PhD I received from Kent State University.
Okay, but you did your postdoc work at the Summit Clinic?
Yeah, I did my postdoc work in Akron, which is like 20 minutes from Kent.
Do you currently hold any licenses or certifications?
Yeah, I'm licensed in psychology in Georgia and North Carolina. And then I have a certification called PsyPact, which, do you want me to describe it? Because it's not.
Sure.
It's not particularly relevant here, but states have, 40 of the 50 states have this agreement where if you're a licensed psychologist in one of those states, you can practice online therapy with clients in any of those other PsyPact states. So I have a PsyPact credential, which means that I can do online therapy with someone who lives in another PsyPact state. So I have clients who live in like Minnesota and Utah.
So, telehealth type thing?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So even though you may live in another state, you can work with clients in another state. It's just kind of a reciprocity type thing?
Exactly. Yeah. It was something that it's existed long before the pandemic, just to make interjurisdictional telehealth more accessible to people. But it has kind of caught on since the pandemic. I think it went from like 20 something states had passed those laws and now it's 40 because there's just more of a need.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your professional experience. I'm going to test your memory from going back into the 90s.
I'm ready.
All right. Can you tell us what your first job in psychology was as a trainee?
I don't have my CV in front of me.
Would you like me to?
With my license or before I got licensed?
Before you got licensed.
Before I got licensed, I had my postdoc, and then I moved to Oregon because my husband at the time was also getting his PhD in psychology, and he was doing his internship in Oregon. So moved to Oregon, and I wasn't licensed yet in Oregon. So until I got licensed, I worked at a community mental health center, and I worked in their older adult services. I supervised a locked unit of a nursing home for people who had serious, severe mental illnesses and medical problems that required a nursing home level of care. And I also did assessments of older adults in the community where I would drive to their homes and do psychological assessments for older adults who didn't have reliable transportation, and some therapy that way too. And once I got my license that was in about 2000. And then once I got my license in 2001, I joined, do you want me to just keep going about my career? Okay.
Yeah.
I joined a private practice called Wildwood Psychiatric Resource Center. Actually, when I joined it, it was called Women's Psychiatric Resource Center, but they changed their name at some point because they were serving everybody. And that was a group private practice of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers who, we had it was a traditional like office with therapy offices, and we saw therapy clients. And then in addition to that, I also started building a forensic practice in Oregon. So.
All right, so how many years overall have you been doing forensic evaluations?
Including my postdoc since 1999. So is that 25 years? As a licensed psychologist, not as a supervised postdoc, 23 years.
Are you currently a member of any professional associations?
You know, I'm not. I'm usually a member of like the state association, like Georgia Psychological Association, and on the American side, and I let them lapse because I just never use them. I use a separate liability insurance and everything, so I just kind of let them lapse.
Okay, but you still maintain your license and certification in the state of Georgia?
Yes, yeah, the license is required to practice. Also, my husband's a psychologist and he's a member, and so I get all the publications and stuff. So okay. I know I should be a member.
That's fine. Tell me about some of the additional education or trainings that you've received with respect to forensic psychology.
To maintain your license, like a lot of professions, you have to do continuing education to renew your license. And so the continuing education that I've done over the years has been mostly forensic and some therapy. So I've, again, I don't have my CV in front of me, but there's an association called the American Association of Forensic Psychology that, in my opinion, they do the best continuing education in forensic psychology. So I've been to their workshops all over, like they'll hold them in different cities, and I'll travel to a city just to do the workshops because they're really valuable. So.
Okay, since you have been licensed, approximately how many overall psychological evaluations do you think you've completed?
That I don't know. It's in the hundreds. I don't know if it's in the thousands. Like if I do 2 a week, that's 100 a year for 20 years. Yeah, hundreds.
All right, approximately how many competency to stand trial evaluations do you think you've completed?
Hundreds.
Okay. Yeah. What about criminal responsibility evaluations?
Not as many, because it's not as common of a referral question. Competency evaluations are the most common referral question. So, I mean, over 100, yeah.
All right. How many times do you think you've testified in any type of court proceeding?
I don't know how many times in anything, including like civil and
Sure.
family court and everything. Oh, dozens.
Okay. Does it still make you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay.
Not as much. In the beginning of my career, it felt like a really big deal, and now it just feels like part of my job.
Gotcha. Okay. And when you are being hired for these forensic evaluations, what is the purpose of those evaluations? What do you think your role is in being the evaluator?
My role is to answer the referral question. So if it's a referral question of, was this person competent? Is this person currently competent to stand trial? I'm doing a psychological evaluation to render an opinion about whether they understand what's going on in court right now. My role is to educate the trier of fact, which is you all, about mental illness and whatever like relevant diagnoses and stuff.
Okay, so essentially you're not being hired to be anybody's particular advocate, correct? Your job is to conduct the evaluation and offer your opinion.
Right, yeah. That's an important distinction with, it doesn't matter what side hires me in terms of, I do the same evaluation. And it just, there's an evaluation I do to answer a question. I'm not hired to like help someone win a case. I'm hired to give my professional opinion.
In the courtroom.
At this time, I would move to tender Dr. Ballard as an expert in the fields of clinical and forensic psychology.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, so this jury has previously heard Dr. Garrett testify, so I'm going to ask some follow-up questions about forensic psychological evaluations in general. Okay, so what I think you've already touched on it, but what is the purpose of that particular evaluation?
Of an NGRI, of a not guilty by reason of insanity evaluation?
Yes, or competency. Yep.
Okay. I mean, the purpose of those are different. So should I
You
talk
can touch on
about
both of
this
them
one?
since it's part of what you do. So
Yeah. I didn't do a competency evaluation in this case. But the purpose with competency is to figure out if the defendant is currently, their mental status currently, if they can work with their attorney, understand the charges against them, assist in their defense. There are forensic assessment instruments that have been developed to help us to do that. They're not required. You can just do a really in-depth interview. Sometimes it's really clear that someone's not competent to stand trial. Like if they come in to talk to you and they're really psychotic and don't even know who you are and are really out of touch with reality, it's pretty clear that they can't be competent to stand trial. Other times it's not as clear because they might understand that they're charged with something and they understand that there's a court proceeding and what a jury is and what a judge is. But they might have underlying delusions and stuff that would affect their ability to like rationally understand the trial. So the purpose of the evaluation is just to assist the court in figuring out if this person is competent to stand trial. And then with a sanity, don't just it's mental status at the time of the offense is the phrase, or NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. And that looks more not at how the person's doing right now at the time of the trial. It doesn't look at that really at all. It looks at what their mental health and mental status was at the time of the offense to understand better if there were mental health issues going on when the alleged crime occurred. And so the evaluation will rely always or almost always partly on an interview with the defendant, but not only on that. That's one piece of information, but there are lots of pieces of information to take into account, like witness statements, police records, medical records, interviews with family members, trying to just get a whole picture of what the mental health was of the defendant when the alleged crime happened.
Generally speaking, how do you come to be involved in a criminal type case?
Like practically speaking?
Yeah, I mean, so we have already heard from Dr. Garrett, and she's employed by the Department of Behavioral Health. So based on where you work, how do you become involved in it?
I've become involved. Someone had an attorney contacts forensic specialty group. Someone calls them back. It's either the office manager, or when we don't have an office manager, it's Kevin, the owner. And the attorney says, I need an evaluation for a client of mine, and they chat, and it gets assigned to one of the psychologists who works in the practice. There's not a particular rhyme or reason necessarily to who gets what case. Sometimes it's as simple as this is in Cherokee County, and at the time that we received this referral, I lived in Cherokee County, so it might have just been it'll be easier for Bobby, Dr. Ballard, I go by Bobby a lot, to get to the Cherokee County Jail. So it's we're all qualified to do an insanity evaluation. So I was this showed up on my calendar.
Okay. And you, based on just the nature of that practice, you are primarily hired by defense, correct?
Yeah. Things work differently in different states. Like when I was at that court clinic in my postdoc in Ohio, all forensic evaluations, whether they came from the prosecution or the defense or the judge, just went to this clinic that I worked in. And so, I mean, a lot of time, I mean, I would know who had sent the referral, but I didn't pay a lot of attention because it didn't matter. And then in Oregon and in Georgia, when the state hires an expert, they usually just use someone who works at DB.
Should be an extra clingy.
PBHDD.
DBHDD, thank you. Because, I mean, it's more efficient because they're a state employee and they're on salary and it's, yeah. And so I think the state just, in Oregon, I can only speak to the states I've worked in, Oregon and Georgia. The states just don't hire private practice persons, or so rarely that like our phone just doesn't get calls from the state for evaluations. So it's the defense who needs people, hires people in private practice. Yeah.
Okay, so based on just how the roles are kind of set up here
Yeah.
in Georgia, that the primary contracting people with that group tends to be defense attorneys.
Yeah, and it's different even criminal versus non-criminal. Like I did civil work and I was hired by the plaintiff and defense, all the time because it wasn't set up that way in the civil court the way it was in criminal. And same with I did parental capacity evaluations and I would get hired by the state, which was DFACS, or in Oregon it was called DHS. And by private attorneys who were representing parents who were involved. So yeah, when it's possible, both sides hire us, and this just doesn't happen with the way that the system is set up.
But you've done, I understand your testimony to be is that you've done evaluations for governmental agencies as well.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and in federal court too, it was set up differently. So I've done some state some federal criminal evaluations where I worked on the state side and on the defense side. So.
Okay. Do you recall up until this date how much the defense has paid you for your work?
So far, the defense or the state indigent defense, the state has paid me for whatever this 2021 evaluation was. I don't recall how much it was, but it was however many hours I spent on the evaluation in 2021. And then there'll be a second invoice for whatever time I'm here today for this trial.
So if you were paid $2,500 for your initial work, does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. That's about 10 hours.
Okay, and then so what you are here for today is obviously your testimony, which you will be paid based on your actual work involved in that and your testimony.
Yeah, whatever hours I spend on this and some travel expenses because I've since moved to North Carolina.
Does that have any effect on why you're here today?
What, the move?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
You haven't been promised a certain particular amount of money for your testimony, correct?
Correct. No, I'm paid for time, not for like an opinion.
Okay, thank you. So you were assigned this, I think you said it appeared on your calendar.
Yeah.
And then can you tell us a little bit about the steps you took when you first received this case?
Yeah. I saw that it was on my calendar. I don't remember if I either called you or emailed you to find out about the case and to let you know I was the one who'd be doing it and to get records to review before I went to evaluate Chloe, and also to let you know when I could schedule to see her. And then at some point I would get the records. It was all like online. There weren't any hard paper records. It was all like Dropbox, electronic records. I don't remember the question.
That's okay. So the things you did. So your first steps were reaching out to contact me to kind of find out what the nature of the question was?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I think you've already told us that the request wasn't for a competency evaluation, correct? Do you remember approximately when in 2021 you first received this referral, or do you remember what month it was?
I don't, it was probably in February of 2021, maybe January or February. I saw her first in late March, and just knowing that my schedule, I usually had to kind of schedule things a little ways out. At the latest, it would have been the beginning of March.
Okay, so but it appears on her calendar, you start doing your investigation, you
Yeah.
schedule, and then you set that time frame out when you're gonna go and meet with her.
Yeah.
But leading up to that, you're doing all these things in the background to prepare for that, correct?
Reading whatever records that I have access to at that point, and and scheduling with the jail to do an evaluation.
At that particular point in time, do you recall what sources of information you had available? I know you said it was a Dropbox, so that probably meant it was a lot of.
I don't remember what parts of the records were Dropbox and what wasn't, and exactly how much I had. I know at the bare minimum before I went to see her, I would have had like the indictment and the initial police reports. I don't remember if I had more than that before I went to see her. I would have had just enough to know kind of the basics of the case and what the charges were.
So you receiving things like the police reports or police videos or that kind of thing is
discovery.
Discovery. So you had that available to you prior to going out.
Yes.
Okay. And do you specifically recall what you may have reviewed prior to that or going out there?
Before seeing her, I would have reviewed whatever I had at that point, but I don't remember exactly what I had.
Okay. And what is the reason for reviewing those things prior to going out to see Ms. Driver? What are you trying to get an understanding of?
Trying to get to generate theories, as many theories as possible, generate hypotheses to test when I saw her. Some common theories when doing a forensic evaluation are, this person might have a mental illness. This person might not have a mental illness. This person might be attempting to fake a mental illness. They're just different theories to test. So I'm just.
So you would have already in your mind kind of had some things that you were going to go out and look for when you met with Ms. Driver at the jail.
Right.
Okay. And you indicated that you went down there the end of March of 2021. Do you recall specifically what date that was?
The 29th.
Okay. And do you recall on that day how long you spent with her?
Not exactly. It was at least a couple hours.
Okay. All right. And when you, and then you went out again a second time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the date of that?
June 12th.
All right. And do you recall how long you were out there that particular time?
Again, I don't, but it was at least a couple of hours.
Okay. Let's talk about the steps of your evaluation process with Ms. Driver, okay?
Sure.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you generally start these particular evaluations with the defendant?
I start by talking about, by obtaining informed consent. And what that means is reviewing with her kind of the nature and purpose of the evaluation and letting her know what the nature of our evaluation relationship is, because it's sometimes people hear that, you're a psychologist and they think that you're their therapist. So it's important in a forensic evaluation to clarify that this isn't a doctor-patient relationship. There are limits to confidentiality. So I let her know that because I had been hired by her defense counsel, that I would share with her defense attorneys anything, that I learned, but that if I wrote up a report that was shared with the court, that it would be shared with the whole court, shared with everything, so that anything she talked about might end up being things that I would write about or testify about. I let her know her participation is not voluntary. She's not required to participate. And she was just told that she could consult with her attorney at any time and give someone an opportunity to ask questions about all of that and see if they agree. And there's a written form and they sign it. So that's the beginning of the evaluation, is kind of setting the parameters for like what my role is.
Do you recall what her general appearance was when you met with her at the end of March of 2021?
She, let me refresh my memory.
I got you, Kristen.
The only picture I'd
I
seen
went
of
to
her
tap on y'all.
before I met
So
her
bad.
was a booking photo.
So guilty.
And when she came into the room,
What feels
I
awkward?
didn't recognize her. I thought they might have brought me the wrong person, but it turned out that she had, the booking photo, looked really thin and she'd gained some weight. It'd been about 3 months she'd been in jail, and she'd gained some weight in jail. So, so she looked healthy. She looked, pretty. She was dressed in standard jail attire. There's nothing really like extraordinary about her hair or anything. She just looked kind of normal.
Do you recall if she was medicated at that time?
At the time, although I'm not sure if she was taking it, but at the time she was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant, and Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic.
At any point during that initial step of your informed consent or anything, did you ever provide Ms. Driver with what the legal definition of insanity was?
No. When I talk about like the nature and purpose of the evaluation, I'm really broad. I don't even really vary it between different types of evaluation. I say it something like, I'm here to find out if there are issues around your mental health that are relevant to your case. Like, it's pretty general.
Did she seem to indicate that she had any understanding of what that legal definition was based on your conversations with her?
No.
Did you ever get a sense in your interview with Ms. Driver that she was answering your questions in a specific way or to try to achieve a particular result?
No.
All right. What was I think what you've already talked about, one of the first things you're going to do is background information with the defendant. Can you tell us about what some of the background information that you obtained about Ms. Driver that you thought was relevant to your inquiry?
Sure. She said that she had been kind of a hard to handle kid. That hard to handle was her words, and that she did okay in school. She didn't have any like learning problems or anything, but that she left early because she was like acting out a lot, and she called herself boy crazy, but she said she was, just not going to school and skipping and just hanging out with peers, and had started to experiment with drugs. Her parents, she said that it was hard. She and her parents didn't get along, so they had even agreed to let her live with a boyfriend in another state for a while, but that didn't work out, so she moved back home. So she said, particularly starting around adolescence, that she was kind of unstable. And then she also reported some mental health. I know we didn't get there yet, but some mental health things started to crop up around that time too.
And what were those mental health things that she brought up to you?
Mood issues, like depressed mood, and also really energetic, agitated mood, and also a lot of anxiety, some self-harm, like superficially cutting her wrists. She had at least one suicide attempt where she took an overdose of pills in middle school. And she started at about in her mid-teens, she started to have some paranoid ideation, some paranoid feelings around thinking, and also just some delusional thinking, like believing she could hear other people's thoughts, believing that people were conspiring against her.
So that started back in her teens?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What did she describe to you as about her employment history?
Not a real significant employment history. Let's see if I don't think I even included a section for it.
On page 3. Page 3?
Page 3. She'd reported she'd been with Mr. Joyce since she was 17, and that he prohibited her from working. And in the fall of 2018, he let her get a job, is how she said it, because they didn't have any money. But otherwise, she didn't have an employment history.
Okay. And you also covered medical history and substance abuse history. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall regarding the substance abuse history?
She said that she started smoking marijuana when she was 12, and she was doing it initially to help with anxiety. And when she was 16,
I'm sorry, when I
and she tried cocaine, but she preferred alcohol and marijuana. She also tried LSD in high school, and I think that was all that she reported to me.
Okay.
Until some oral CBD in 2020, in the months leading up to her charges.
Okay. So the only thing that stood out in your mind was the stuff that she had previously done in her early teens, and that and then was reported with respect to the CBD?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about her relationship history with you. My understanding is that her really primary and only relationship was with Mr. Joyce, correct?
Long term, yes. Before that, from age like 13 to 16, she said she had a lot of boyfriends, but I don't know how, like, they weren't long-term serious relationships.
That's me, y'all. That was all on me. That's what
16, she met Mr. Joyce.
Not waked up
And
yet.
when she was 17, she started a relationship.
And do you recall the age difference between the two of them?
Yeah, she was 16 and he was 38 when they met. And he approached her at a bus station and was telling her some spiritual things that really she found intriguing, because she had been wondering about spirituality, and somehow they exchanged contact information, and she reached out to him later.
What did she tell you about their particular lifestyle and about having multiple wives, and how she kind of conceptualized that whole thing?
Yeah, she said she joined him as his wife, even though they weren't legally
Had an
married,
hour.
and that
You guys.
she explained to me that he believed in having multiple wives, and the way she said it is that he made it make sense to me. Like, he explained it to her in a way that she accepted it. And her job, it wasn't a paid job, but her job was to try to recruit other women to join them as wives.
And prior to meeting Mr. Joyce, you indicated that none of her relationships had been anywhere like that before, correct?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they'd been with age appropriate people.
And that it was Mr. Joyce who introduced this other
DUI
lifestyle to
this
her and explained it
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Not even 12.
And she specifically told you that the way he explained it just made sense.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that he
Yeah.
quote unquote taught her. She said he saw his role as leading young women as his wives in this world. It's very confusing. This world of there are 160 something thousand real people, and I guess they were some of them, and they needed to be secluded from society. We're calling this a lifestyle, but actually it was a cult. And
Hey,
he was,
Mouse, thanks
or
for
is the
using
cult
the
leader.
appropriate
She
live chat
was a
communication. That worked.
member.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's talk about what Ms. Driver reported to you in regards to her pregnancy. Can you tell us what you identified as being important with respect to that?
Yeah. She said she got pregnant in early 2019, and that before that, she and the other wives and him were living a nomadic lifestyle and sometimes living out of a car or an RV or at friends' houses. And well, I mean, actually that continued even when she was pregnant. But during the pregnancy, it sounds like that was the first time that she was kind of pushing back against any of these things she was being taught by him, because he wouldn't let her get prenatal care. He wouldn't let her go to a hospital. She had one ultrasound apparently, but otherwise no medical care. He did not want her to go to a hospital when she was in labor, but they had to go because her water had broken, but she wasn't progressing.
Oh, okay.
And after she had their daughter, he made her leave against medical advice after 12 hours because the staff at the hospital were talking about calling Child Protective Services because of I don't know exactly why, actually. I can't speak to exactly why.
But they ended up leaving the hospital.
Yeah.
Per her report.
Yeah, he referred to them as a satanic hospital when they left. And she didn't want to because she still felt like she wasn't physically ready, and she still had questions about breastfeeding, and yeah, she didn't want to go.
What did she tell you about how Hannah came to be named? Do you recall?
She said that he chose the name Hannah, but then also chose the nickname for Hannah, Nimsy, and said that it was short for Nimza Kazina, which I don't know if it's accurate or not, but Ms. Driver started to believe that that long name translated into I'm Sin. They called her Nimsy, I think, more than Hannah.
Okay, and so one of the first things that Ms. Driver indicated to you that kind of raised a little bit of a red flag was associating the nickname Nimsy with I'm Sin.
Yeah, and it was part of a bigger delusional belief system around the idea that she, and by extension her daughter, were sinful.
Yeah.
Because
they have
she
multiple
wasn't
wives and they're super young like
legally
that.
his wife.
Oh yeah.
And so she was sinning, and that her daughter had been born into sin. And so there was this sort of ongoing different delusions all around that idea that they were sinful. And that at times when she expressed those fears to Mr. Joyce, that he would reinforce them, that they were accurate.
Okay, and can you describe to us what Ms. Driver told you about their overall relationship, like from the beginning to the end?
Yeah. I saw her a few months after the death of her daughter. And she had very mixed feelings. And I don't think she would have reported them as mixed. I think sometimes she felt really positively about him and sometimes she felt really negatively about him. It was kind of one or the other. When she spoke about him positively, she said, he's the smartest person I've ever met. He's amazing. He's gorgeous. He looks like Jesus Christ. He taught her so many things about how the world works that she didn't know. And he believed he was the Messiah, and she, had believed that too. So all of these sort of really positive feelings she had about him. Also just felt like sometimes he could be really like affectionate and positive towards her, which I found out later is accurate because I listened to a lot of recorded phone calls that they had in jail, and that sometimes he could be like, really sweet. And then when she was in the other headspace, she said, I talk to people now and they say it sounded like a cult, and I think, I think maybe it wasn't a cult, and they say that he abused me, and maybe it was abuse. I didn't think it was abuse. I think that I deserved it, or I think that he was teaching me a lesson. So, she was confused.
And it sounds like she had very limited insight into it.
She had limited insight, and it's also kind of a typical insight for an abusive relationship and for like a cult member. There's this theory called trauma bonding, where like emotional bonds grow out of a cycle of abuse. Because even in an abusive relationship, there are periods that are really rewarding, and then there are periods of punishment or abuse. And there's a power imbalance. So the person who doesn't have the power becomes very bonded to this person who sometimes treats them really well. And so by the end of that first time I met with her, one of my theories was that there was this trauma bonding going on.
Okay. Did she describe his relationship to you as controlling and in any way, or were you told what that all entailed?
She described it as controlling. So did lots of other people in witness statements, and I would describe it as controlling and listening to conversations, very controlling. But yeah, she said he controlled her food, he controlled her ability to communicate with others, which is basically she was only allowed to communicate with others if she was trying to recruit a woman to their group, where she could go, when she could have her phone or not, checked her phone, when she could talk to her parents, which sounds like his preference would have been never, but sometimes she could talk to her parents, but he was always there monitoring it. Or if he found out that she contacted them without him knowing, then that was something that she would be punished for. And that's a really typical abusive thing, is to isolate the victim. He wouldn't call her Chloe, he called her Kwani.
What is the deal with the nickname, Joe?
Her name. He controlled her email, he controlled her access to social media. And all of this was kind of presented as being for the greater good and for this whatever purpose, greater purpose that they had, that she was to submit to these things because for some bigger purpose.
You indicated that she was talking about some of these things as buying into it because that's what he was selling, or he made sense.
Right. Yeah. And for a while, it did make sense to her, and she didn't perceive things as abusive. And it was after she became a mother that it was harder for her to buy into everything.
Right.
Because there were things that she wanted to do as a mother that she wasn't allowed to do.
Oh, I know.
Did she kind of express
It is.
to you in any
It
way
is
that,
totally.
or that she was made to feel that those rules or that control was for the purpose of, or that she deserved it?
Yeah, that was actually the word that she used, that she thought she deserved it. She thought, like I said, he reinforced that idea.
This is an FYI. I just got word from Toxic. I've suspected it was RSV, and it is. The baby has RSV, and another little one has it as well. So y'all keep her and the family in prayers. They got their hands full right now. So I don't know how long they'll be in the hospital. I haven't heard back, but I know y'all were concerned, so I'm letting you know.
Yeah, that if anything bad was happening to her, she was being locked in a dark room or told not to move for a long period of time or hit or anything, that it was because she deserved that.
One of the other areas that you spoke with Ms. Driver about was bad CBD use, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what do you recall her report to you about that CBD?
In late 2020, when she was starting to feel more unstable and have more delusions, she wanted to take some CBD because she thought it would help calm her down and feel less anxious. And she felt like one small dose a day helped her. But then she said he started giving her big doses 3 times a day. And she said she didn't want that much. And he said she should take it. And he kept giving it to her and standing next to her and making sure that she took it. She felt like it was too much. And then it made her more paranoid. I don't know if it was or if she was just becoming more paranoid because of her mental illness. I don't know. But regardless, she was involuntarily taking higher doses than she wanted to.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about the abuse, but can you kind of explain to you some of the actual incidents of physical abuse that she reported to you and how she viewed that?
Sure. Well, like I said earlier in the relationship, she said that she didn't feel abused earlier in the relationship. She felt like he was helping her out, that he was doing it for a good purpose. She said he slapped her a couple times earlier in the relationship, but he never left marks on her until October 2020, when he really, she said, bashed my face, but punched her in the face. She was upset that, she said she wasn't upset that he punched her or hurt her. She was upset because he did it in front of their daughter and it was upsetting to her. She didn't want her daughter to witness that. So she was already feeling like she deserved to be hit. She was sin and had committed sin and deserved to be punished. But because her daughter saw it and that was upsetting, that was when she wanted to get to her parents' house with her daughter.
So there were, at least in her mind, some signs that she was kind of responsible for all the sin in the world and was taking that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And she would describe him as, didn't describe him as controlling or abusive at first, but described things that were inconsistent with that representation.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of her description of the relationship with him, she did not describe it as abusive or controlling.
She didn't see it as abusive or controlling early on. When she was talking to me about it, she was sometimes talking about it like it had been really great, and sometimes talking about it like, I think he was abusive, or so she was, like I said, sort of 2 minds and really confused and still like kind of bonded to him, but then also questioning it. So. And
without telling me anything about what Mr. Joyce might have said to Ms. Driver that she told to you, were there some of those things that she certainly is actively questioning in that relationship?
Yes.
Did she appear when you were talking to her about her relationship with Mr. Joyce really struggle with how that relationship either physically ended or where they were at that particular point in time?
In December?
No,
Or-
when you were meeting with her,
Yeah.
you said that she had been talking both positive and negative.
Yeah.
Can you describe how did you see that as struggling or how with that?
Yeah, in fact, she told me that she'd had several phone calls while she was in jail with him, but then like people found out and it was stopped. And she said she missed him, but she's confused, is what she told me. And she doesn't know, like she used to think God wanted her to be with him, but now she wasn't sure if God wanted her to be with him. And she said, I think I love him, but I don't know. Like she was confused.
So she was kind of struggling with that physical separation and emotional separation.
Yeah. There's levels here. I mean, if we just look at it as an abusive relationship, she was struggling to get away from someone that she'd bonded with in an abusive relationship. But then there's the level of this organization, this cult, that she was struggling with the idea of maybe all that wasn't true. Maybe this greater purpose is, just, not accurate or.
Okay. And we'll touch base on, with respect to, we'll go back to those jail phone calls later
Okay.
and how you came to talk about that.
Give me
Let's
one.
talk about the
Don't get me
mental
going.
status exam.
You
that
don't want
conducted
my
for
opinion on
endorsement
that
with her. Now, you would have done that on both occasions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the purpose of that is what?
It's to get an idea of how that person is doing, like at that moment. What their mood is, what their expression, like their expressed emotion is, how their thoughts are working, like are they rational, are they not rational, are they organized or not, just to get a sense of their mental status.
Okay. And do you recall anything significant about what you were able to determine about her mood or affect at that time?
Yeah, both times I saw her mood and affect were pretty much within normal limits, with some exception. She was like a little bit elevated sometimes. And by elevated, I mean like a little bit energetic or really like quick to like look incredibly joyful. And yeah, just a little like more energy. I understand from like reading other reports and reading records that she has been depressed many times, but when I saw her, she didn't seem depressed either time.
Okay.
And that's consistent even with reviewing the jail medical records, that she kind of went in and out of some depression and some mania or hypomania.
And so she reported to you kind of some of those same similar depression type symptoms too, correct? And they were still working on adjusting her medications and.
Yeah, she said her mood was a little better recently because she'd started on some Prozac, which is an antidepressant. So when I saw her, I guess that makes sense. She wasn't depressed because she had started on some medication.
Okay. And one of the things you kind of are there to assess is whether or not, or to flush out whether or not they are still potentially experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Right.
Okay. And what did you note about that in that particular interview?
Yeah. It's not possible to tell just by looking at someone if they're having auditory or visual hallucinations. Sometimes you kind of can, but you can't know for sure because someone could just be sitting still and hearing and seeing all kinds of things. She didn't look like she was experiencing any hallucinations, hearing or seeing things. I also just asked directly if she said she wasn't at that time experiencing anything. She was very talkative, and that's what I mean by that elevated thing. Like she was, talking a little bit fast and a lot of words. And she didn't seem paranoid or suspicious. If anything, she was really open. And there was some pretty significant, like bizarre content in her speech, some magical thinking and some kind of just bizarre, ideas and some delusions of reference. So even though she wasn't like disorganized or distressed from any like psychotic, disordered thoughts, she had some sort of delusional thinking. One of them is she said she recently became concerned that she caused COVID because the word COVID starts with C and ends with D, and her initials are CD. So that would be an example of a delusion of reference. It has nothing to do with her, but she's like imbued it with some kind of potential meaning and gotten really kind of paranoid that she's hurt a bunch of people, which is again consistent with previous delusions that she's had. So she was, she appeared pretty stable, but with some, psychotic stuff going on.
Okay, and that was even after she had been incarcerated for some time and was no longer on the CBD, those symptoms were still present?
Right, yeah, this was a few months later.
All right. What were some of the things that you were able to find out from Ms. Driver about her history of that paranoia or hallucinations?
She, similar to the COVID thing that she told me about, the CD thing, she said that in the past she's often felt like she's evil, she's the cause of bad things in the world. She also just reported other hallucinations, thinking that bonfires are talking to her, thinking that trees are talking to her, believing that everyone can read everybody's thoughts, and feeling that everyone is against her. Those were all things that she'd reported experiencing, not at the moment when I saw her, but in the past.
Okay. And then when you are doing your the status examination, you also talked to her in great length of everything that kind of led up to December 8th of 2020, correct?
Right.
All right. What did she describe to you as some of the things that she was enduring during the fall of 2020?
She said fall of 2020, she was getting worse over time. And she was having a lot of paranoid thoughts and a belief that the world hated her. She said that her paranoia was getting worse and worse over time, and the worst period it was the 2 weeks leading up to and including December 8th. She felt like the people that she was staying with, which was Mr. Joyce and his other 2 wives, were all against her, that they hated her. She thought maybe her parents hated her. She was worried people were plotting against her. Yeah, she was just struggling with a lot of like, there's a word we use, decompensating, but it just means like declining or getting worse. Like she was decompensating over time. She was getting worse over time.
Okay. And what does it mean to kind of, for somebody with these type of symptoms to express that they have like a heightened sense of awareness to things that are around them? Like, what does that mean?
I mean, it could mean a lot of things, but she told me that she believed she had this heightened awareness of things around her. And the way she described it to me is part of that. She could hear other people's thoughts, or she could cause other people, like she was, I'm not even sure how to explain it because it's not rational. But that she was really more like sensitive to other people's thoughts and feelings, and they affected her.
Does that feed into some of those delusions of reference that you're talking about, like thinking that things have a different meaning?
Feeds into delusional references. It feeds into her problems with having a stable sense of identity. that people with psychotic disorders, people with schizophrenic disorders, really struggle to feel like, to know the boundaries, like where they end and where other people begin. It's very confusing because their thoughts are literally disordered. And so the heightened awareness could relate to this kind of not knowing the boundaries of where she ends and where other people begin, where her responsibility ends. Is it the whole world? Is it, the people, like, all of that was very confusing to her.
Okay. And you also discussed with her what happened in November of 2020 with her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the weeks leading up to this, what other things were going on with Miss Driver that you think are notable about, or that contributed to the decompensation of her mental state?
The black eye, when she was hit in October, that was one of the things that kind of added to decompensating. She had called her parents to get them to pick her and the baby up, but Mr. Joyce took the baby, and so she went to her parents alone and returned because she felt like she'd never see her daughter again if she didn't go back. That was really stressful. She also reported that she wasn't sleeping much at all. She was afraid to eat because she was having delusions around that bad things would happen if she ate. And again, these are those like delusions of reference and the uncertainty about like where she ends and where the world begins. So she had heard Mr. Joyce talking in the past about infinitely shattering if we don't all come together. Or those are the words that she told me. And I don't know what that means, but at any rate, the infinitely shattering kind of got in her head, and she started to worry that if she ate food, she was shattering the food and that might hurt other people. So she wasn't eating, wasn't sleeping for the couple weeks leading up to December 8th. And we can survive quite a long time without food, but not sleeping will make anyone, even someone without a mental illness, like if you don't sleep for long enough, you will have some psychotic symptoms. So for her not to sleep when she was already psychotic was going to make everything even worse.
Okay. So it's your opinion that also kind of exacerbated the underlying mental health issues?
Yes, yeah, and exacerbated. The frequency of the delusions got more and more consistent, and they also got more and more extreme. Like before, it was like I felt like I had to die, and then it was command hallucinations of kill yourself, and then it was, oh, well, it's not just you. Your daughter's a part of you because she got your breast milk, and so you both have to die. And so she was having these like command hallucinations that were getting worse and worse that she was trying to resist.
What is a command hallucination?
A command hallucination is kind of what it sounds like. It's you hear a command telling you to do something. So because you can hear just voices, some people hallucinate voices that you can't even discern what they're saying. It's just like murmuring. You can hear, music, you can hear all kinds of things. The command hallucination is someone like you're hearing orders being given to you.
And in this particular case, what were those command hallucinations?
To kill herself and to kill her daughter.
Did she describe the frequency of how much that was occurring?
I mean, she was saying, let me see, I don't want to put words in her mouth. She was saying like that they were getting worse and worse over time, and she felt like, I think she said like all the time, but I don't think that it was 24/7, but I think it was many times a day, like throughout the day.
All right, and she reported to you Well, let's talk about some of these signs or delusions of reference.
Sure.
Can you tell us what Ms. Driver told you that she started associating with these command hallucinations or delusions?
Yeah, she said she started seeing signs telling her to kill herself and her daughter, telling her that she should grab a knife, telling her you need to die. Initially, it was just you need to die. Then it was you and Hannah need to die. And she reported anytime she saw a knife, she thought that was a sign. When people talked about death at all, she thought that was a sign that she was supposed to do that. So pretty neutral, innocuous things like cutlery on a kitchen countertop were interpreted as a sign. She heard news on the TV, a news show about a stabbing, and she felt like that was a sign that she needed to do it. And yeah, just all of these pretty much, I think whatever would have happened around her, like her delusional mind was turning into signs for this to happen.
Did she express to you after the fact how these delusions made her feel, like, or what she need, or how she was interpreting them aside from the actual action?
Yeah, they made her feel really anxious and scared. She
I can understand that.
She didn't want to hurt herself or her baby. She was feeling forced, she said, and she was really anxious, and she really wanted help.
Do you recall her telling you anything about her attempts to get help?
Yes. She said she was frequently saying that she needed help. I'm losing my mind, I need help. One particular time, on more than one occasion, she said she was afraid she was going to hurt herself or Hannah, and that she needed help, and that she was ignored or given more CBD. And one time she said she held a knife to her baby's throat in front of Mr. Joyce and the two wives, and said something like, "Why shouldn't I do this? I'm afraid I'm going to do this," or tell me why this is bad. Tell me why this is wrong. And their response was, he restrained her and told her that he was going to take her to a psych ward. And she said, "Yes, please take me to a psych ward." And he said, "No, because he's against government and medication." And so no further action was taken except to give her more CBD. So she wanted help. She was afraid that these delusions were getting stronger, and she was afraid that she wasn't safe.
Okay. So leading up to December the 8th, I know that you talked about her continuing to experience these command hallucinations. Do you recall kind of how these initial delusions and delusions by reference increased over time? Do you recall her talking to you about specific visual hallucinations or additional thoughts that she was having?
Well, she was saying that everything, by the 7th and the 8th, everything was pointing to this needing to happen. And there were a lot of confusing delusions going on. There were command hallucinations about, do this, you need to do this. There were delusional beliefs of, I am sin, my daughter is sin, we need to die. There were delusions around that if that didn't happen, other people would suffer. So it wasn't just I'm bad, but that it would hurt other people. She experienced visual hallucinations. Like she said, she saw a bird cage over a woman's head. She said she saw a camera in the corner of a room that wasn't really there. And she just said she started to think, maybe she was evil.
Testing.
And everything she did was bad and evil.
I don't know why I haven't changed anything.
And
I was going to, but I didn't have the energy.
Her identity confusion.
Let me know if this is any better.
Also part of this, where she let's see. Identity diffusion is this psychological term. It's basically refers to like not having a strong sense of self. And with having a psychotic disorder and having borderline personality disorder, Chloe didn't have a strong sense of self. That's probably why she was vulnerable to being like taken in by Mr. Joyce in the first place. But now she's at an even worse point because she's been declining. Her mental health has been declining. She's really suicidal. And
why do they have to label everybody at that age in the younger years with borderline personality disorder? I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a lot of people with it. But lately, everybody has not one, but 2 to 5 disorders. I don't understand it. We didn't have all that in my day. You may get borderline, or you may be bipolar, or you may be the schizophrenic. We didn't even have a schizoaffective, I don't think, back then. But my point is why does everybody have to be all of multiples, and borderline personality has to be right there in the middle? I don't know. I don't like over labeling.
Psychotic. And I think it was even more confusing for her to know like where she ended and where the other people or the world began. So her idea of killing herself and killing her daughter, in her lucid moments, she saw that it was something she didn't want to do. She was scared it would happen, and really like was afraid of it. But in her delusional moments, seemed like because there wasn't a clear sense of like where she and her baby ended and where the world began, that it wasn't as it was something she needed to do that was like a good thing to do, that was like the right thing to do.
Okay.
She was very confused.
Okay. And you've previously told us that, this might not have been something that she experienced 24/7, but there's really no way to gauge the amount of time, frequency, or anything like that, correct?
There's no way to gauge it, and typically symptoms aren't like constant. And there are, I say typically, but
that's true.
It's hard for me even to think of that. People who are psychotic.
You're right.
I've been around, which is
I'm
a
not
lot of
fully
people
awake.
who don't have little moments of clarity, or who are incapable of, goal-directed behavior. So someone might be really psychotic, but they could still, in her case, like change a diaper or, drive a car. That's not relevant to her, but I was thinking of someone else. People can
eventually increase.
Still
exponentially
do things and still be really psychotic.
Okay. What did she specifically tell you about December the 8th and what those delusions continued to be?
She said she was continuing to have delusions around hurting her baby and herself, or killing her baby and herself, and that she was looking for reasons not to do it, but everything she saw, she interpreted it as a reason it had to happen. She thought that knives being left out was a message that it needed to happen, so she brought a knife to the room because she thought that it needed to happen. She said she believed she needed to pay for sins that she'd committed. She believed that she was that anything that she was guilty of, she passed on to her daughter through breastfeeding. And she said that she told me she had no more will to
you did not.
resist after weeks of resisting.
You did not.
Okay, so she continued, it's based on what she reported to you, she was continuing to kind of have those delusions of reference that were pointing her.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
That-
let's talk about what she
kind of-
told you
I
about
believe
when you
that
asked her the
mean
question
nothing.
about her behavior that day. Do you recall what she said?
She said as soon as it happened, she regretted it, which didn't surprise me. Even as she was telling the story, she was crying a lot. And this was only a few months after it happened. And she was crying a lot and telling the story. And it also didn't surprise me because leading up to it, sometimes she thought this was something that needed to happen. And sometimes she thought, no, this is wrong. And she was so confused that she was kind of going in and out. And so after it happened, it didn't surprise me that she also at that point thought that it shouldn't have happened.
Is it also fair to say that that could be after having some time to reflect on everything and now being medicated, that's how she might interpret that?
It's possible, yeah.
And let's talk about, she told you about locking the door and everything else. Can you kind of explain to us how that fits into this kind of in and out sense of what she was experiencing,
Yeah.
the confusion?
Yeah. She felt that this needed to happen and that all the signs had pointed to it needing to happen. And so when she was she had stabbed her daughter and let's see, I don't remember if someone was knocking on the door or someone was coming, but she locked the door because she hadn't killed herself yet. So she locked the door in order to stab herself more to make sure that she killed herself.
Okay, so what she reported to you at that time is that her memory was that she had already stabbed herself and the child prior to locking that door?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain this in the context of, that thought process and how it fits into her following this command hallucination?
Yeah. Well, like I've said, she'd been confused because in moments of clarity, she knew that she didn't want to do this and she was scared. In moments of delusions are beliefs, right? They're false beliefs. So when you're under the impression of a delusion, you believe it to be true.
Hey, Dawn.
So she believed that this needed to happen.
paper.
And so she locked the door to help it happen.
Do you know or do you recall whether or not she had any continued suicidal ideation after she was arrested or released from the hospital?
She did continue, yes. And she reported it, but it's also really documented in the jail records and everything that she continued to feel suicidal. She'd been on suicide watch at least once, but in and out of medical in jail too. Medication had helped some, but she continues to struggle with that.
Okay. And at least those collateral sources is what I'll call them. They also kind of continue to suggest, did they continue to suggest that she was still having these kind of delusional thought processes?
Yes. In fact, the detective records from interviewing her when she was in the hospital reflect that she was kind of in and out of, she was still psychotic and she would kind of lapse into, I don't know if she was catatonic or if she was just sort of lapsing into, being non-responsive. And so yeah, there were clear signs that she was psychotic in the hospital and in the jail. The jail records, when she was admitted, show that she was having delusions and psychotic symptoms. Yeah.
Do you recall if those records kind of
Don't want to talk over Dawn. My dad was an educator. My mother was a vice principal in the high school I went, and I was severely dyslexic back in the 80s, and my mom refused to acknowledge it. She said I was doing it to get attention and that I was a problem child.
indicated that she still had those
And I got
same
diagnosed in college.
delusions about the need to kill herself or believing that she was part of sin, if that was still the continued? Do you recall?
Exactly.
I don't recall.
I do things that I was stupid.
I know that she was suicidal. I don't recall the
Learned
exact
differently.
nature of the
Straight A
delusions
student. College.
or even if they were written down in the jail records. I don't recall if it just said that she was delusional or if it said what her delusions
What she was
were.
communicating.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So part of your evaluation included kind of making some sort of diagnostic impression based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what were you able to
Dawn, I'll pay you.
essentially diagnose her with based on all of the things that you reviewed in this particular case?
I diagnosed her with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, and also with borderline personality disorder.
Can you tell us what exactly schizoaffective disorder bipolar type is? What kind of symptoms and how it manifests?
Sure. Schizoaffective bipolar type is basically schizophrenia plus bipolar disorder. It can be diagnosed when someone has the symptoms of schizophrenia, but then they also have the mood disorder part of cyclical mood between mania and depression.
When I went to the state and they were doing some training, I heard someone say, if a schizo has a baby with a bipolar, their child is what you would have as a schizoaffective.
The schizophrenic symptoms are hallucinations, delusions.
Need a better understanding.
And then the bipolar part is the mood
whenever,
swings
Dawn.
and depression or mania, or both.
I think it'll be great for the care and
What
treatment.
were you also, you talked about borderline personality disorder. What all does that entail?
Borderline personality disorder is more of
Elaine saying,
like a lifelong personality, like a personality disorder. And it's characterized by problems managing and regulating emotions and behavior. Like I talked about before, problems like feeling a stable sense of self. Relationships tend to be unstable. There tend to be rapid changes in like one's own self-image and self-identity. There can be periods of stress-related psychosis, like loss of contact with reality. And there are often risky, impulsive behavior. There's often suicide attempts or threats. And
yes. Duh.
Yeah, it's
What happens typically, or what can happen with people that are diagnosed with both of these particular illnesses if they remain untreated?
particularly with the schizoaffective with bipolar type.
Missed you, Dawn.
Remaining untreated is just not advisable.
Okay.
I mean, there's no cure for it, but the way to manage it is through first off, like your first line of defense is medication. Having therapy and a good support system and all those other things, those are really important too, but without the medication, it's just going to be a real struggle for someone to stay in touch with reality.
Does having these two things exist at the same time, can that lead to any like heightened psychotic symptoms or hallucinations, or if stress is involved, can that make it more severe?
Stress can make it worse. psychotic symptoms from schizoaffective disorder in the midst of a manic episode are like, a perfect storm.
Okay. Can you can you think of any type of example that could articulate that?
Besides this case.
Besides this case, okay, that's fair. All right, let's talk about, so you were able to make those determinations regarding her diagnoses. I know that you and I have talked previously about kind of positive symptom and negative symptoms about those particular disorders. Can you tell the jury what that particularly would mean?
Yeah. This is with regards to schizoaffective disorder. In schizophrenic disorders, there are symptoms called positive symptoms and symptoms called negative symptoms. And it doesn't mean positive or good and negative or bad. The positive symptoms mean there's something's there that shouldn't be there. And those are the things like having hallucination, like seeing things that aren't there, hearing things that aren't there. Those are positive symptoms because it's the presence of something abnormal that shouldn't be there. Negative symptoms, I haven't talked about as much with Ms. Driver, but those are the lack of like expressed emotion. Someone with schizophrenia, a lot of times there's a deficit of like words or speech. There's a deficit of how expressive their face is. So they might say something really happy or really sad, but kind of with a straight face. There's just, it's an absence of expressed emotion or an absence of words. And I didn't witness it with her because she just wasn't in that. She was a little bit more hypomanic when I saw her, but I read in records periods of time when as I was reading it, it made sense of like, that is like indicative of a schizophrenic disorder where she is not talking or not moving or not showing any expression. Like that's just really consistent with, those are negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Okay. One of the other things I think you, aside from, taking your DSM and evaluating all of this, all of her potential symptoms in this case, what was another thing that you consider to be a crucial factor in determining what her level of functioning was?
It was the environment she was living in. If she had been struggling with these mental health symptoms, not in a cult, it wouldn't have been so destabilizing. The relationship with Mr. Joyce is really clearly like a called coercive controlling relationship, where someone uses a pattern of controlling behaviors to create a really unequal playing field in the relationship. And it makes it very difficult for someone to leave because they become dependent on that person. They might confuse whether like the abuse, they might be waiting for the rewarding parts of the relationship. And her relationship with him was characterized by such an extreme level of coercive control, to the extent that, I mean, she was isolated, she was indoctrinated into a belief system. And I understand that like religious beliefs, that's one thing, but a belief system that you deserve to get hit, you deserve to get put in a dark place for days or weeks, like that's abuse. That's abusive. So there's this coercive control relationship between them. And then it wasn't just a relationship between them. It was basically he was functioning as a cult leader.
Exactly.
And
thank you. He was a cult leader. Wasn't for him. This
impinging on the individual freedom of action of the members. In a cult, there aren't just members. There's members and there's a leader, and it's not a level playing field. So she, as her mental health deteriorated, she didn't get the help she needed. She got more abuse. She got reinforced in her delusions. Yeah, she just, I mean,
What effect do you think in this particular case, the extreme level of that mind control and coercive control played on Ms. Driver? I mean, you could talk about it generally speaking,
Yeah.
but how mind control affects somebody, and then we can get into.
yeah. Mind control is like a psychological term that talks about, to explain like how cult leaders exist, where someone will attempt to distort someone's perception of the world. And it's not like a magical or mystical process. It's actually just a set of pretty well understood psychological processes for controlling people and manipulating them. It usually involves like putting them in a place where they're isolated, where they have to conform, where they have to comply, where they have to identify with the group in order to get their needs met. So that was that and the context of being in a cult and the context of being in a relationship with a controlling, coercive person was just a combination of extreme mental and behavioral manipulation.
So just to be clear, so the delusions that Ms. Driver was suffering from in the days leading up to December 8th, those weren't just delusions based on these ideological or religious beliefs, correct?
Right. In fact, the delusions she was having that she was so scared of weren't anything that she was taught in this group. They were delusions. Yeah, they were just delusions that she was having.
Okay. And with respect to Ms. Driver specifically, like what overall life circumstances about her did you feel kind of made her even more vulnerable to what was going on?
Yeah.
With the mind control and everything else.
Yeah. Usually people who end up joining a cult have some kind of hunger for knowledge and guidance and leadership, and also hunger for like an ideology and for help defining their identity. It's often people who are in late adolescence and they're just struggling. That's when like we form our identities, or at least one of the formative times for our identity is late adolescence. And that is a really common age for people to join cults. So she was vulnerable in those ways before she even met him.
And how does that vulnerability play into those pre-existing mental health things that were already going on?
She already was having mental health issues. She already had trouble regulating her feelings. She had trouble with reality testing and having psychotic symptoms. And then in the cult, they became even more impaired. And they weren't, instead of getting help with it, she was, like I said, they were reinforced or they were ignored.
What were some of those things that kind of compounded all of that specifically related to Ms. Driver?
Yeah. I mean, in addition to her own mental health struggles, she, because of this group and because of him, she was dealing with extreme isolation, emotional and physical abuse. Her mental health and medical care were withheld Her food and sleep in the weeks leading up to December 8th were affected. And then the involuntary administration of CBD instead of actual mental health treatment.
All right, so in this particular case, leading up to December 8th, after you reviewed all of these materials and everything, were you able to ascertain whether or not you believe that she was in the throes of this kind of psychotic episode and command hallucinations?
Judge, I'm going to read my objection, number 74.
Is it in the events leading up to?
No objection.
All right. You can answer the question.
Okay, can you repeat it? Sorry.
Sure. In the events leading up to December 8th, based on everything that you reviewed, were you able to make a determination as to what kind of episode Ms. Driver was experiencing at that particular time?
Yes. Not just based on my interview with her, but based on reviewing all of the different sources of information. I'm confident that she was in the throes of a very severe psychotic episode in the days leading up to December 8th.
Okay. And that's based on all the things you were just telling us about the delusions, the command hallucinations, the delusions by reference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Lack of sleep, all of that combined?
Yes, she was just incredibly delusional and confused.
Okay. And all of we've talked about several types of delusions, but all of these delusions kind of centered around the idea that she needed to kill herself.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking about her kind of inability based on that time frame to distinguish where she ended and someone else began.
Right.
Okay. And that kind of applied to all the things around her, correct?
Right. Yeah, she struggled with, like I said, that her identity and knowing where she ended and where like the rest of the world began.
And I think you talked about the specific, that she kind of associated, or one of those delusions included her associating breastfeeding with Hannah.
Right. Yeah. Her identity and figuring out where she ended and other people began was longstanding and something she struggled with even before she was a mother. But being bonded with her daughter made that an even more kind of ripe relationship for her to be confused about where she ended and where her daughter began.
I'm going to take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
Like breastfeeding, because there's just this little grain of truth that they're sharing something, and that her delusions could kind of pick up and run away with, that then they were, one or blended. Yeah, it's identity, like fusion is the term.
And I think you were talking about that kind of, based on all of the resources that you had available to you, you believe that created those periods of confusion, correct?
Right.
All right. Let's talk about, after you reviewed everything, you have no reason to believe that she didn't suffer from these symptoms leading up to December 8th, correct?
Correct.
And that's not just based on Ms. Driver's self-report, correct?
Absolutely.
There were other things that you considered, including things that had been given to you through the state of Georgia, correct? All right. Let's talk about, you ended up issuing an amended report in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the date of that amended report?
Let me look. It's not so much an amended report as an amendment to the report, where I wanted to replace one paragraph with another paragraph. It's dated May 4th of 2022.
Okay.
So almost a year after my first report.
Okay, so you had written your first report, and in that first report, you included, just like other practitioners do, that, you can revise, add to.
Right, at the end of every report, there's this paragraph that's at the end of, like, it's just a cut and paste thing. It says that the opinions expressed in this report are subject to modification if I get additional information, or I reserve the right to express additional opinions that I believe are consistent, if I decide it's appropriate. So it's this disclaimer that this report is like everything that I know up to this point, but I reserve the right to change it if something happens. Yeah.
And
So-
can you give us some examples of some things that might happen along the way to cause you to reconsider, the findings that you might have made in an earlier report?
Yeah. In some cases, it's that new records become available, that when I read them, it changes some important aspect of my opinion, like it would change my conclusions. That wasn't the case here. What happened here is I finished the report and I was just kind of like, going about my business. But part of my business is I talk a lot about not guilty by reason of insanity with other forensic psychologists, like in consultation and stuff, and get continuing education about it. So what happened was a development in my thinking around not guilty by reason of insanity that I wanted to not reverse anything, but like tweak something.
Okay. And at any point in time prior to you issuing that report, did any member of Chloe's family or contact you and ask you to make that modification?
No.
Did anybody from my office or Mr. Kessler's office ever ask you to make any type of amendments to your report?
No, it was super out of the blue. I think I emailed you one day and was like, I need to write a little paragraph that I want to add.
Okay. Are you aware of what the dates of the other evaluations were in this particular case?
I don't remember, but they were 2023 and 2024. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. But you're confident, and what's reflected on that amendment report was that yours was done May the 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So we've heard previous testimony from Dr. Garrett that hers were done after you had done that amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. With respect to that amendment, you wanted to describe the idea of confusion, or how that, how she resisted those delusions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you were able, upon your reflection and everything else and totality of circumstances, you believe that there was some degree of confusion in her thought process in the days leading up to this event?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about a couple of things that that I assume that the state's going to try to talk to you about. So we'll talk about it first, okay?
Can I
All
not
right,
talk about the amendment anymore? Or what it was?
Well, we might come back to
Sorry.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you talked about in this particular case the idea about we talked about going to the kitchen and getting a knife, and to the common observer, that might appear to be something that might have been done in kind of a deliberate or planned manner. Can you explain in this particular case how you perceive, based on your evidence that you've reviewed, her delusion played into that particular action?
Yeah. She'd been experiencing these signs for weeks, and the more time went on, the more signs she saw that that this needed to happen. So I think, I don't remember exactly how you phrased the question. Sorry.
No, can you just kind of explain from a psychological perspective how somebody in the throes of that particular type of command, hallucination, or delusion, how that differs, or how that action differs from somebody that might have, had a rational thought process or deliberate intent.
Judge, I have an objection. If she's going to opine at the time and talk about delusion, that's improper under 704, so I object to that. She just wants to say in general, not the defendant in particular, I don't object to that, but she cannot give an opinion at the time regarding any delusion or acts from delusion.
It's an act prior to the event that the state has raised.
All right, make that clear in your questions.
Yes, ma'am. The act, you're familiar with the facts of this case,
Yes.
correct? And one of those facts includes the assertion that at some point after Ms. Driver went up to this bedroom, she left that room and went and got a knife.
Oh,
Hey, Judge, that's my objection, because she's asking about a specific act at the time, not prior to it, so she's coalescing two different things. I object under 704.
All right, well, we have got to recess at this time and take our lunch recess now. So that objection is sustained. And leave us your notepads. You may be in recess until 2:30. Be back upstairs here in the jury room at 2:30. Don't talk to anybody about the case or let them talk to you. And we'll see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
All righty then. We'll leave that going in the background. I learned my lesson. Now we're going to go and switch modes over. Oh, I forgot to show y'all. I think did I download what do y'all think about my new swipe? And then I should have put this on this is going to be when we're waiting for something. So doing those, sorry, so I can start getting the witnesses in.
22nd, the day of the murder of Lincoln Riley.
Vamos a hablar entonces del asesinato de Lincoln Riley que ocurrió el 22 de
Brain
febrero.
switch.
Do you remember what time you woke up that day?
¿Recuerdas ese día a qué hora te despertaste?
Yo me levanté como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
I woke up around 10 to 11 in the morning.
And what did you do?
¿Y qué hiciste?
What were you doing that day?
¿Qué hiciste
I've
ese día?
had 3 or 4
Cuando al día antes
of my home
o cuando fueron a
in different places.
Which day? The day before or the day that they came to arrest us?
The day before.
El día anterior.
El día anterior, bueno, me paré como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
Un momento. The day before I woke up between 10 and 11 in the morning.
Ajá. Nos pusimos a hacer, bueno, me puse a hacer comida con Argeni.
I began to cook with our Henny's food.
Nos fuimos al trabajo Argeni y mi persona.
Our Henny's and myself went to work.
Y quedaron Diego y José Antonio quedaron en la casa.
And Diego and Jose Antonio remained at the house.
Were they awake or asleep when you woke up? Were they awake or asleep when you woke up?
¿Estaban ellos despiertos o acostados cuando?
Sí, cuando nosotros nos fuimos a trabajar, ellos estaban en la cama acostados.
Asleep, yes. When we left to work, they were in bed sleeping.
And then where was Carlito and Juan Carlos in the apartment that day?
¿Y estaba Juan Carlitos en el apartamento ese día? No.
Okay. And then what time did you return home?
¿A qué hora entonces regresaste a casa ese día?
Como a las 10 de la noche.
Around 10 p.m.
And who was there when you got home at 10 o'clock?
¿Quiénes estaban allí cuando llegaste a las 10?
Todos.
All of them.
And at what point did you learn that someone had been killed near your house?
¿Cuándo fue que te enteraste que alguien había sido asesinado cerca de la casa?
Esa noche.
That night.
And how did you, without saying what they said, how did you find out?
¿Cómo te enteraste de lo que había ocurrido?
Porque yo siempre cuando llegaba de trabajar me sentaba afuera fumando un cigarro.
Because every time I came back from work, I would sit outside to smoke a cigarette.
Y estaba un vecino del frente, un
And-
puertorriqueño,
And there was a neighbor from across, Puerto Rican,
y vi mucho policía.
and I saw a lot of police.
Y le pregunté yo a él qué estaba pasando.
So I asked him what was happening.
Y él me dijo a mí, no, hay un muerto.
And he said to me, no, there is a dead person.
We'll move on. So
I'll
you,
sustain the objection.
we'll move on. And so you learned that someone had been killed near your apartment.
Entonces conoció que habían asesinado a alguien cerca del apartamento. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so then you went to bed that night, and when did you wake up the next day?
Entonces se acostó esa noche y al día siguiente, ¿a qué hora se despertó?
No, ese día yo entré y le dije a Argenis, le comenté a Argenis,
Un momento. No, that day I came back in and I mentioned to Argenis
lo que estaba pasando.
what was happening.
Argenis publicó, o sea, lo dijo en voz alta ahí en el departamento.
Argenis mentioned it in a loud voice in the apartment.
Right, you can't say what he.
Yes. Un momento. Puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo.
I'll consider that when given instruction. And he'll interpret this.
Okay, we'll clean it up. Okay, you can't say what Argenis said.
No puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo, ¿ok?
So he is actually on the stand.
Okay, but listening to him, you knew that Argenis knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, the interpreter requires a repetition.
Listening to Argenis, you knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, escuchando de Argenis, enteraste que algo había ocurrido en el apartamento.
No.
No.
Yo fui la que le dije a Argenis.
I was the one who told Argenis.
Okay.
Y Argenis comentó en el departamento.
And Argenis mentioned it inside the apartment.
Okay, without saying what he said, but he told everyone else.
Él entonces hizo la mención a todos los demás. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then what did you all do next?
¿Y qué fue lo próximo entonces que hiciste?
Me metí al baño y me acosté a dormir.
I went into the bathroom and then I slept.
Okay, was there any reaction from any of your roommates? Not what they said, but did anyone act strange or concerned when they found out that a murder had taken
¿Hubo
place?
alguna reacción sobre tus compañeros de habitación, no sobre lo que Argenis dijo, sino sobre lo que habían conocido, que había ocurrido?
Okay.
No.
And what woke you up the next morning?
¿Qué fue lo que la despertó la mañana siguiente?
Oficiales.
The officers.
How did that happen?
¿Cómo ocurrió?
Entraron y dijeron que nos levantáramos todos.
They entered and they told us, for all of us, to wake up.
Primero agarraron a Argenis,
They first grabbed Argenis.
luego a Diego. No, primero a Diego, luego a Argenis.
No, first Diego, later Argenis.
Y luego entraron al departamento. José Antonio estaba dormido y mi persona también estaba.
Then they entered the apartment. Jose Antonio was asleep and I myself was too asleep.
Y a nosotros dos nos levantaron que saliéramos del departamento.
They awoken both of us, asking us to walk out of the apartment.
After a certain time, did you go down to the Clark County Police Department and give a statement?
Después de haber pasado cierto tiempo, terminó usted siendo llevada al departamento de la policía de Athens Clark y dio usted una declaración.
Sí.
And was
Yes.
that on February 23rd, that same day that they woke you up in your apartment?
Eso fue el mismo día, el 23 de
I
febrero,
guess it would
que
be.
vinieron al
Talking
apartamento.
about
Yes.
going into her.
And did you also give a statement to Officer Sayan on March 4th at
También
Julio Maldonado's apartment?
Usted también le dio una declaración al oficial de la policía Sayán el 4 de marzo en el apartamento de Julio, dice Julio Maya,
Maldonado.
Maldonado.
Maldonado?
Sí.
And did they show you some photographs and video?
Le mostraron algunas fotografías, algunos videos.
And were you able to identify anyone in any of the videos?
¿Pudo usted reconocer en esa fotografía o en esos videos a alguien?
En un video.
En el video.
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs.
Te van a mostrar ahora unas fotografías aquí en la pantalla.
First, I'm going to ask you about your roommates.
Son preguntas que ella te va a hacer ahora sobre tus compañeros de la apartamento.
Okay. Starting with States Exhibit 179. If you can look at the
Mostrando ahí
screen.
entonces la fotografía marcada como 179, prueba de la fiscalía.
Do you recognize that person?
¿Usted
Do you recognize that person?
¿Reconoce usted a esa persona?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
¿Quién es?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
Thank you. And is that who you called El Gocho?
A él es a quien llaman el gocho. El gocho.
And States Exhibit 185. Who is that?
Estoy mostrando la fotografía de la fiscalía 185. ¿Quién es él?
Argenis Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra.
Is that Manny?
Ese es Manny. Manny.
And who is that?
¿Quién es él?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay. And Your Honor, if we could toggle over, I'm going to show her some video.
Te voy a mostrar ahora un video.
Can you toggle over to, let's see. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
¿Reconoce usted a alguien en ese video?
Who do you see in that video?
¿A quién ve usted en el video?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
And how do you recognize him?
¿Cómo sabes que es él? ¿Cómo lo reconoces?
Por la gorra
The cap
y las cholas.
and the loafers.
Okay. When you say cholas, how can you describe them?
Cuando dices la palabra cholas, ¿qué son?
Sandalias.
Like sandals? Chanclas.
Okay. Can you translate the word chanclas?
The interpreter only can translate the word that she is referring to. Chanclas.
Would you say the word flip-flops?
Serían como las chancletas que usan aquí. Yes.
And do you remember talking to the officers and thinking about something that you saw in that video I just showed you?
¿Recuerdas haber conversado con los oficiales sobre el video y lo que habías visto? How?
Okay. Did you remember? Oh, let me rephrase my question. Did you notice or recognize an article of clothing in that video?
Ella te rehace la pregunta. ¿Reconociste algo de la ropa de la persona que llevaba en ese video puesta?
Sí, la gorra, las
Yes.
chanclas.
The cap, the sandals.
Did you see what he was putting into the dumpster? You
¿Viste
see an
lo
item.
que estaba poniendo en el contenedor de basura?
What did you see?
¿Qué vistes?
Un suéter.
A sweater.
Okay. And had you seen that sweater before?
¿Habías visto ese suéter anteriormente?
tell us about that sweater? When did you see it?
Yes, dinos sobre el suéter, ¿cuándo lo vistes?
Desde que me vine de Nueva York.
Since I came from New York.
Had you seen Jose Ibarra wear that sweater?
¿Habías visto a José Ibarra ponerse ese suéter?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any thoughts about him throwing that sweater into the dumpster?
Objection.
Did you mention anything?
So I'll sustain the objection.
Did you mention any to the law enforcement officers anything about that sweater that you thought strange?
¿Hiciste algún comentario a los oficiales policiales sobre ese suéter que vistes en el video? No.
Okay. When you saw Jose throwing this sweater into the dumpster, what did you think about that? Or what did you notice?
Judge, I'm also going to object because I don't know that this witness was not there to see the activity that's depicted on the video. The court is equally able to interpret that.
I'll overrule the objection as to what she might have noticed.
Did it seem strange to you that Jose was throwing that jacket away?
¿Te pareció extraño a ti que estaba José botando, tirando esa chaqueta?
Sí.
Yes.
And you called it the item a sweater. Was it worn as a sweater or as a jacket?
El suéter se lo ponía a él más que como un suéter, lo usaba como una chaqueta. Okay. Like a jacket.
And then talking about the hat, was it unusual for the brothers to exchange clothing?
Hablando sobre el sombrero o la cachucha, era inusual que los hermanos, you said, interpreter requires you said.
Was it unusual for the brothers to share clothing?
Era inusual que los hermanos intercambiaran, se pusieran la ropa.
Sí. Sí, se intercambiaban ambos, Diego y José Antonio.
Yes, they would interchange it. Diego and José Antonio would.
They would wear each other's clothes?
Se ponían entonces la misma ropa. Yes.
And for the record, I did want to identify that video as the UFB 32 dumpster video from Exhibit 172. I think that's all we have. And with that, I will pass the witness.
While he's doing that, let me, some of this has been cleared up, but if you would instruct the witness that she needs to answer out loud, yes or no, not shake heads.
El juez quiere aclarar algo, ¿no? Cuando te pidan que respondas, no respondas con mover la cabeza. Siempre responde verbalmente, sí o no, siempre. Okay. Excuse me for that. No problem.
Good morning.
Dice, señor, buenos días. Good morning.
I want to follow up with just a few questions, please.
Quiero entonces hacerle solo algunas pocas preguntas.
So you were asked a minute ago about when you first came to the U.S., right?
Hace unos minutos le preguntaron cuándo fue que vino por primera vez a los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no? Yes.
And am I right that you came in the summer of 2023?
Es correcto decir que usted llegó en el verano del 2023.
En mayo.
In May the 3rd.
Thank you. And that was, you went directly to New York City?
Y fue directamente a Nueva York.
No, estaba en El Paso.
No, in El Paso I was.
Okay. But you didn't stay there long, is that what I understand?
Pero yo entiendo que no se quedó allí mucho tiempo.
No.
No.
And so the first place that you stayed for any period of time was New York City, is that right?
Entonces es correcto decir que el primer lugar donde estuvo por algún periodo de tiempo fue Nueva York.
Sí.
Yes.
And then during the summer of 2023, you met first Mei Ling Franco, is that right?
Y durante el verano del 2023 conoció usted primero a Maylene Blanco, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And Maylene's daughter is Layleen Franco, correct?
Y la hija de Maylene es Laylee Franco, ¿correcto?
Lailín Franco.
¿Perdón?
Lailín.
Lailín Franco.
Layleen, thank you.
Gracias.
And
Ronnie, that is one of my favorite.
Layleen
Real
was
cheese.
married to Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Y Lailín está casada con José Antonio Ibarra. Yes.
And I'm just trying to establish how you met Jose Antonio. Is that
Solamente estoy tratando de establecer cómo fue que conoció usted a José Antonio. Okay.
But it was first through his mother-in-law, Mayleen Franco, right?
Así que primero fue a través de la suegra de él, Maylene Franco, ¿correcto? Yes.
And the way I understand it, your friend and Layleen lived in a hotel that was turned into an apartment for immigrants.
De la manera como lo he entendido es que usted y Layleen vivieron en un hotel que luego fue transformado allá como en un complejo de apartamentos. No.
Where was Layleen living at the time?
¿En dónde vivía Layleen?
En el Crown Plaza.
En Crown Plaza.
Queens. Crown Plaza, that had been a hotel but was now an apartment. Or was used to as a place for migrants to live.
El Crown Plaza, que después fue transformado como un lugar de apartamentos usados para entonces darle vivienda a los inmigrantes que llegaron.
Sí.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, you and Jose Antonio, well, first of all, let me interrupt. Did you call him Jose Antonio or did you call him Victor?
Entonces, en un momento, en ese verano, usted y José Antonio, discúlpeme que le interrumpa, ¿usted lo llamaba a él José Antonio o usted lo llamaba a él Víctor? Víctor.
So at some point during that summer, did you and Victor end up living in a car for a few weeks?
Durante ese verano, por algún tiempo, terminó Víctor, ustedes viviendo dentro de un carro por algunas semanas.
Sí.
Yes.
And the car was parked near the Crown Plaza.
Y el carro estaba estacionado cerca del Crown Plaza.
Sí, al frente.
Yes. Across.
Across the street.
Cruzando la calle.
No. La acera estaba ahí estacionada.
No.
Saliendo al Crown.
Right by the sidewalk, the car was parked there, just walking out of the Crown.
And through Victor, you learned that his brother Diego was in Athens.
Y a través de Víctor conociste que Diego, su hermano, estaba en Athens.
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me. And Diego had invited Victor to come to Athens to get out of New York.
Y Diego había invitado a Víctor que se viniera a Athens para salir de Nueva York.
Porque aquí había oportunidades de trabajo.
Because here there were work opportunities.
And then Victor also mentioned to you, why don't you come also?
Y
I do
también
have a
Víctor
recipe
te lo mencionó a ti
section
para que
in my
también
Discord.
diciéndote, ven también tú. Yes.
So that's how the two of you ended up flying down to Atlanta and then getting a ride over to Athens.
Así que así fue como entonces estuvieron, terminaron volando a Atlanta y de Atlanta consiguieron una carrerita hasta Athens. Yes.
And at that time, in D126, it was just Diego there at the time.
Y en aquel momento, para interpreter requires a repetition, you mentioned a date.
It was only Diego who was living in the apartment when you first arrived?
Diego, entonces era la única persona que vivía en ese apartamento cuando llegaste allá.
Sí.
Yes.
Argenis was living in Florida?
Argenis estaba viviendo en Florida.
Yes.
Yes.
How is your English?
¿Cómo era tu inglés?
Muy poco.
Very little.
So that you got a job at Wendy's at first?
¿Y tu primer trabajo te lo dieron en Wendy's?
Yes.
Yes.
And Victor also?
¿Y Víctor también?
Yes.
Yes.
Argenis came maybe in October, September, October.
Argenis se vino como en octubre, septiembre, octubre.
Noviembre.
November.
And then Argenis, the three of you got the job at the Korean restaurant?
Y los tres de ustedes consiguieron trabajar en el restaurante coreano.
Yes.
Yes. And was the name of it Utachi?
El nombre Utachi.
En realidad no recuerdo el nombre.
In reality, I don't remember the name.
Queda quieto eso.
It's right behind here.
And you didn't use any gloves when you worked there, did you?
¿Tú no utilizabas guantes cuando trabajaste allí?
No.
No.
And then it was a little bit later after Argenis came to live in D126. John Carlos came.
Un poquito después de que Argenis llegó a vivir en el apartamento de 126, llegó entonces Giancarlos.
No, primero llegó Giancarlitos.
No, Giancarlitos first arrived.
Después bajó Argenis de Florida.
After Argenis came from Florida.
And is John Carlitos, is he related to the brothers?
Giancarlito está relacionado, tiene parentesco con los hermanos.
Bueno, que se conocían desde allá, desde donde vivían en Venezuela.
Only that they knew each other from where they all are from in Venezuela. More from them, I do not know.
Diego, you identified Diego in a picture, but let me just ask you, he is a little bit taller than Victor, correct?
Tú identificaste a Diego en una fotografía, pero déjame preguntarte, él es un poquito más alto que, you said, Diego is a little bit taller.
A little taller than Victor.
Más alto que Víctor.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little bit.
And at the time, anyway, Diego was thinner than Victor.
Y para aquel momento, Diego era más flaco.
Sí.
Yes.
And that morning, you testified that Thursday morning of February 22nd.
Esa mañana de febrero, el jueves 22 de febrero.
You woke up after 10, but before 11, as I understand.
Entiendo que se despertó después de las 10, pero antes de las 11, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you woke up in your bed, Diego and Victor were both asleep in their bed, correct?
Y cuando usted se despertó, estando en su cama, Diego y Víctor estaban dormidos todavía en sus camas.
Sí.
Yes.
And you didn't notice anything that morning as far as anyone leaving the apartment.
Y usted esa mañana no se dio cuenta con respecto a cualquiera de alguien salir del apartamento. No.
That's all, thank you.
Esas son todas las preguntas que le quiere hacer.
Any direction, sir?
Si te va a hacer otras preguntas.
Nothing further.
No hay ninguna otra pregunta. Estás excusada.
Any objection to excusing her, Mr. Dianne?
No objection.
Ok, no hay ninguna
You
objeción.
may go down.
Ok, eso es todo. Entonces puedes salir.
Gracias.
You're welcome.
Now call your next witness.
State call Special Agent Jamie Hick.
Dang it.
And while Special Agent Hipkiss is entering the room, Your Honor, we do have another stipulation of the parties. It has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 267, and we are going to move to admit State's 267. It is a stipulation of fact regarding FBI agent Candace Hunter. FBI Digital Forensic Examiner Candace Hunter testified at a motion to suppress in the above referenced case on November 1st of 2024. All parties agreed to admit her testimony and exhibits from that testimony at this trial, and they will be made a part of this trial record. Furthermore, the parties hereby stipulate that Candace Hunter extracted the data from the cellular telephones with the FBI evidence labels of 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 using Cellubrite Premium. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant. And again, we're moving to admit 267. I will say that transcript is not in our possession at this time, but when the transcript is complete, we will go ahead and mark that testimony of Ms. Hunter's, or Agent Hunter's, excuse me, and move to admit that and make that part of the record. But we have agreed to accept her testimony and stipulate to her testimony.
I concur with Ross.
Very well. It's submitted based on the stipulation.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please state and spell your first and last name for my report.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jamie, Jamie. Last name is Hipkiss, Hipkiss.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a special agent, and I'm assigned to the Athens, Georgia office.
How long have you worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
It'll be 11 years in February.
At the Athens office, what do you do? What types of crimes do you investigate, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Middle Georgia Safe Streets Gang Task Force. That's a task force comprised of several different agencies, FBI, obviously, as well as the GBI, the Athens Clark County Police Department, the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and the Georgia Department of Corrections. As a member of that task force, our primary mission is to focus on investigations that involve violent criminal activity or violent gang activity or major organized crime investigations. So as a part of that, we oftentimes assist our state and local law enforcement partners with investigations such as this that involve violent crime or a murder or armed robbery or something of that nature.
When and how did you get involved into the investigation into the murder of Blake and Riley?
I got involved on the day that it occurred on February 22nd, 2024. I was actually contacted by another member of our task force, who's a sergeant with the Athens Clark County Police Department. When the incident happened, I was actually in Atlanta dealing with another matter, and I was informed by Sergeant Frost, who's on our task force, that he was involved and had responded to the murder of a college student that had occurred on the University of Georgia campus, and advised that he would be meeting with other law enforcement partners to obtain information to see if there was any assistance our task force could provide.
Did you at some point provide assistance to the local authorities in this case? And specifically, what was the focus of your investigation?
Yeah, so initially on February 22nd, there were no suspects when the incident occurred. So at that time, we took the role of helping out with some cell phone analysis. We did what's called tower dumps in the area, or I assisted with that in writing search warrant to essentially capture all cellular devices that were in contact with the towers that served the area where the crime scene was located at. So that was our initial involvement. From there, it evolved into other technical assistance. Once University of Georgia Police Department, the GBI, in Athens, Clarke County Police Department had identified a suspect and executed a search warrant. They had collected a total of 11 electronic devices. At that point in time, they asked for the FBI's assistance in downloading those particular devices.
And is that when you got involved
Yes.
for the devices? So specifically, did you review the downloads of devices 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you could first tell us what are 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11? Why are they numbered that way? But whose devices are they?
1B7 and 1B8 are devices that belong to Jose Antonio Ibarra, the defendant seated at the table over there in the gray dress shirt.
And may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
1B11 is a device that was collected from Jose's brother, Diego Ibarra, when Athens Clarke County Police Department encountered him on the morning of February 23rd at approximately 8:32 in the morning.
And who extracted data from those devices?
Special Agent Candace Hunter, she's assigned to the FBI CART team, that's a computer analysis and response team. She's a certified digital forensic examiner, so the phones were taken down to her in Atlanta and she extracted the data from all 3 devices.
And then you reviewed that.
That's correct. And to answer your question about 1B7, 1B8, 1B11, so that's just a naming convention used by the FBI when it comes to evidence. So in this case, 1B7 was a Samsung 14 phone that was located in the apartment of Mr. Ibarra, apartment D126, during the execution of the search warrant. 1B8 is a Samsung 13 phone that was also located in the apartment. And then 1B11, as I mentioned, was collected from Diego Ibarra.
I'm handing you 3 pieces of evidence. One is marked 263, one is marked 264, and one is marked states 265. Do you recognize all 3 of those items?
Yes, I do.
What are they? And just take them by number, please.
Yes, 1B7 is a copy of the cell phone extraction that was generated by Special Agent Hunter. I know that this particular exhibit is a copy of that because I personally reviewed it and created it. 1B8 would be a copy of the Samsung 13 cell phone collected from Jose Ibarra's apartment. And then 1B11 would be a copy of the Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra. And again, I created these thumb drives, these copies, so I'm
Trying to figure out lunch.
State of New to admit 264, 265,
Actually waking
and
up.
266.
I'm gonna object. I need to approach Your Honor about this issue with Ms. Ross.
All right. Let me.
Hey, y'all, we're having fun, kind of like in Discord. Why don't y'all go and leave me your favorite Thanksgiving recipe? I need new recipes. Your favorite Thanksgiving recipe. I don't care what it is. What you love to make on Thanksgiving. And everybody sending love and wishes to Toxic Orchid. They have 2 children in their family with RSV. One's a very young infant. The other one's looks to be about 3, maybe 4. So everybody send your love. I'd appreciate it. One thing I work very hard is creating a family environment. I'd rather have lower numbers of viewers and subscribers, and we feel like a real family or community that we can talk and participate, than to be with 200,000 or 300,000 and there's no connection. I don't want to ever lose my connection with you guys. I'd love to have 100,000 and still be able to have a connection. I really, really, really appreciate all of y'all so very much. I am
What I initially discussed is that I do not object to these exhibits being admitted just to preserve the entire cell phone extraction for the record. However, we are objecting to the entire cell phone record being used as a fact finder in this case. And so Ms. Ross is going to go through with Agent Hipkiss the part she wants you to consider. And I will maintain my objection to considering the other parts of the cell phone extraction.
That is, excuse me, Your Honor, that is correct. There are many items on these phones that will not be, that we do not want the fact.
Is it better when it's just me? I need feedback. Testing, testing. Is that better? I need feedback. We are family. Ba, 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 ba. I got all my sisters and bros and me. Hey, 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 we are family. By the way, I lost a dear person yesterday. I found out. I was in Sweet Adelines and the Rich Tone Chorus, which is out of Dallas. And Sweet Adelines is an a cappella singing barbershop group. And I was in it for 10 years in a chorus of like 120 and quartet. And we used to compete. Dale Syverson was one of the most very famous directors in the organization. I think her chorus over the years are probably won 30 internationals. It's huge. And well, she passed away yesterday and I was quite grieved. I also need y'all to keep my sister in prayer. She's struggling. And speaking of praying for everybody, might as well do it all at once. Thank you. I knew need to do a fundraiser for her. I just don't know how to do it. So if anybody has any ideas, let me know. Because this is getting serious.
Considering this case, and from the state's perspective,
better
the
now?
only parts of these phones
I don't know
that we
why
would
it
like the
thins
court to consider, and that the fact
The
finder
mic help?
should consider, are contained in a PowerPoint, which we're going to admit, which would be State's Exhibit 266. So 266 will contain only the data and information from the phones that the state wishes the fact finder to consider. The full extractions were just admitted to perfect the record of other than.
All right. So 263, 264, and 265 will be admitted based on the announcement made for purpose of preserving the record, but I will only review or consider what is going to be contained in 266.
Yes, Your Honor. And any exhibit that the defense may produce on those records. Yes.
All right.
So I'm going to hand you a bunch of other items, and we're going to just go one at a time so that the record is clear. Can I have those back? Thank you. 266, what is that?
266 is a copy of a PowerPoint presentation that I created that summarizes the downloads of several different records involved in this investigation. The first being the download of Jose Ibarra's cell phone, which has been named FBI evidence item 1B7. It also involves the team.
That's all, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to the 911 call center to ask them if they hung up on Lincoln Road?
I did not.
Okay. Wouldn't that be better evidence of what happened?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Drummond? Any big excuse?
Yes, sir. Maybe Coach Counsel.
Thank you.
For media, the next witness is not to be recorded. If you will adjust that camera and no pictures. Thank you. Okay, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Taser Sweet, Talamani, Sarawak.
Is this better? I've heard other people having issues with Discord when you've got both playing at the same, I'm talking and a video's playing. But to me, it sounds really good in my ears. So I can't tell. I will have to go home and plug in to my computer and listen to it later. But is this any better? Maybe I just really need to be on the
Take a
mic.
seat, have a seat. Scoot
Instead of
way
back
up to
here.
this microphone and be sure you speak into it because I know you're soft-spoken. Madam Porter
I
has
hate
taken
having
down
a
what you're saying.
microphone
They
like
can
that.
probably hear you
I
over
don't like
there, right?
seeing it. My
Please
pet
state
peeve.
your name and spell it, your full name.
My name is Tejaswi Tamilmani Saraswati. Tejaswi. Tamilmani is Tamilmani. Saraswati Saraswathi.
Good afternoon. Are you a student?
Yes, I am a student here.
When you say here, what university are you a student at?
University.
Okay. But still does not sound good even with the mic up close. I'll work on it. Couple break. Be right back.
I'm here, guys. Just for some reason my camera went down. I don't know why, but my camera went down. I'm working on it. If they get under the bed. I don't have time.
Can you guys hear me?
You said they went around back.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, my camera just went down and I have no idea why. It's not connecting. I hope it's not a cable. Yeah, I know. I apologize. Let's do this. I can keep the live going as far as not ending the live. I need to do a quick system reboot. I do not know why my camera is not recognizable. I didn't do anything. All of a sudden, everything just kind of lost. So give me a minute. Hold your horses. I'm going to do a reboot. The live will be held in StreamYard and I'll be right back on, okay? I apologize. Again. So give me a quick second, y'all.
Sir, do you swear affirm the testimony you
I
will give
need
today in
to.
the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, state your first and last name, and spell it for Madam Court Reporter.
This is what it looks like.
Jonathan Simon, Jonathhan, Simon, Simon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the University of Georgia Police Department. I've been doing that for the past 3 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Primarily answering calls for service, patrolling around, looking for issues of safety, of matter of life and property, and enforcing the state of Georgia laws.
Were you working in that capacity on the 22nd day of February 2024?
I was.
Did you respond to a 911 call made by a student, Tasia Sweet?
Okay. How was that?
310 Rogers Road.
I did.
All of a sudden, Discord's blowing up.
In Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
It is.
About what time did you get the call, and about how long did it take you to get there?
I don't
I
know
got
what
the
happened.
call
I just
at
got said it's
7:59
time
in the
to take a
morning,
nap.
and I arrived on scene
Felt
at
my
approximately
pain.
8:06 in the morning.
May I purchase a signature on it? Yes. Were you wearing your body cam that day?
I was.
And have you had a chance to look at the contents of State's Exhibit 277?
I did.
What is State's 277?
This is going to be my body camera footage for this time frame.
And does it
Not
fairly and
just with
accurately
me, other
depict those
creators.
recordings, and is a true and accurate
I
recording
still
of your
love
body
it.
cam from the 22nd day of February 2024?
It is.
So we need to
Man,
admit
I lost the
277.
camera and I was like, "Eh." We're good now. Yeah, good. Wow. Okay. I don't feel so bad now. Are we in the right court? Yes, we are. But didn't he already testify?
277 is admitted. You may play it.
I am going to speed up a little bit in your body cam so we don't watch all of it. Do you see the counter at the top? 13:06 on 2/22 of 24. Is that in UTC time?
I don't like my
It
camera
is
yet.
approximately 5 hours before, so it'd be 8 in the morning, I believe, if my math is correct.
8:06.
8:06, yes.
Do we see in this frame building S?
Yes.
And what type of building is building S?
Building S is a University Village housing. It's going to be housing primarily for grad students or international students. It's in an apartment format sort of style.
I want to fast forward to when you get to the apartment door. I'm going to stop you there at 13:07. Is that the front door to 114?
It is.
Tell us about that door. Is there a screen door?
Yes, it's a screen door up front, and then there's going to be a larger metal door right behind it.
So do we see the screen door there in the center of the frame?
Yes. The person that we see in the center of the frame now at 13:07, who is that? That's going to be the caller, Mr. Saraswati.
And how would you describe her demeanor that morning?
She seemed very unsettled, very scared in the moment, understandably so. So primarily I was just trying to use my best customer service voice to try to calm her down in that situation.
And you responded, and did other UGA police officers also respond?
Yes, I was the initial responding officer getting information from her. We had other units around the area searching for a potential suspect going on from there.
I'm sorry, your voice trailed off a little bit because somebody moved in the chair.
I'm sorry about that.
A little louder. You responded, others responded to do what?
They were searching the area for, the call came out as an individual jiggling the door handle. And so that individual looking through the window and left the area. So they were in that surrounding area looking for that individual.
And then when you say that surrounding area, this area around Building S?
Yes.
Hey, can I come in or are you already?
I want to stop right there. Do you see her back windows to the living room?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to those for the court?
This is going to be the back windows up there.
The only windows we see in the frame, and there is a pointer.
Oh, gotcha. It's going to be right
here. You got to go up behind you because
there we go.
No, we can't see
yes.
that. All right. Thank you.
Right there.
And how would you describe her blinds?
They're open at the moment.
So I'm just gonna get one thing on the radio. 6427, I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, sir, you okay? I gotcha. I understand it'd be a little bit scary. I'm just gonna be asking you a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay?
Without going through everything she said to you, did she eventually tell you somebody tried to get in her apartment?
Yes.
And did she say that she saw the person on the back of the apartment in the blinds that we just saw?
Yes, she said it was the same individual.
And what did that person do in the back?
Walking by, it's just stated that he looked into the open window looking inside the room.
You're taking a shower, correct? And you heard something going on?
Yeah, I heard like something was moving and I just heard someone from upstairs. I usually hear that. And then when I actually came up, I heard it coming from the door.
Are you hearing it coming from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see to the people and then I saw actually someone was crouched down and then trying to I just open it.
Okay.
And then I thought it was just maintenance and a lot of opening, but then I was like, why would they do that right in the first now?
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me. And as I said that, they tried to do that door and I could see them knocking.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went away. And then after that, I tried to get the phone. Then when I was standing by the door, and then I could see them peeping, trying to peep and take a look.
They're trying to look into that. So At no point do they ever enter your,
No, they didn't.
okay, good.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it there at 1309 for the record. Did she give you a general description of this person?
Yes, she gives me a general description.
And what's the general description that was given?
So a male of an unknown race with a black jacket and a black cap. She didn't give any other details because she stated he was crouching down at the door when she looked for him.
And did you put that information out on the radio?
Yes, I did put that in the radio.
And did you and other officers begin to try to search for that individual?
I did not search at this time. The other officers were searching. I searched later on after this call was completed.
And at 1309, we can actually see someone in the back of her window right now. Is that right?
Yes.
And who is that person?
So that is our intern currently. Right in front of her was Corporal Bridges with UGPD.
And then standing in the threshold of or at the door inside Tasia Swee's apartment, do you have any difficulty seeing out that back window?
No, you can see completely clearly.
Is there camera footage around this building?
Yes, there was camera footage around this building at the time.
And I'm going to take that up with another officer who looked at that. So I believe at this point, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Officer Simon, just briefly, it looks like so we see that you were there speaking with the caller at between 8:06 and 8:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And then you left shortly after this, but then you came back later, right?
Yes, sir.
At about 9:05. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you and Corporal Bridges came back about an hour later?
It was just me and Corporal Bridges at 9:05, and then Corporal Bridges did another check at 9:40 roughly.
And this was, I'm guessing y'all came back those two more times just to walk around and make sure you didn't see the suspicious person.
Yes, we were looking for that suspicious person again, yes.
And neither of y'all saw anyone at either 9:05 or 9:40.
No, sir.
That's all.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Donnelly?
No.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
The state calls Sally Kierisky, K-I-R.
I was hoping that was UPS. I was hoping that package was for me. Someone sent me something. I want my little Highlander. Now that's too low. It's so hard to get that camera perfect. I thought I had it there before, but that's okay. That's okay. We are all doing good.
Give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Ibarra, with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
I do.
okay, if you could have a seat, please, and adjust the microphone where you can speak into it. Spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Sally, S-A-L-L-Y. Last name is Kirkleski, K-I-R-K-L-E-W-S-K-I.
And what do you do for a living?
Say again, please.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a staff level researcher in public health research.
Are you a runner?
I am.
And how often do you run?
6 to 7 days a week.
How far do you run when you run?
Anywhere from 4 miles to 20, depending on what I'm training for.
Are you familiar with the trails behind the intramural fields in the University of Georgia called the Oconee Forest and those running trails back there?
I am familiar with them.
How are you familiar with those trails?
I run and walk there frequently.
How many times would you estimate you have ran and walked those trails?
I would say well over 1,000 at this point since I've been in Athens.
I want to direct your attention to the 22nd day of February, 2024. Were you running that morning?
I was.
First of all, what part of town were you living in and how did you get to the fields? Did you drive? Did you run? Did you walk?
I was living off of South Millage Avenue and I ran there.
You ran there. About what time did you leave your house?
Around 8:04 in the morning.
And about what time did you make your way onto the running trails?
I would say I got to the trails just after 8:20 a.m.
Were you wearing any kind of digital device that monitored your pace, where you ran, and your heart rate?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
Garmin Forerunner watch.
Were you running alone that day or with someone else?
I was running alone.
And when you were running, what, if anything, did you have on you?
I mean, I had the watch, long sleeve shirt, pants, mittens, little warm headband, running shoes, and a heart rate monitor.
And a heart rate monitor?
Mhm.
While on your run, did you see anything unusual?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you see?
I would say that morning what was unusual, that there were a number of UGA police cars out, which wasn't quite typical of that area. And I mean, that, kind of got me a little on edge.
And why did that get you on edge?
I had run past a police officer that had stopped a student on East Campus Road, and he had said to the student, or I overheard there were reports of suspicious activity. I wasn't sure where, but it did make me a little nervous.
About what time was that where you saw an officer talking about suspicious activity?
Let's see, that would have been probably around 8:15 in the morning.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Might be easier to do it this way. I'm Annie, what's been marked for identification purposes is States 278. You recognize States 278?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the map of my run that morning.
And state would move to admit States 278 and request permission to publish.
No objection.
278 submitted, you may.
So showing you 278, this is a map of your run that morning, you said?
Yes.
And was that made from your digital device?
Yes, it was.
How far did you run that morning?
6 miles.
Tell me where my pencil is, where the green is. What is that?
That is right outside my apartment where I began the run.
All right. And tell us. Where were you when you saw the individual?
Trailhead here, entered the trails.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Came down, curved around, took this
had a
sharp
glitch.
left, continued down this like larger trail that's gravel.
I'm on a
To the
break. Be right back.
quickly. On the East Campus, left onto Village Avenue Extension, came back, did a little lap around the parking lot here to hit 6 miles, and ended where I started.
Thank you. At some point in your run on the trails, did you see an individual?
I did.
Okay. If you could, you can have a seat now if you don't mind, and then adjust the microphone if you need to. Where were you when you saw the individual?
I was on the trails where this circle is. on the
Okay, so
map.
where the blue circle is?
Correct.
Is there a retention pond near there?
There is.
Okay, and so where you, did you circle this yourself, this blue circle?
I did.
And does that indicate where you saw this individual?
Yes.
What time was it when you saw this individual at this blue circle?
Around 8:24 a.m.
What did you see?
I saw a person who appeared to be a man just based on stature, average height, wearing a navy blue jacket, black gloves or mittens, hood up, dark pants and dark shoes. And he was standing, I'm assuming he was standing facing away from the trail, away from the retention pond.
So you came around from the direction of, let me do this again. This is where you came around, right? From this way?
Yes.
And
saw what appeared to be a phone.
okay. And in one of the hands.
Correct.
Did you talk to this individual?
I did not.
Did this individual look at you?
Not that I could see, no.
And did you, what did you do once you saw this individual?
I continued running past this person a little bit faster. I was a little worried. So continued to the running past the pond to make that sharp left.
What about that individual that you observed made you worried?
I would say it would be that this person didn't look at me when I came around, and usually even if someone's just standing there, they hear a noise, they kind of look or make any sort of body motion, and they were really, really still.
Was this person alone?
Yes.
When you ran past them, how fast do you think you were going?
Probably around, an average of like an 8:30 per mile pace. And then, I picked it up after that around there. So probably now a 7:45 pace.
And you continued your path around the lake like you showed us?
Correct.
Did you ever do another loop within the fields to go back to this location?
No, I didn't, no.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Afternoon.
You said you saw this individual around 8:24 a.m.?
That's correct.
And you're pretty sure about that time because your run tracked where you were at different points during that time?
Correct, yes.
When you first saw this person, you said they didn't look at you. Could you tell where they were looking?
They were looking south, away from the trail.
And was that towards or away from the retention pond area?
I was away from the retention pond. Would have been north, my bad.
And were they standing on the path or off the path?
They were just off the path.
And when you ran by them, how close were you to them?
I would say about 6 feet.
But you didn't see them at any point turn to look at you?
No.
When you ran past them, did you ever look back?
I looked back after I had rounded that sharp turn on the map, making that left.
And had the individual moved or come towards you in any way?
Not that I could tell.
And I believe when you were describing what the individual was wearing, you said dark colored shoes.
Correct.
Can you, like black shoes, or do you know what color they were?
I don't know what color they were.
But they were dark, so they weren't like white shoes.
Not that I could tell.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir. We should be excused.
Any objection, Ms.
No
Beck?
objection.
You're excused. Thank you. We'll take a break.
Yes, sir.
10-minute recess.
Get me back on stage. I do need to do this. I want to thank our fabulous tea company, Ollie Tea, as with the lipstick and all. You can tell I've been drinking my tea. It is really good, and I'm very picky. So with that, let's hear a word from our sponsor. I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy. Hold on a sec. Hey guys, I got a deaf person on. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at some beautiful hummingbirds. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. I don't know why it did it on. Oh, it was checked on loop. My bad. So, what we're going to do is we got a guest here and they're having a good time in there. Yay! But I am I'll look at this in a minute. We're waiting on them. Since they're taking a short one, we'll hop on over to the other one if you'd like. Let's see. They're still on lunch, so we don't have anything to hop on over. So with that, let me catch y'all up on what's going on. Kristen, thanks for lurking. I had a camera recognizing my computer issue. We were able to resolve that. Thank you, Jesus. Yes. Oh my God. It is so good. And in fact, I've kind of mentioned to her that I might want to see if we can make a special one that's mighty. See if we can't find out a mighty. And then I would talk to her about working on one for Christmas for next year. You drink a lot of tea till you get the right one. I will tell you that. And we did get a new member today, Steve, CFO1. Thank you so much for joining. I don't think you're here right now. And Dr. Bullbutter has her 3 months. Woohoo! We appreciate y'all. I did talk to Miss Kevin, chatted with her online recently. They're doing okay. It's just like everybody's gotten sick, school's going. So right now it's just one of those things where she's got to take a little time off to take care of her siblings, her children, and get things in balance again. And I totally understand that. I am putting a call out. I am looking, and I don't know if we have it. I just don't remember seeing it.
Is there a video? Question. Is there video of Karen Reed in her, did they do a police interview? And if so, do we have a recording of that? I would love to see the police interview. I know we have seen the, what is it called? The, I'm pulling a brain dead. It's where they go, she did an interview on the news or TV or something like that. But she did not do an interview with, did she do an interview with the police and actually, I guess for the lack of better terms, get a recording of that? I don't know how else to put that. I would just like to see, I really, really would. Would love to see that. I don't know. I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts on that? No, there was no interrogation. Yeah, her witness, when they brought her in and spoke to her. So I guess, did she lawyer up immediately and thus they didn't even get an interrogation? Because I was looking for some stuff. I was looking for some stuff. Y'all, I went and stayed at an Airbnb last week and, or Sunday night, Monday, or Monday, Tuesday, when I went to the firehouse meeting and we had to do all this stuff and we were there late. Safer for me to stay than to come home. And it was so awesome because I mean, we could see the stars here, but boy, could I see the stars. It was a beautiful night. I sat out on the porch. I'm going to get my porch set up at home. This is a perfect weather. I sat out on the porch and I played my flute, my Irish and my native. I just enjoyed myself immensely. And it made me really be in the mood for camping. So now I've got some people I'm going to reach out for sponsorships. I've never done it. Hey, by the way, any of my mods good with sponsorships and getting things like grants and sponsorships? Because I don't know how to go about getting a sponsorship. And I really want a sponsorship. I need a sponsorship for some of this stuff. And they have a brand new thing that's out. And it is a pair of glasses that has built-in closed captioning. You heard it correctly. Built-in closed captioning. Yep, I said it. Built-in closed captioning. So if you're watching the TV, it comes on the glasses and you don't have to see it on the TV. And that would be great because I could be sitting and talking in a lecture and not have to worry about everybody seeing my I mean, I would have instant caption in glasses. That would be so awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Where did you put it, Matt? Okay. So yeah, it would be amazing. Simply amazing. So anyway, we'll see what happens and see how all that goes. Yay. Yay. So I'm going to talk to them and see if they'd be a sponsor. What do y'all think? Should I ask them to be a sponsor? The dog's all moaning and groaning over there. The dog's all moaning and groaning. She is like all over it. All over it. Let me get back over here to y'all. Oh. They did do that.
And then she also did an interview with her lawyer. I think they were asking for money, which to me was kind of like, that may not be the wisest thing to do. I mean, everybody else does it, but yeah, I don't know. Checking things out, guys. Sorry. Oh, here comes back camera.
Ready, Ms. Ross? Special Agent Jay Burney. Jay Burney. Oh, God. Well, hello.
Okay, thank you.
If you could raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's how people act out their delusional compulsions, is that they do things.
And that could be the same way about locking a door as well.
Right.
Okay.
If it's part of a delusional compulsion, they do it. Yeah.
All right. We've heard some evidence in this case about some Google searches and related to the time frame involved in this case. Can you explain the idea of well, we know that there were different types of searches. You're familiar with those, correct?
Right.
And then I provided those searches, internet searches to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review those, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me what, in your opinion, is what kind of information you can generate from those type of searches in terms of what kind of state of mind that Ms. Driver was in at the in the time leading up to these events?
I mean, we can try to infer, like the searches about bus tickets. I would infer that she was trying to escape. The searches, you need to refresh my memory, sorry, about.
Well, we know that she searched for like items like schizophrenia, how to snap a neck,
Right.
mental institutions,
Okay,
those kind of things. Are you able to make any determination as to what was in her state of mind at the time of the crime based on those previous searches?
No.
Okay. Are any of those searches necessarily indicative of anything related to what was in her mind at the time of the crime?
No.
Okay. And in your opinion, are those searches indicative, the back and forth of those type of searches, what in your mind does that highlight to you in terms of her delusion and the compulsion?
Really, all I took from those searches was it was another piece of information confirming that she was kind of in and out of being delusional and then not being delusional, or at least believing the delusions and trying to resist the delusions. And when she was trying to resist the delusions, she was searching for a psychiatric hospital because she wanted help, or searching for a bus ticket because she wanted to get away. And when she was more believing the delusions, she would search for, well, how to snap a neck. I don't even know if who that refers to, but other things that she did, like get a knife, would be like when she was believing her delusions.
We know that Ms. Driver made several statements to law enforcement and to treating personnel at the Kenneth Stone Hospital after the alleged incident. Some of those statements include, how long is my prison sentence, and discussions about her just wanting to be with Mr. Ben Michael with her child. Are any of those statements indicative one way or another as it pertains to her state of mind at the time of the crime?
No, this was after the fact, when she was in the hospital, still psychotic on pain meds, knowing she had just killed her daughter, feeling suicidal. Also, the statement about just wanting to be with him and their daughter was like one phrase in a whole long statement. And when you put it in the context, like that was not the whole point of that whole statement. She was talking about being abused and things were better when there was a smaller group, and yeah. So.
But based on that, from a psychological perspective, you can't make any determinations as to what was in her mind at at the time of the crime based on statements she made after the fact.
No, I think if anything, it again shows that her state of mind was fluctuating, and I think it's misguided to presume that anything she said a day later or several days later or something is stable, and that she was always thinking that way. She was all over the map.
And I believe it was your testimony today that based on the information you received, including jail records and collateral resources, that those delusions continued months after the offense in this case, correct?
Yeah, she was still having delusions when I met with her.
We've also heard testimony in this case about hundreds of phone calls to Mr. Ben Michael after she was incarcerated. Can you tell us well, first you reviewed some of those phone calls, correct?
I did, not all of them. There were too many, but it's several.
Correct.
Of them.
And how do you explain from a psychological standpoint this continued contact in the nature with respect to Chloe Driver?
I explained it in the context that we talked about earlier about trauma bonding, about a cycle of abuse, feeling very connected to him. She'd been with him since she was 17. She had a baby with him. Also, she'd been very controlled by him, so she was used to submitting to him. So it would have been more surprising if she had just
Sorry, I'm muted.
not wanted.
I need an interpreter, Diane.
That seems like
right now.
To someone who's not connected to
butter.
someone that way, it seems like a no-brainer that she should have just wanted to run as far away from him as possible.
Isn't she a part of the defense?
When you're in an abusive relationship like that, it often takes many attempts to get away.
Okay. And what were some of the concerns that you had with respect to the nature of the relationship based on the calls that you listened to?
How extremely controlling he was one concern. For example,
Objection, hearsay.
We've already stipulated to the foundation of the jail calls.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't know where you're going with this. Y'all obviously know.
I think she's about to say what someone else who's not here to testify said on a phone call. She can't offer her statement because it's party opponent commission rule on Taylor too.
These statements that go directly to the state of mind. The state's arguing that these
Thank you, Carmen.
continued contact is a way to
Let me pull up
counter
our weather.
any defense that we may have in this particular state. And they factored into Dr. Ballard's analysis of this particular relationship and formulating her opinion.
I don't object to the defendant's statement, but not the other person's statement.
What was?
All right. I'm sorry?
It goes to.
Yeah, y'all have some stuff going on going towards the east, but we're clear here. We've already gotten
All
hit.
right. I'm going to ask that y'all return to the jury room for a few minutes while we take up a matter that we cannot take up in your presence. Don't talk about the case, and we will call you back in as soon as we can.
Yeah, y'all, East Texas, oh my gosh, all the way up to Minneapolis right now in near Dodge City North. Boy, it's a big hook. And it's going to be moving through the East Coast. New Orleans is getting it tonight. Well, this late afternoon. It's kind of slow moving, honestly. So all of y'all who are going to get hit.
Obviously, there's been testimony about the number of phone calls that Ms. Driver had with Mr. Ben Michael. Are we talking
I need
about
interns.
the substance of
They
those
have to
calls
get
now?
intern
Is that
level
where
or
we're
higher,
going?
and I've got to make sure
Are we talking about any other
the
calls?
legality
Any other
of it. I'm working on it. There's a
Judge
legality.
Trethewey told me which one she's going. I don't object to those particulars as long as she doesn't go into great detail.
I think it will be limited in what he is saying. The point of the question is to affect, basically it's to be what he is telling her to do and how she is responding to that during those jail phone calls. Particularly just to bring us back to a topic we had last week. He tells her about drinking her own urine in the jail, and for which he ultimately gets her to say that she will do it. Things like that he is telling her to do in those jail calls that she is responding to. He goes to the level of his control over her while she's still in the jail.
Additionally, making her refer to him as daddy and acknowledge in those phone calls in response to things he requests that she do, that I do, daddy, I do.
Okay. Let me understand the state's position. Mr. Fogus, you said you didn't have an objection to either of those two?
As long as it's those two and not other calls, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I wasn't done yet.
I apologize.
That's okay. The context of the calls where he's directing her to make phone calls to other individuals to ask to obtain the money that is in question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Question about the money.
About the money.
Money back.
Ben Yaman directing her to contact her parents.
Don't object.
Okay. And
Just as long as we're not going down in more detail than just that topic. Yeah. Okay, no objection.
one more.
Okay.
Him directing Chloe to be clear about not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. He was talking about Chloe's defense. He directed Chloe to be clear that she was not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy in this case that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. You're not going that route. Be simpler and clearer and tell them it was ideas terrorizing your brain caused a psychotic break.
No objection, Joseph. It's just these topics we're talking about.
Yes,
Those four topics, you're not introducing the calls.
No.
You're just asking this witness about them. They were provided to her as a basis for her
Evaluate
some part of her evaluation. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury back in? All right, let's bring him in.
I'd like to.
This ought to be good, y'all. This ought to be real good. Interesting good. Yes, Dr. Wilbutter, I have invited some deaf groups and some deaf community to come, but there's nobody who wants to interpret. That is why I'm going to expand and create a sub YouTube category. And I'm going to start doing things like glamping, geocaching, maybe videos on interpreting videos on how to do something like either cooking or crafting. Start interpreting some of those videos and start offering that. But I have to make sure there's a partnership. Even though people have said to me in the past, sure, you can use whatever of mine you want. And then they turn around later and said, I didn't say that. So I need to get things in writing. But you and I can brainstorm later. Definitely. This woman's hair in one of my screens looks really nice. And my other screen looks almost fluorescent green. So she
All right,
obviously
Dr. Ballard, before we took that brief break, we were talking about part of your review in this case involved you reviewing and listening to several phone calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. In this case, we already know that there were hundreds of phone calls. I think you indicated you have not listened to all of them, correct?
Right.
All right. But can you talk about and tell the jury about some of the content of the calls that you listened to and what your concerns were related to those?
Sure. One of the calls I listened to, the content was he was instructing, she was in jail, and he was instructing her to drink her own urine while she was in jail. And that if she felt embarrassed to do this in front of her cellmate, that she should tell her cellmate that her naturopathic doctor told her she needs to drink it or else she'll get sick. And he was,
What education
he
did
was
that
saying
have?
things like, you need to do this, you
have?
can't fight me on this, you need to do this, do you understand? And she was resistant, and when he was resistant, he said, I was expecting the answer, I do, Daddy, I do. And they kind of went back and forth until she finally said, I do, Daddy, and he said, that's better, or good job, or something like that. And to me, this just reflects how controlling he was and the amount of control he had over her.
Go ahead.
And the idea that the only acceptable answer is to completely agree with whatever it is he's saying.
Okay. And there were also discussions about money, correct?
Yeah, he told her also to get, it was a big sum, $60,000 from a loan he'd made her take out, that she needed to tell her parents to give him that money. And she said, what are you going to use the money for? And he said, why are you questioning me? And she said, because I can know what you want to do with my money.
He's not the husband.
He said, why are you asking me that question? Are you doubting me? She said, I'm starting to doubt you because this, it's a few months into jail. And he went on a long tirade that I didn't document in full, but basically he called her dumb, told her not to talk to her mom anymore, said every time you talk to your mom, you get pear-shaped and stupid. She at one point tried to interrupt and said, and he said, no, there's nothing else. It's you need to change.
Okay. And there were several more phone calls that you listened to regarding that.
Yeah, at one point he told her, it's a little ironic because he told her that under no circumstances was she to represent him as being controlling or manipulative to anyone. They were talking about her defense.
Oh, really?
I don't remember his exact words and I didn't put them in my report, but it was basically you will not represent me that way. You will not do that. And it's like him controlling her to say that he's not controlling. Yeah.
You would agree with me based on some of the other phone calls that you listened to that that he was also kind and sweet to her and that kind of thing.
Yeah, even in these same phone calls, when she was completely agreeing with him, she would get very reinforced for that. Or sometimes a phone call would start out just kind of like any relationship, like, hi, sweetie, I miss you, how are you? But the second that she would not be 100% compliant, then there'd be pressure and control until she was compliant again. And then once she was compliant again, he would say really warm, nice things. Or if she'd share something, he'd say, oh, that really makes me happy that you got to, she shared a book she read. And so that makes you really happy that you enjoyed that book. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. He knew how to be kind.
Okay. Did you find it, were you surprised that after she was incarcerated that she continued this contact with him?
No, it's pretty typical in an abusive relationship and in a cult. And so certainly in both that it's not just a quick separation, that there's a continued connection.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that a jail is not a therapeutic environment, correct?
It is not.
Okay. And that to the best of your knowledge, the only thing that Ms. Driver was receiving during her incarceration was medication, correct?
Medication, and what they call counseling is short, every few weeks, short little visits, pretty much basically to make sure people are suicidal. So it's not the kind of counseling that will bring about therapeutic change. It's just to
and based on your
see who needs to go to,
No, that's okay.
to see if anyone needs to go to Suicide Watch.
Okay. Based on your professional experience, it didn't surprise you one way or another that she was still communicating with Mr. Ben Michael?
No.
All right. And that you would agree with me that just strictly putting her on medication and not providing the additional therapy or anything else is part of the reason why this continued?
I think so, yeah. In my professional opinion, she would need a lot more treatment to get past this relationship.
So just removing the physical nature of that relationship doesn't necessarily break that bond, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
Okay. Based on your interviews with Chloe and any of your collateral resources, sources, was it clear to you that Chloe loved her child?
Yes.
Okay. What did she express to you that she never wanted to hurt her child?
Yes.
Okay. And that was also kind of corroborated by the additional information that you had to consider in this particular case, correct?
Yes, there wasn't any information that suggested that she ever wanted to hurt her child.
And you also had the opportunity to watch Dr. Garrett's testimony, correct?
I did.
You had also been given both of her reports that she had done subsequent to yours, correct?
Yes.
All right. You essentially would agree with me that both of you diagnosed her with the same type of disorders, correct?
We did.
Okay, minus the cannabis use one.
Right.
Okay. And, you know, you were able to, you would agree with her when she said that there's, you know, the difference between crazy, mentally ill, and insane, correct?
Right.
All right. Is there anything about Dr. Garrett's reports that you take issue with?
We were pretty much on the same page that Ms. Driver was severely mentally ill and delusional. Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about delusions, okay? But going back to that briefly. You've told us that a delusion is a fixed false belief.
Yeah.
Okay. And that it is a fixed false belief that is just not true.
It's not true, and yet someone believes it is true the way that I believe I'm sitting here right now. Yeah.
Okay. And the delusional compulsion is when someone acts upon that false belief, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when someone is acting upon that delusion or false belief, is it because they believe it to be true?
Yes.
Okay. Are they acting on that delusional belief because it is the right thing to do in their mind?
Yeah, in their mind, it's true the same way that I believe it's true that when you ask me a question, I should answer it here and you guys will hear what I say. Like that, it's that. So that's the right thing for me to do right now, and so I'm doing it. That's acting on a delusional compulsion. It's just doing what you perceive to be true and right.
So the person acting under delusion believes in their mind that that false thing not only is true, but it's the right thing to do in their mind.
Right.
Okay. Is it, if someone believes that this false idea or delusion is true, is it possible that they may not understand that that's right or wrong?
Not just possible, but that's kind of the nature of a delusion, is that they believe it to be true. So if I believe it to be true and right, I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
If my delusion clears up later, I might see it differently, but in the throes of the delusion, which is the belief, I believe it to be right.
Well, see, that's what happened.
In this particular,
That's what happened with Andrea Bates. Yep, that's what happened with her.
case, you have testified along with Dr. Garrett that Ms. Driver suffered from these delusions, not only in her adolescence, but that they were present in the time leading up to December the 8th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you'd agree with me that those delusions by her report and what the resources that you reviewed indicated that those delusions got worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Particularly the fall of 2020.
Okay, and what was the lack of medication and treatment over time what kind of exacerbated those delusions, those thoughts and those compulsions?
I mean, part of it is lack of treatment. Treatment would have helped. Part of it was she was living in a really stressful, abusive environment. That would make her mental health decline.
And, you know, over time, based on your review of all the materials, it became clear to you that she resisted those delusions, correct?
Right.
And those compulsions?
Yes, she was scared of them and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to like differentiate them from reality unless she got help. So she was trying to get help because she was really afraid about these thoughts she was having that sometimes she believed were true.
May I have a moment? I don't have any further questions at this time, Dr. Ballard. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the court, counsel. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Hi. Well, thanks. How are you?
Good. Did you have a good lunch?
Please,
Thanks, yeah, I
either
did.
here
Who'd you go to lunch with?
or
Myself.
Did you talk to defense counsel during the break?
I did.
Did y'all talk about your testimony?
Say again?
Did you talk to defense counsel?
During lunch?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Did y'all talk about your testimony, what you were saying, what you're going to say?
a little bit, yeah.
What'd y'all talk about?
Talked about in the course of my career as a forensic psychologist, these not guilty by reason of insanity trials I refer to, or we psychologists refer to as mental status at the time of the offense cases.
Mhm.
And I was talking about how I'm like not supposed to talk about my opinion on.
That's right. There's a rule of
mental
evidence
status
says you
at the
can't
time.
talk about it, so I'm not asking you about that.
Right, I know. But I was talking about how that rule of evidence wasn't always the case. So I need to,
You have to change styles a little bit, right?
yes, yes, because I'm so used to just talking about that. And so now I'm like trying to choose my words and not, you know.
That's true. I'm sorry, you did go to lunch with them or you didn't?
No, I got lunch on my own and then I talked to them after I ate.
Well, Doctor, what I'd like to do is, you have a long conversation with Ms. Trethewey and Mr. Kessler, and just for the record, these are exceptional attorneys. They're also nice people, right?
I think so,
yes?
yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
not mean to you or anything like that, are they?
No,
I mean, they're reasonable,
they're
right?
professionals.
Absolutely. So what I'd like to do is try to I'd like to reason with you and talk through some of the things that you didn't say or didn't highlight when it came to the evaluation of the defendant. You think that's fair?
Sure.
Will you agree with me that when you're in a courtroom setting, that there are sides?
Yes.
You agree that I'm biased?
Well, you have a job to do as an attorney.
Right, I'm an advocate, right?
Yeah.
So I represent a side, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can understand that if I can get after it or ask questions, they're designed because Hannah, the victim in the case, is kind of who I represent in many ways. You understand that's just kind of normal, right?
Yes, it is, yeah. Courtroom process is adversarial, but experts don't have sides. We're not advocates. Like what I advocate for is my
Doctor,
opinion.
there's not a question in front of you for that. It wasn't a question from her. She's just giving a narrative.
All right, rephrase.
Doctor, my question is, yes or no, you understand that there are sides to this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
he's a good attorney.
And I know you want to give explanations, or that's fair, and the defense can redirect you. My questions are
What
really
he'll-
designed, so if I ask a question and just try to stay within that, is that okay?
As long as I feel like I can honestly answer the question with a yes or no.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you agree that the defense, they have a side, is that right?
Correct.
And they represent the defendant in this
Yes.
case, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the court is neutral in the sense that the chief judge controls the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the jury is separate from all of us and they are supposed to be objective and just base their decision on the facts and the evidence. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And you agree with me that when we have witnesses, oftentimes those witnesses are kind of entitled to
Because
state's witness,
she's not,
right?
I'm sorry.
if she's on the witness stand and has been sworn in, she cannot discuss her testimony with anybody. Now, she may be misunderstanding something in the question. So if I'm in her shoes and we have what's called an open discussion about generalities with people who plead guilty by reason of insanity. And it's the general term stuff, general, not specifically pertaining to this case. That's still a little gray area. If she didn't discuss anything pertaining specifically to this case about her testimony, if she did, she's in trouble. If she didn't, in its extreme general, I think she's okay. But it still doesn't look good. She should not have had lunch with any of the lawyers.
Sorry, say it again.
The state can have witnesses, and they're
Oh.
usually kind of entitled or named state's witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And the defense can have witnesses, and they're entitled or named defense witnesses,
Yes.
right? And sometimes you can have experts that are third-party neutral. They're not the state's witness, they're not the defense witness, they're kind of more of neutral, staying out. The court may say, I'm going to get a third-party witness expert to come in and testify. So there's party witnesses, and then there's kind of more of the neutral, objective witnesses, right?
Well, like, yes, although again, I feel like it's misrepresenting witnesses as advocates. Like if an expert witness is hired by one side or the other, you're representing as if that would change their opinion. And that's not how we operate.
But you agree you're being paid through the defense, right?
Well, although I'm being paid through the defense, I'm being paid for my time, not for my opinion. And if my opinion had been something that benefited you all, then I'd probably be paid for my time by you. So.
I'm sorry. My question is, you're being paid by the defense, yes or no?
Yes, this is my job.
Hey, love.
I think we need to, I want to go back and start by talking about some of your background. Have you heard the term or the concept worldview?
Of course.
Of course. A worldview is a view that people kind of hold through their education, their upbringing, their life experiences, how they view the world, right?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And another way to say it, whether it's in psychology, philosophy, or the law, sometimes we talk about that they have presuppositions, right?
Yes.
He was good in the fair.
And you agree with me that oftentimes, whether it's in a courtroom or in a clinical session, it's important to know the person's worldview or presuppositions, or just kind of how they view the world, right?
I don't know, because I haven't really noticed people's worldviews being talked about in court.
But their culture is important, right?
I mean, our cultures are important, but again, I haven't really heard them talked about in court.
And in psychology, culture is something that you have to pay attention to or know something about, correct?
Yes,
And I know you live in North Carolina now.
I do.
And do you practice there in North Carolina?
I do.
And where are you from originally?
I was born and raised in Los Angeles.
And where did you graduate from high school? In Los Angeles?
Yes.
And after you graduated from high school, I think you would consider yourself a creative person.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Myers-Briggs?
I am.
Personality types and things like that. And do you know what type of personality you are?
I do, although I have to say the Myers-Briggs is not like a standardized psychological
I'm not
test.
asking that. I'm
It's
just
pop
asking.
psychology.
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. What type are you?
INFJ.
Okay. And let's say someone can be intuitive. Is that right?
I think I is introverted.
Right. Intuitive's down the road a little bit, right?
I don't
Feelings,
remember what they
intuitive, things
stand
like that.
for. I took it like 30 years ago.
Sure. But some people are more of a feeler. Is that correct? Generally speaking, I'm not saying
yeah.
psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
Where's
Some people
it
are more
going
of a
with
thinker,
this?
right?
This to me is kind of weird.
I believe I was like,
where are you going?
Actually, I'm both.
Right. So an engineer may be a thinker, just like systems and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Someone that's in sociology, psychology, oftentimes people go into those type of work because they feel for people or they have the concern or compassion. Is that true?
That can be someone's motivation.
Now,
I would have been confused.
According to the website ballardphd.com, your superpower is thrifting. Is that right?
That's a website that doesn't have anything to do with my therapy practice or my forensic practice. Yeah, I love to thrift shop.
Okay. My question, doctor, was according to that website, your superpower is thrifting, correct?
Yes.
And also according to that website, you're addicted to coffee and salad. Is that right?
Yes, I just had a salad for lunch.
And also your creative obsession is surface pattern design, right?
Yes.
And when asked to choose between the forest or the woods and the beach, you prefer the forest, correct?
Yes.
Even though
Where are
you
you
grew up
getting
close
all
to the
this?
beach, is that right?
Yes. Does that make this
And
better?
then on sessionsync.com, you listed that you were a drummer in a post-punk band. Is that right?
I don't know what session sync is, but I was a drummer in several post-punk bands.
A cellist at one point,
Still am.
and floral designer at another point.
Wow, I love the cello.
Did the weddings for both my stepdaughters.
You're a painter,
I still paint,
knitter,
still knit.
jewelry maker,
Yeah, on and off.
mixed media art,
Still do that.
and you do have an
You're not
online
getting
presence
along
to
well.
some degree, don't you?
A little bit.
You have a little bit of tech savvy.
Well, I hire someone for that.
Now,
Nothing to do.
in your undergraduate
Okay,
degree in
okay.
studies, you went to school in Los Angeles, is that right?
Yes,
Occidental College, is that correct?
yes,
I see
It
what
was
you're doing.
1990 that you graduated,
yes.
and you had a Bachelor of Arts in Political
He's going to throw
Science, is that
something
right?
in. He's
Not
trying to capture
psychology,
our
not business, but political science,
Watch
right?
Yes.
throw. It's
Is
coming.
that something that interested you at the time?
Yeah, at the time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go to law school or clinical psychology.
I would recommend not going to law school. So,
I don't know. You haven't been in my shoes.
during your undergraduate degree, now, most people that have gone to college, the undergraduate is kind of
I don't
not
think
as
I think
focused as maybe
He's going to throw
grad
a
school
wrench and let's see if
or
the
doctorate
monkey
level
catches it.
studies. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Did you study any of the Greek philosophers like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Alexander the Great? Did you study any of those?
Probably, I don't remember.
But not fair to say, not much.
Not much.
Political philosophers like John Marx, John Stuart Mills, Karl Marx,
Yes,
because that's more of the political science side.
yes.
How about the existential philosophers like Nietzsche, Heidegger, Sartre?
I had a class on existentialism.
Okay,
One-
but not
one
much,
class,
right?
Yeah.
Any band parent.
How about the religious
Parent.
philosophy? Francis Bacon,
Or
Immanuel Kant,
background.
Soren Kierkegaard.
Practice.
I'm sure they were covered in some courses, but I mean, I didn't study them in depth. I'm no specialist.
Would it be an accurate statement to say that out of all the philosophy, it was not the religious philosophies you studied?
Yes,
No study in world religions really in undergraduate.
right,
No studies in comparative religions in undergraduate.
right.
No really study of theology or anything like that. No
What
studies in
is
the cults or
theology?
occults.
And religion.
No,
There's a term in
And all
theology
these
when you
studies
look
called-
at world religions, when you look at
Not
different
religion.
religions or makeups of different religions. It's called syncretism. Are you familiar with the term syncretism?
I am not.
Are you familiar with the word
This
just
is where he's getting.
to synchronize? or
Tearing
to-
her up.
Yes,
And based on your knowledge and training and education, just your world experience, syncretism, that could be something where people take certain things from different religions and kind of amalgamate them or put them into a belief system.
I don't know.
And that's because you haven't really studied religion much in your career, right?
I'm not familiar with that word.
But how about in graduate school? Really same level, not really studying any of these philosophies or religion or anything like
That
that?
wasn't part of clinical psychology.
Same thing in your doctorate degree in 1999. During that time, you really focused on psychology or things like that.
Yes,
Did you get any specialty or certificates for psychology while you were at school, in graduate school, your doctorate degree?
besides my degree.
Yes, ma'am. You can get certificates or specializations in psychology, right?
Oh, you can now. When I was in school in the 90s, forensic psychology was only a postdoctoral specialty.
Mhm.
There weren't even courses, let alone whole programs in it. It was something you had to study after your doctorate. So no, I didn't get any certificates. I don't remember any even being available.
That's a good point.
Since you graduated, there have been certain things or specialties or certificates you could obtain in psychology. Is that fair?
Well,
but that was not a focus.
I mean, by then I had already graduated, so I didn't.
Let me repeat my question. Since you graduated, if you had chosen to, you could have got a specialty or certificate in psychology, correct?
I don't even understand what you mean by certificate. I mean, there are all kinds of certificates you can pay money to get or take a continuing education class and get a certificate. So, I mean, I probably have gotten some of those from continuing education classes. I have no idea.
What is the ABPP?
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're talking about now.
I think you
because
do.
It's not a certificate. The American Board of Professional Psychology is
See, it's all about the
organization,
language.
probably a nonprofit, I don't know. And they grant, it's called a board certification. That's what it's called. So you can be board certified in forensic psychology, and it's not required. In fact, Dr. Garrett isn't, my husband is, but I'm not.
All right, here's my question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to try to ask.
I am familiar with the ABPP. That was your question, right?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes, I'm familiar with them.
All right, the ABPP is a professional organization that actually you can go through and get either more training or recognition as a more specialist in forensic psychology, correct?
Correct.
In other words, isn't it true that if you have psychologists that deal with clinical or counseling, but if you really want to specialize, you can and have the ability to get more study and training to specifically focus on forensic psychology?
That I have done.
But you don't have a certificate from them or anything like that, correct?
Besides the board certification, they don't offer certificates for their courses.
Do you have the board certification?
No.
So you don't put your name, like after your initials, you put your PhD, but you do not put ABPP, correct?
Correct.
That's because if you get the ABPP certification, it's more of a title that you can show that you have either more training or maybe more experience.
Or just
It's kind of a feather in your cap. Yeah.
I mean, you're not downplaying. It is a significant thing you can do to actually.
Oh, yeah. Like when my husband got it, we totally celebrated. Yeah.
And forensic psychology, if you took the genus or if you took the overall category of psychology, just the big box up here, you got psychology, and then you've got some tracks where people are clinical psychologists and they do more of the counseling or the clinical side, right?
Yes.
And then you've got some that can go and do more of the forensic side where it's applied more so in courts.
Actually, that's not accurate. Only clinical psychologists can be forensic psychologists. So if you've got psychologists, and then some are clinical psychologists and some are experimental, and then under clinical psychologists, you can do forensic psychology, you can do therapy, you can do assessment. So all forensic psychologists are by definition clinical psychologists because you have to have a license in clinical psychology to practice forensic psychology. Forensic is a subspecialty.
All right. So you would agree that psychology or clinical psychology is different, whatever degree you call it, is different than forensic psychology?
Forensic psychology is a subset of clinical psychology. So
it's like
they're different in that
graduating
all
with a
forensic
medical degree,
psychologists are
but
clinical
your
psychologists, but not all clinical
will be
psychologists are forensic psychologists.
OBGYN.
And if somebody was
internal
not a forensic
medicine,
psychologist,
podiatrist,
they
right,
did not
Mr.
operate
Goldberger?
under
Am I right about that?
understanding the
You
laws
did your
of Georgia as
standard
applied
medical
to
degree, but then you go to your
psychology, as applied
subset.
to
If I'm wrong, tell
mental
me.
issues in criminal cases. That person that doesn't deal with that or have any experience with that, they are not the ones that usually do that. They're usually doing something like counseling or clinical, correct?
Right.
Doctor, going through, I've got your CV, looked at that, but when you go through that, I want to begin with talking about some of your professional background. In
God,
Georgia, the
come
last
on.
place you worked at, what was the name of that, I guess, firm or entity?
Forensic Specialty Group.
And when you work there on your letterhead, that's actually for your report, it actually has about 4 people listed on the top of the letterhead. Is that right?
6.
Okay, now in
I
the
don't know if
report
we
I
have
have,
different
how many do you have at the top?
I've got 6 names.
Okay. Is Kevin Richards one?
Yes.
He has a PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then after his initials, he is certified or recognized by the ABPP, correct?
Yes.
And then I think Christina Gleiser, a PhD, and also recognized by ABPP, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're on there, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have your PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then this is a firm that did a lot of forensic psychology, is that correct?
It's all they do.
Okay. They're specialized in that, right?
Yes.
And they're so specialized that that's kind of really limited to their expertise, is that right?
No, in fact, Kevin Richards has done therapy and forensic psychology. And then he owns the practice. And then the other people, including me, are contractors. And because we're contractors and not employees, we're required to have other work. And so, you know, one person's other work is doing therapy with adolescents. One person's other work is doing risk assessments. I mean, yeah, there's just, we do all kinds of things. But in forensic specialty group, we only do forensic psychology.
And if there was a box and that box
Right, John?
was forensic psychology, everybody in that firm is doing forensic psychology, right?
When they're doing a case assigned to them by FSG, yes.
Right. Now, at the firm, they would do things like types of evaluations, competency to stand trial, correct?
Yes.
Competency to waive rights under Miranda, right? Criminal responsibility or mental state at the time of offense, right?
Yes.
Transfer of juvenile defendants to or from adult court, right?
Yes.
Diminished capacity or diminished responsibility or mitigation, correct?
Yes.
Sentencing, including aggravation and mitigation in cases.
Yes.
Psychosexual evaluation or sexual violence risk assessments, right?
Yes.
Violence risk assessments, correct?
Yes.
Parenting, fitness capacity, and child protection cases,
Yes.
right? These are things not only that they do, but they advertise. These are the services that they can provide when it comes to evaluations. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, how many of you, for you when you worked there, how many of those type of things did you do for an attorney?
There were several things on the list you just read that I don't do. Okay. Sexual violence risk assessments I don't do. I can't remember. There are a few. I did most, but not all of those things. And that's generally true for forensic psychologists. They're just not trained, or they don't want to do like every single thing.
Now, those things I just listed there, how many of those did you do? I'm going to talk about you. How many of those did you do? And those were for a criminal attorney and a civil attorney.
All of the things you listed were all criminal.
Okay.
And
So-
the thing.
Okay. My daughter's going to college to be a psychologist. She wants to work with children. All psychologists get a basic understanding of what is religion and what makes this faith versus this faith different, and what makes a difference between religion and a cult. Got the groundwork there. But I think he wants her to have a subspecialty or extra training or more focused on the cult word, because that's where this is being geared. And hers is a general, like all psychologists have. If I was to get a master's in psychology, because I'm a chaplain, and when you become a chaplain, you study all major and what I call major minor faiths. You study everything from Baptist, Methodist, Catholicism, Wiccanism, Druidism, whatever you want to call it. You even study about cults and those who are what's the word that's escaping me? They don't believe in God at all. Atheists. You study all of that, and you learn the fundamental beliefs of each one of those. If I went and got a master's in psychology, for example, and I have this in my pocket, it would elevate my expertise a little bit, but general may not be enough for this case. I'm there. I don't disagree with that. There are, like, if you were to ask me about my FEMA certifications, I have 20, I think 24, if not 25, possibly 26, depending on how they do them now, because they used to, they take some away and they add new ones in every year. But if you wanted me to sit there and be able to remember all those certifications, I couldn't do it. If you wanted me to remember all the continuing credit hours I've done with all the specificity, I can't say it, to each one of those, I couldn't do it. I've had so much, but I feel that I don't feel like they've asked the question in a way that she could answer it in a way that it makes sense. And I think she's getting exhausted. And I will tell you, because I've been there, once you've been on the stand to the length that she's been on the stand, it is so exhausting. They could ask you what color is your glasses, and you're going to go, brown. But I agree, toxic. I don't think she may have enough to be considered an expert in this case for the cult side. But can she say the behavior that they were doing and not label it a cult and how it affected this girl? Absolutely.
Things I did for civil attorneys weren't on that
My humble
list.
opinion.
Okay, so the things that I just listed that are advertised,
May
you
not
agree with me that most of those are done for a criminal attorney?
Yes.
And how many of those were done for, say, a private attorney versus a public, like a government attorney? How are the ones that you've done?
I don't, do you mean public defense versus private attorney or?
Right, so private attorneys, out of all the things that you've done that we've talked about, that you've
Yeah.
done for criminal attorneys, how many of those that you've done were for private attorneys?
I don't know. We got a healthy mix of public defense offices sending us cases and private attorneys sending us. I don't know. I think it trended a little bit more towards the public defense office, but I honestly don't know.
And by public defense, you mean like a public defender or indigent defense, someone that's on the defense side, right?
Yes.
Okay. It would be that side of the courtroom, not the prosecutor side of the courtroom.
Right.
Now, how many of those that we talked about that you've done for a prosecutor?
Well, like I talked about earlier, none, because the prosecutors don't call us because they use the DB, I'm sorry, the
department.
Yeah, they use the department. Yeah. So prosecutors just don't call the group practice. And that's how it was in Oregon too. Like prosecutors they use the state psychologists.
Do you understand in the state of Georgia that prosecutors actually can use private experts?
Yes, and I had forgotten that because I hadn't ever gotten any until my husband reminded me just the other day. And he said, oh, no, they can, but they tend to call the same couple people. It's never us. So we can't control who calls us.
That's a fair point.
On a whole, you agree with me that the majority of your evaluations that you've done as you worked at this firm would be for criminal defense attorneys.
Right.
All right, let's talk about the types of expert consultation that your firm did. They could do things like research and prepare briefs regarding psychological issues.
Yes.
Assist with cross-examination of expert witnesses is on the website.
That wasn't ever anything that I did. That is more something that Dr. Richards and well, on here it says Dixon, but her name's different now, that they do in military courts. It's not something I've ever done.
And fair to say that your colleagues there at the firm that you work for, that those would be helping the defense prepare to cross-examine a government expert, right?
No, they get hired equally in the military on both sides.
Do you know the percentage of which would be for the defense and which would be for the government?
I don't, but since my husband does those, sorry, my husband is Dr. Richards, so just so I'm talking about the same person. I could flip a coin. I don't know. It's like defense or prosecution. It's both. It's all the
That's
time.
not her.
You agree your husband, he's not an expert in this case or relevant to this case?
No, I'm just saying that the people at Forensic Specialty Group who do consulting on cross-examination work for the defense and the prosecution. I'll stop talking about
Now,
that's fair.
Most of the income that
Giving a
you
reference
made at that
point.
firm and the firm made.
Okay, I know he's getting mad about her talking about her husband, but it's an example. That's his field of expertise. This is where I am. I stay in my lane. If you want that information, go over here. That's their lane. I feel like they're trying to mesh the lanes. Do I feel that she may be underqualified under the cult and religious stuff? Yeah. But I know he's trying to discredit her. I don't like some of these questions. And please argue me if you think I'm wrong. I'm good with it.
A lot of that significant portion of that would have come from defense attorneys. Is that right?
Yes.
And as you've gone through your career, I noticed that in your CV that you worked in places like Portland, Oregon. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that, and you would do things in mitigation of sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, on your CV, you have mitigation of sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
And that mitigation is to take a defendant that's being sentenced and trying to show mitigation or lesser reason they should be punished and should be punished less severe, correct?
I'm going to say sometimes once you get a discredit, you should leave it. But that's not what he's doing. He's not giving up. And at some point, the jury is going to not like this anymore. It's one thing to discredit somebody, is another to bully them.
Well, that's the attorney's goal. Yes.
I mean, that's what mitigation means, right?
Well, mitigating factors probably mean something a little bit different to me as a psychologist.
Fair to say you're not testifying on the side of the prosecution in mitigation, right?
In civil cases, I might have, but I don't remember.
Right. Prosecution's not a civil case, so we're in criminal, correct?
Oh, I mean plaintiff and defense, yeah. But for prosecution, no, they didn't hire me.
Let me talk to you about your professional training and presentations. In your CV, you listed some training. You did 2023 consultation testifying cases with child victims. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that by any certain organization?
I don't know. If it's on my CV? It's probably the AAFP, which is run by the ABPP, which you were asking me about. Yeah.
2019 ethics and multiple relationships. Is that right?
If it's on my CV, then yeah. I don't
2019 forensic evaluation and disability matters.
Like I said, I don't have my CV memorized, so if it's on there, then sure.
If I'm going off your CV, would you have any reason to doubt that I've misrepresented it?
No.
2019 recreational drug use in forensic settings, correct?
Okay.
2016 providing psychological consultations in homicides.
Okay.
These are from yours. These are the ones that you put down.
Okay.
Was that for a prosecution or defense in those?
If you had me, I have a list typed up somewhere with all my FEMA certifications. Yeah, lack of sleep's catching up. And I am sitting in her position, and he starts rattling off all the names of them. Some of them I might go, did I? I'll be honest. We only have 5 that you can remember.
If it says consultation, what does it say again?
Providing psychological consultation in homicides?
Yeah, that would just be consulting about homicides. They don't teach it to either side.
2013, you did malingering forensic psychological evaluations. Familiar with that one?
If it's on my CV, again.
Now, in some of your presentations, you did a 2014 presentation in cross-examination of a psychological testimony. Did you teach that? Did you present that?
Oh, I gave a 1-hour talk on that.
Okay, was that to defense attorneys?
No, it was to civil attorneys.
Plaintiff's attorneys.
It was to plaintiff's attorneys.
And plaintiff's attorneys are people that sue people for money and things like that?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with oftentimes defense attorneys also plaintiff's attorneys?
I don't know.
But in that, you gave a presentation on, I guess, how to handle cross-examinations.
Yes.
Kind of, this is what to expect and this is what you should do, or how you should answer questions type thing?
Yes, crafting questions that will make sense to us.
And then you've done other things. You've done other presentations. But my question when it comes to training presentations, is it fair to say that your audience have not been police officers, anything like that?
I'm trying to think if I gave any presentations to law enforcement. The reason why I'm having trouble remembering is because I did do some public safety stuff with a colleague of mine.
If you've been
But
doing
I don't
something
think
for
that I gave
25, 30 years, things run together.
Set that one aside if it's just one time.
It wasn't just one time, but it was like, I don't even know if it's how relative. I had a colleague in police and public safety, and
Here's my
okay.
question. Your trainings and teaching presentations that you do, they're not to things like the victims and the family of the victims, or victim advocates, or prosecutors, or police officers, or investigators, things like that. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I'm not positive, but I think so.
Now, sometimes I like on cross-examination with experts, I like to ask them, you got your phone with you today?
No.
You have your laptop or your phone, wherever it's at. If I were to ask you if you would have more contacts in your phone or your computer, or your contact, would there be more defense-oriented contacts and, say, prosecutor contacts?
It's hard to say. I haven't had any forensic referrals in a couple of years. So right now, there aren't a whole lot of attorneys on my contact list.
I want to now turn to another topic. Testifying as an expert. What are the total, I need specifics. What's the total number of times in your career that you've testified as an expert?
I don't know exactly. I know it's dozens.
What does dozens mean? Are you saying 24 or more than that?
No, more than that.
Okay.
Less than 100. I have not been keeping track. Yeah.
Doctor, I assume every time you testify for an expert, you got paid. Is that right?
Yes.
So there has to be a log of something where you would keep a detailed record of how many times you have testified as an expert. Would that be fair?
Well, there'd be an invoice, but there's also invoices for evaluations and reports. So I mean,
is it closer to 50 or closer to 100?
Give me a minute, because I'm going to do some averages in my head.
That's only fair.
Closer to 100.
All right. And has there ever been a time when you have not been qualified, where a court has said you're not qualified as an expert?
No.
Tell me the number of times in the last 5 years that you've testified in court, not at a deposition, not at a hearing, but at a jury trial, that you've testified as an expert and a judge has certified you, deemed you an expert.
In the past 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me think. Maybe 8.
How many of those were criminal?
All of them.
And where were those at?
Georgia, in different counties, I don't remember.
And how many of those were murder cases?
Not all of them, not even most of them. I don't know if any of them were. I don't remember.
And how many of those were during the guilt stage, not sentencing, but the actual guilt?
I don't recall.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in forensic, not psychology generally, not general psychology or testifying about counseling, but forensic psychology in the last 5 years?
All those times.
And all those times that you've been called, were you called by a defense attorney?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about your focus, that's your standard focus. I think you left practice in 2021 from here in Georgia, is that right?
I think that at the end of 2021 is when I stopped taking new referrals.
And towards the end of the year of 2021?
Yes.
After you did your evaluation, your meetings in this case?
Yes.
All right, now, since then,
you got
you got on several websites. You have. Is it fair to say that you're now?
Now that gritty grit is a flawless statement. He qualified her when she got up there and we went through all of her education. He did not object. He accepted. So now he didn't like the testimony, all he's got is a disqualifier. How I see it.
Online therapy for
Wrong.
creatives who are
Argue me a
overwhelmed,
few,
anxious,
I
and
am.
depressed. Is that your focus now?
Yeah, that's my therapy practice.
And your specialties, as you advertise or as talked about online, is it accurate to say that you work with creative professionals and artists who are burning themselves out, and that you're accepting, warm, and perceptive?
Those are words from my website.
Now, on your website, specifically ballardphd.com, there's under the personal view tab, do you remember saying that many therapists thinks it's not okay to share their personal views, but that's just not me?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, you give your personal views, and one of the things you say is, I am a defender of social justice. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then you also talked about in that same where you're giving your personal views, that your personal work recognizing my own privilege and working through, quote, my own latent biases is challenging, lifelong, and humbling.
That is something that, yes.
And so you agree that everyone has a bias in some way or degree.
We all do.
Now, you also say on that website, I believe, as a therapist, I pay attention to the impact of systemic injustice. Is that something you pay attention to?
As a therapist, yes.
Now, some of you advertise that some of your things that you expertise are things like burnout, grief, life transitions, mood disorders, relationship issues, self-esteem, trauma and post-traumatic stress issues, PTSD, women's issues, open relationships, non-monogamy. Those are some of your expertise that you advertise, right?
That isn't on my website. That sounds like something from a therapist directory.
Okay. Are those things that you do focus on?
Those are referrals I would take that I can work with, but it's not something that I would advertise on my website because that's a lot. Yeah.
Is it objective to say that one of your specialties now is not forensic psychology?
Well, in my therapy practice, it's not. That would be inappropriate.
And I think you testified on direct that you're no longer really doing forensic psychology.
You did this.
Except I think you said here today.
From the cases I took through to 2021, once all those close out, I won't have any open forensic cases. I still am doing continuing education because I'm taking a break, but I'm not sure, when I'll want to start taking more evaluations on.
I kind of want to move to a different topic now. I want to talk about your knowledge or your worldview of what you understand, whatever concept term you want to give it, about the what you call the cult that the defendant was in. And I'm not going to battle you over whether it's a cult or not a cult. Okay. I'm not arguing over that. Whatever term you give the religious group that they're in, fair to say that when you look at that,
y'all, I have.
Do you know anything about 508c1a trust or anything like that?
No.
Do you know anything about 501c trust? It's a charitable trust, just general charity.
1,000.
If I told you that 508c is more of a religious trust, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
I have no idea.
And fair to say you didn't really go into that with the defendant and ask her about trust and things like that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Didn't really go into details about her and the group trying to get a house through that or try to get money through that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Did you talk about, she tell you about any schemes about or plans to get money to avoid IRS or to get a house or anything through a trust?
No, there was something about trying to get a house, but that was the extent of it.
Okay.
So
fair to say that under this 508c1a, you don't know that they can get a IRS employee identification number, EIN, excuse me.
Like I said, I don't know anything about 508, whatever.
You don't know anything about this group's teachings or studies, right?
Only what I've heard from reading from this case, reading information and what Chloe said.
Don't know anything about their sermons or writings, correct?
Correct.
Nothing about their philosophy or theology, correct?
Again, only what I've learned from this case.
And did you learn in this case that when she was arrested, in her bag, not only was there CBD, but there was a Bible?
I didn't know that.
Did you know they used a Bible?
It doesn't surprise me because a lot of the terminology around it is biblical.
But fair to say you don't know much about their culture, right?
Right.
But it doesn't take an idiot to know what control
I'll try
and
to give you the
manipulation is.
DSM-5-TR.
Doesn't matter what your religion or your faith
I'm
is.
asking some questions from that, but first what I'm gonna do is ask you
Haven't
about,
had lunch.
this is, I don't know if you use the term, but some people use that, this is the Bible of psychology, or this
I
is
would have
a
to leave
learning
to pick
treatise.
it up,
I've heard
and I can't do that.
before.
Would you agree with me that the DSM-5 is a book that's relied upon by not just forensic psychologists, but clinical psychologists and people, psychiatrists all over the world?
Yes.
It is a learned treatise, right?
Yes.
It's a scholarly book or has lots of knowledge.
Yes.
All right. And the DSM-5, that's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, right?
Yes.
And it took about 12 years to prepare the DSM-5, but then I think 2021 they came along and did text revision. Is that fair?
I don't remember the exact year, but yeah.
What version did you use when you were evaluating the defendant in this case?
Trying to see if I said it in my report. It was either 5 or 5 TR. I don't.
Right, and they're basically the same, the 5 and the TR, right?
That's why I can't remember,
Right.
because, yeah.
Well, you agree with me that this manual, as it states on page, you can turn to page 21 if you want, but the primary purpose is to assist trained clinicians. You know that, right?
Yes.
All right. Maybe it'd help if I just don't, I may turn you to a page in a second here or there, but let's do it this way. The primary purpose of the DSM-5 is to use for clinicians. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you turn to page 29 of that, I guess around page 29, but the DSM-5, in your expertise, my expertise is in law. I can't keep up with you in psychology, so you're going to have to help me. But in your world, there is a cautionary aspect, or there's a cautionary aspect that when you use the DSM-5 or something similar to it, that you have to recognize that it's primarily designed to assist clinicians, right?
Yes.
What on page 29, does a DSM-5 actually have a cautionary statement for forensic use?
Yeah, that diagnoses can be misunderstood in forensic situations unless they're explained by a trained clinician. I'm not reading right out of this.
That's all right, but you agree with me that when you're using psychology or the DSM-5, you have to be careful that in a forensic setting, you have to look for some risk and limitations of the DSM-5 or the psychological application, correct?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, so that terms aren't just thrown around and people don't know what they mean.
Because ultimately, when it comes to forensic psychology, that is dealing with psychology that you would have in the DSM-5. So if you have a book, and you have that book there, this is the Georgia Code. So I have another book. You have that book and I have the Georgia Code.
Sure.
If I asked you, you could not do it. If I asked you to look up in the DSM-5 the Georgia law of insanity, it's not in there, is it?
Right.
It's not in there because insanity and any defense for that, you agree with me, is a question that is controlled by this book, the code.
Insanity is a legal term. The word insanity isn't in here.
Right, you couldn't find it if I asked you to, correct?
Right.
Right, insanity is a question of law that this jury has to decide in this case, right?
Correct.
Not psychology, not the DSM-5. This law applied to the facts of this case that this jury gets to say, right?
Right.
All right, let me ask you about when you look at some of these things, you talk about schizophrenia and you talk about personality disorders as your opinion of what the defendant holds. Is for academic discussion and for practical discussion, I'm not going to dispute that right now. But when it comes to the schizophrenia, it's kind of a spectrum, isn't it?
By spectrum, I mean, people have it in different degrees. Like someone could have schizophrenia with only mild symptoms, and some people have really severe symptoms that are really resistant to treatment. So if that's what you mean by spectrum, then yes.
And under the DSM-5, the book that you have in front of you, there are other mental disorders in this book, correct?
Yes.
There's lots of them, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's things like mental disorders that you have in the book. You have anxiety disorder, fear of injections or shots, correct?
Yes.
You have hoarding as a mental disorder, correct?
Okay, is it?
You can turn to page 273 and see if it's there.
I haven't had any hoarders in a while.
It's 273.
You know what you deal
I like to
with.
see them too.
You-
Body dysmorphic.
What book is like the Bible? And if you don't read Leviticus very often, then if someone says, "Are you familiar with Leviticus and the story in chapter 3, verses 5 through 10?" You're going to go, let me go look it up. You may have read it once in your life. But if you're familiar, like with Romans 5, 3 through 5, where it talks about why we struggle, in character, and it's one of those things. To me, this is wasted time. It's showing that she can't find what he wants her to find quick enough. And like she just said, it's right. It's in the New Testament. And it says, I got it now to see if I can remember it. Talking about the sufferings, and the suffering begins character, and character builds this, and this builds hope, and hope I can look it up. But the point is I know where it is. If she deals a lot of people who are schizoaffectives, let me tell you, she knows what page that's on. And that's fine. She said, I haven't dealt with a hoarder in a long time. So if we were to go and ask him to cite law that he hasn't heard of or cited in a long time, but it's in this thick book, and you don't know where it is in that book because you've never used that, you can't use it against him. It's a tool. Very few people have that crap memorized word for word, chapter and verse.
You want to stay there in 273?
273 is about body dysmorphic disorder.
Okay,
But anyway, I mean,
if we go back, I'll find a second here. Post-traumatic stress disorder?
that's in here, yeah.
Okay. Binge eating disorders?
Yes,
Insomnia disorders?
I believe so.
Sleep apnea?
Is that in the DSM?
See if I got this page right. Look at page 429.
Who does? So you have it because you by the way, y'all, I'm not
sleep
going,
apnea, yeah.
I'm not going religious on you. Don't worry. But I quoted something, and when I quote something, I feel it's only responsible so you have the context of what I quoted. Okay? Please understand. I am not preaching. I'm giving an example. Romans 5 through 5, English Standard Version. Not only that we rejoice through sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, endurance produces character, and character produces hope. And hope does not put us to shame, because love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who's been given to us. Okay. So if I use, and I'm a chaplain, I use this verse a lot when people say, why? It's one of my tools that I believe help me. And you don't have to be in my faith. You don't have to, you don't even have to believe in God, but it's just an example. It would be the same of him doing that, what he's doing to her right now. And I don't like it.
How about 464, restless leg syndrome?
Inappropriately. I don't believe she knew enough about religion or cult. I agree with you on that.
Yes.
Now, how many people?
Just these others, alcohol intoxication. You agree with me that these are also caffeine-related disorders, cannabis use disorders, tobacco use disorders. These are all types of mental disorders under DSM-5.
Yes.
Then there's other things or condition or problems that you have to focus on. And part of that is religious or spiritual problems. Is that correct?
I believe so, but
turn to page
like I said, I don't have this memorized.
834.
834. Oh, yeah, okay.
And you agree with me that when you're doing the DSM-5 or trying to apply a psychological opinion, that the manual says that when it comes to questioning of spiritual values, that may not necessarily be related to an organized church or religious institution. You have to take that in consideration, that it could be a religious group that's outside of mainstream, right?
Right.
And it's important to know that when you're giving a psychological opinion. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about their religious teachings or spiritualism, do you?
I know, like I said, I know what I've learned in this case from what all the records and information say and what she told me.
The DSM and what you're supposed to do when you do an evaluation, especially if somebody's not mainstream, there's something called the Cultural Formation Interview, CFI, correct?
Yes.
And that's something you can take into consideration, their religion, spirituality, and when you look at the group or the individual, they use these things to fashion their own identities and sense of experience, right?
Are you reading to me from a certain page?
I'm asking you, as a psychologist, you would have to consider those things, correct?
In a therapy relationship?
In using the DSM-5.
In diagnosing someone that I was seeing for therapy, yes.
You agree with me that context and things matter when you're looking at a person's and their, whether or not they're telling you something that's true or not true?
Yes.
And part of that is you have to consider the words that they use.
Yes.
And that word may be, like if somebody could say insane, and they may mean that term to be I'm insane, but not in a legal sense or a psychological sense. It could just be an idiom they use, right?
Yeah, it's used in daily language often.
And the particulars of what a word is used by someone, including the defendant, you have to figure out, are they meaning I'm crazy or delusion in the same sense that you would mean as a psychologist, correct?
Right.
But the DSM-5, it recognizes this and it talks about cultural idioms, right?
It does.
And if you look at page 874 for me, because when you're evaluating someone's psychosis, you have to consider the words and the things that they're using. And some cultures have different ways of saying things. Are you familiar with the term ataque de nervos?
Attack of nerves.
Right.
That's what it means.
How about on page 876, there's the maladie de Yab. It's literally the devil or Satan illness found in Haitian cultures.
Right.
What?
So there's things like voodoo, witch doctors, things like that. Even happen here in the United States, right?
Yes.
And so how they view the world may be strange or weird or delusional in some ways to the average person, but if they believe it, that could be a genuine belief that they hold, correct?
Right.
What?
And you need to understand that
certifying
culture in order to give a diagnosis, right?
Saying, Your Honor, where are we going with this? What is the point to this?
It's one important part of giving a diagnosis, yes.
Right.
I would love to cross him as an attorney. I bet his paralegal knows more codes and laws than he does by memory. Just saying, paralegals are what makes an attorney. Attorney does not make a paralegal.
There it talks about the cultural and socioeconomic factors that must be considered. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And there, do you see where it says that cultural and socioeconomic factors must be considered, particularly when the individual and the clinician do not share the same cultural and economic background, right?
Right.
And the idea there is that you need to mitigate the impact of a clinician's bias, right?
Right.
So I want to turn now to something that you didn't talk about with the defense. If you turn to page 835 of the Bible, if you would, of the DSM.
835?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is discussing malingering, correct?
Oh, here, yes.
You agree with me that when you're in a context of a clinical setting, a person can come in and be the historian for their facts and what happened to them. That happens often, right?
Yes.
And when you're in a forensic setting, oftentimes that when that person comes in to give you a history, they are self-admitting or they are the historian themselves, correct?
Well, the history from the defendant is one piece of information to be compared against a lot of other pieces of information. So yeah, we get our history from that person.
And in your practice, in your field of expertise, and specifically in the DSM-5, you are to strongly consider if somebody is malingering, right?
That's a foundation of forensic psychology, is that there's no forensic evaluation that doesn't take into consideration whether someone might have been malingering. There's even a paragraph in my report about why I thought that Ms. Driver wasn't malingering.
And malingering,
Doesn't like that.
like saying a ideation is a fancy way to say idea. Malingering is a technical term that means they are faking or lying or exaggerating, correct?
Right, to get some desired outcome, yeah.
You see number 1 under the malingering section there is number medico-legal.
Yeah.
Read that paragraph out loud to something you should consider when it comes to malingering.
Medico-legal context of presentation, e.g. the individual is referred by an attorney to the clinician for examination, or the individual self-refers while litigation or criminal charges are pending.
So off the get-go, if a person is referred to you by an attorney, you should consider that, correct?
Absolutely.
If the person is sitting with charges, you should consider that, correct?
Yes, this is basic forensic psychology.
And if the
101.
person is being evaluated in a criminal setting, you should consider that too, right?
All of those.
Because there is a motive, whether you find it to be true or not. Technically speaking, structurally speaking, you would have to agree with me, would you not, that there is a motive to lie or to malinger?
A motive to what? To malinger?
To lie or
malinger.
yes,
yes.
Now, one thing you didn't discuss with the defense, and in your report, I think it's around page 12, you did some psychological testing. You actually used a diagnostic or to the best of its ability, objective thing to see if the defendant was malingering or there were issues with her self-reporting or her assessments, right?
Yes. Been ready for
Let's talk about this,
Your
because
Honor.
the defense didn't ask you about this. But in your report, you used something to test her evaluation or her answers by using something called the MMPI-2-RF, right?
Yes.
And that is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2 Restructure Form, right?
Right.
That is a 338 true-false test or inventory that is, in this case, the defendant could take to answer certain questions, right?
Right.
Because her evaluation or that thing itself is a self-reporting instrument or self-reporting procedure in many ways.
Really, that
correct?
Right, because she fills it out true or false.
And you did this to see if it had any correspondence to the validity of her scores or her
complaints to the
testing,
doctor.
right?
You should feel comfortable now.
I did what?
You gave her this test to see if she was malingering or if there was any issues with the validity of her test, right?
Of her test?
Of her evaluation.
Oh, her evaluation. I mean, that wasn't the only reason. The MMPI is, it measures like psychopathology, like symptoms, because it asks a lot about symptoms, but it also measures kind of more stable personality traits. So the only reason to give it it's not a malingering test. There are specific malingering tests you can give. This isn't.
You didn't use those tests, right? Malingering tests.
Right.
You chose not to use the malingering.
In this case, her self-report was so consistent with all the other sources of information that I did not use a malingering test.
But she has some over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes.
In fact, you said Ms. Driver produced an invalid MMPI-2-RF profile due to over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes. And
you agree with me that under the MMPI, the manual and the testing itself, that there is a F-R, which is infrequent responses measure, and then you put PF-R, but I think that's actually FP-R, right?
Oh, Probably.
And I do typos all the time, but
Yeah.
there's two categories. There's F-R and PF-R, right?
Yes.
And you gave a score of 120 for the F-R and a 99 for the PF-R, right?
I didn't give it. That's a score sheet.
Right.
Yeah.
And you agree with me that the MMPI has a kind of a scale that if there is a scale for the FR that's 79 to 99, that there's a possible motivated response.
Possibly, but you'd never interpret test results without looking at all the other information.
That's
about
right.
The case.
It's
So,
it's
so
not
yeah, possibly.
And under the MMPI, if there is a score that's above 100 for the F-R, that it's not possible of motivated response or helping out. It's actually, it is a motivated response, right?
Say that again, sorry.
All right. Under the MMPI, whether or not someone's helping themselves out or motivating their answers or giving these type of answers, to test the validity, there's a range. 77 to 99, if it's in that range, it's possible that they gave a motivated response, right?
Okay.
Then there's another range, if it's 100 or above, in this case, hers is 120, that it is motivated.
I'm interested in your source for that.
That's true too, because there are
Isn't that
multiple sources. What's the means?
Bottom of it.
But where is that from? Like what textbook
manual or some
or
type of-
research article or book?
Yeah, something like that. Well, would you disagree with me that there is a scale?
Well, what I'm stuck on is that the MMPI.
Well, doctor, let me do it this way.
This is someone's take on it, but the MMP. The reason why I'm stuck is because the MMPI doesn't tend to talk in terms of definite. So when you say something's definitely the case, that's not usually how we interpret MMPIs.
Let me put it this way. You agree with me that her scores are high
Yes.
and that they are above normal or abnormal, right?
Yes.
So you agree with me that maybe not you, but another psychologist could look at her scores and say, yeah, she was trying too hard, right?
Although they might have, it would be inconsistent with all the other sources of information. So they might decide that in all those other places, she was really not trying hard. She was presenting as herself, but in this place, she decided to, exaggerate or something. So
answer to my question is yes, someone could disagree with you.
someone could, yeah, sure.
Judge my approach.
Yes.
Am I gonna give him
No. Here.
So she caught him. That was somebody else's interpretation and research or thesis or whatever on what he was actually acting, not it itself.
And the same thing was true with her. You put PF-R, but FP-R.
Yeah.
So there are two, you agree with me that there were two things on some diagnostic where she was scoring abnormally high, right?
She scored invalid. Yeah.
All right,
I can explain what that means unless, well, never mind, sorry.
Nope. By all means, if you want to explain, go ahead.
The MMPI has validity scales and then it has clinical scales. And you don't look at the clinical scales like the depression scale or whatever, unless you make sure that the validity scales are okay. In other words, they took the test without trying to fake good or fake bad or anything. So I didn't interpret any of her clinical scales because her validity scales were all that she over-reported symptoms. And so one possibility for that is if somebody isn't a great reader and they misunderstand items, that they could end up reporting things. And I felt like that probably didn't explain it for her because she reads, you only need to read like an elementary school level for this test. Another possibility is that she was faking and like trying to
Hello,
report a whole bunch
Megan.
of symptoms, like in a lying kind of way. And that's possible, like I just said, but
Colleen,
she
hello.
wasn't
Dawn,
in every
Carmen,
other
Kristen. I haven't
like
said hello to y'all.
interview with me,
Bonnie,
with other people,
Gritty,
and all the other
Dianne.
information from police, from
Y'all,
witnesses.
full butter.
There wasn't that lying present.
Everybody who joined, thank you
So
so
the
much.
third possibility for that invalid score is that she is continuing to experience psychotic symptoms and just, it's called a cry for help is the third option for being invalid, is that you're in distress and you're just endorsing everything because it's like you're in distress, you want help, so you're just like, yeah, like to everything. And so it's not faking bad, like, oh, I want to look really sick because I want, some particular end. It's a cry for help by dramatically endorsing things. And I think she took it that way. And so I didn't want to interpret the clinical scales because it wasn't really an accurate representation.
So much.
There you go.
Right, that was your opinion on why it was
That's my
invalid.
professional opinion.
We
And
still
Doctor,
need to
you
have a
agree
phone
with me in
call.
that second option, the one that says
I don't know if I
intentionally
read for
attempting
it,
to
but
present themselves
I'll do it.
as mentally ill is in order to obtain a secondary gain, right?
That's the whole definition of malingering.
So you'd have to concede that in the context of her doing this mental evaluation, she's been arrested for murder, and the secondary gain is not to be found guilty of killing, stabbing to death her own 13-month-old child, right? You'd have to concede that.
I'd have to agree. What am I agreeing to?
You have to concede that. That's one of the options, right?
Oh, it is one of the options.
You just didn't think it was that one.
Nor did Dr. Garrett or Dr. Zom or anyone else. Yeah.
Thank you for that,
Oh, that's a good answer.
Doctor.
That is a good
But in
answer.
the end,
You can't nail me to
when
it
you
if nobody else
actually
agreed with me
interviewed
either.
her,
They all
you
agree.
met with her on, I believe, March 29th, 2021 and June 12th, 2021, right?
Yes.
And you didn't write in your report how long you met with her for those visits. Is that correct?
I didn't put it in the report. It's somewhere in an invoice or something.
And who was present during this interview with you and her? Just the
two of us.
You had the ability to video record it, correct?
I don't think so.
You have the ability to audio record it?
I didn't ask. I've never audio
I get it.
recorded
I've only had 1
forensic
hour sleep since I got
If
up.
you had, we could have
Okay.
heard exactly what she said and how she said it and things like that, right?
38.
Well, although, yeah, that I don't know anyone who
Yeah,
audio
whenever I
records
got up
forensic
yesterday.
evaluations. That's not,
Are you familiar with I think it was the trial in Colorado for the theater shooting? I believe they had about 22 hours or so. Familiar with that trial?
I'm not.
You familiar with Dr. Gurr? Dr. Gurr?
Can you spell it?
I think it's Ghar maybe.
I'm not.
Well, going back to yours, when you interviewed her, did you know who she talked to before her interview? Do you know if she talked to her mom?
I mean, I know she had talked to her mom.
Do you know if she talked to her dad?
I know she had talked to her dad before I met her.
Do you know if she had talked to Benjamin?
I know she had talked to Benjamin at some point before I met her.
Do you know if she talked to any of her friends?
If she had friends, I assume she talked to them at some point before I met her. I mean, do you mean like in her whole life?
Before
That
the
day?
interview, from the time she was arrested in jail before
Oh,
the
in
interview.
jail. I knew she had talked to her parents. I don't think she told me she talked to friends. And I believe I knew that she had talked.
Doctor, I apologize. That was a terrible question. From the
Mr.
time she was arrested to the
Yeah.
time she
It
was
was.
giving the interview. Before you walked in to do the interview, you didn't really know who she had talked to or what they talked about, right?
It was a
I don't
horrible
remember
question.
if I knew or not.
And you don't know what all jail calls she's had or anything to discuss, correct?
Onion?
I don't
Onion?
think I knew when I
The
first met her.
onion?
Do you know whether or not she had talked to her lawyers before she talked with you?
I know she had talked to her attorneys before she met with me.
Are you familiar with what's called a jailhouse lawyer?
Yes,
Do you know whether or not she talked to anybody else that gave her any legal advice or things to say or not say?
I do not know.
You agree with me, though, that she had the ability to communicate with other people.
Yes,
She had the ability to sit around and talk
What
about
does
her
that have
case.
to do with this?
yes.
And she was around people that could have been sympathetic to her position and where she was in that reality, right?
Manipulated.
Yes.
Tell her how to fly through it.
And you don't know any letters she may have received or text messages or things in jail where they can actually communicate electronically? You don't know anything about that?
No.
And she
You
saw
would-
you at the request of her attorney, right?
Yes.
And she was charged with murder at that time, correct?
Yes.
She's going to
Some
need
of the things
to
that the
magnify.
sources of information that you got was from her mother, that you talked to her, correct?
Yes, I spoke with her mother on the phone.
And then also Angela Trethewey, her attorney, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with Angela Trethewey several times during this course of the evaluation, in your opinion?
No.
And when you talked to her, you went through and she told you when it came to family history that she was raised in an intact family, correct?
Yes.
She had a normal pregnancy when she was born, right?
Let's see.
It's on page 2 and 3 of your report.
Thanks. I mean, if that's what it says in my report.
Normal childhood, correct?
Yes.
She was known as being headstrong, right?
Yes.
Quote, hard to handle, correct?
Yes.
Lots of arguing in the family?
Yes.
She had no learning difficulties, correct?
That's what she and her mom told me.
She had no special education needs, right?
That's what she and her mom
She
told
didn't
me.
repeat any grades.
That's what she and her mom told me.
Mom says that she was smart.
Yeah.
And the trouble she had in middle and high school, that was actually a defiance issue, not a mental issue.
Well, it was both.
Did you use the word defiance?
Yes. Defiant behavior.
I'm just going off what your report says.
Okay.
So you agree with me it was
Yeah.
a defiance issue,
I'm
right?
talking about her defiance there, and a couple paragraphs later, I'm talking about her mental issues. So they
Not-
both were happening at the same time, just not in the report at the same time.
Not related to any academic difficulties, correct?
They didn't report any academic difficulties for her.
You remember on direct to testify that her parents let her when she was about 15 goes to live with a boyfriend, right?
Yeah,
But you agree with me that she was defiant there and had to come back, right?
that's what they told me.
She refused to attend school when she came back.
Yes.
She dropped out before her 18th birthday.
Well, she dropped out and joined Mr. Joyce. So, yeah.
Talked about the substance abuse history that she had. You've already described that. You agree that there was no history of mental health treatment before this event?
Right.
She cut her wrist, but you noted it was superficial, right?
Yeah, typical of borderline personality disorder.
And she diagnosed that there was a suicide attempt in 8th grade taking a bottle of sleeping pills. Is that right?
Yes.
The only other suicidal act that you have here for her prior to December 8th of 2020 was herself reporting that it was sleeping pills in 8th grade.
My nose
Yes.
is
You
itching
don't
too
know
bad and I have to blow
what
it.
they were, where they came from, or no one else corroborated that, correct?
I don't believe she told anyone else.
So that'd be correct. No one else corroborated.
Right.
And then you noted that there were periods of paranoia, and most of those, you agree with me, were not when Benjamin was around, but it would have been during the time that she was using drugs.
Yeah, she said that she started to have paranoia, and sometimes it was when she was using marijuana, and sometimes it wasn't. And it started years before she met Mr. Joyce, Mr. Benjamin, sorry.
And then it came to relationship history. When she initially met with Benjamin and Michael, they were discussing spirituality that night.
Yes,
And then she reached out to him a few months later. She reached out, right?
yes.
In fact, she lied to her parents and left and went to, I think, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
I don't know where it was, but she left to join him.
And she lied to her parents about where she was, correct?
Yes.
And in the beginning, you agree with me that she was, quote, all for having multiple women?
Well, she told me that she was all for it because he explained it in a way that made it make sense. Yes.
And that on page 5 of your report, if you look at the second paragraph, do you see where you wrote down when she explained that she was all for it, but she says, but she also reported that the reality of it was toxic and stressful. It was hard to get along.
Yes, I would expect that of any group of 4 adults living a nomadic lifestyle.
Well,
So,
my
yeah.
question is, did she say,
Are
not
you
whether or not you
talking-
expected, did she say that?
She did.
That's what she described, how she described the environment, correct?
She said it was hard for them all to get along.
She reported frequent arguments, right?
Texas?
Yes.
She reported that when the third woman joined them, it added to the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And then she reported at some point she returned back to Benjamin, right?
When did she leave him?
No.
What?
Do you know of a time that she did leave him?
Yeah.
All right, look on page 5, third paragraph of your report. Do you remember her saying that she returned to him?
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
And they continued their nomadic lifestyle.
She wasn't allowed.
You're asking an old woman with 1 hour's sleep and 20, now we're more than 24. "29 hours, I've only had 1 hour sleep to do research. I am not in crisis mode right now. If I was in the Red Cross or somewhere in a crisis mode, my brain would engage. My brain's not quite engaging. Let me get it going."
At one point, she was allowed to visit her mom, and then she went back to him.
And then I think it's on page 6, the last paragraph. Do you remember the defendant telling you that when describing the relationship and the group that they're in, she says, you write that she became more frustrated in the relationship. And she reported that she began to take CBD to calm down.
Yes.
Right? But you described it as she became more frustrated in the relationship. And that's when she was taking CBD, correct?
Well, when I say that she became more frustrated in the relationship, it's referring to that above paragraph where the things she was getting frustrated about in the relationship was being controlled all the time, not being allowed to like go to the grocery store to get stuff for her daughter, not being able to pick out her own baby food. And so the frustration in the relationship was around the control and the isolation that the relationship was requiring of her. So it's referring to that. That's why I started it with the word as. So did I do it again?
It's okay.
Sorry.
Doctor, you're giving a lot of comments, and that's fine. I want all this again from the jury. On the same note, turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. You talk about these phone calls with Benjamin, some of the things, and using the urine. But you agree that, like in the phone call and the urine, I mean, that's weird. We get it, urine and all that. But you agree that in that, you don't understand their culture, that maybe for them, and actually in that phone call, he was telling her because you may get sick if you don't do it, correct?
Although that is part of it, the drinking the urine part isn't what concerned me. I mean, you're right. Okay, it's weird, whatever, but that's not what concerned me. What concerned me is even if he'd been telling her to drink more water or something, was the way he was telling her, that he was ordering her. He was upset if she resisted at all, and he didn't move on until she broke down and said, "I do, Daddy, I do." So that was the part that bothered me, was the control.
I wasn't asking about the part that bothered you. My question was, you agree that in the context of the urine, he was saying things as if she didn't do it, it could be bad for her health. Would you agree with that?
No, not really. He was saying you need to clear your head, and if they don't want you, if they think you're weird, just tell them that your naturopath told you have to, or you'll get sick. But he wasn't saying that was true. He was saying, here's the lie to tell them if they think it's weird.
And when it comes to the calling someone daddy, you have no idea, do you? If you do, let me know whether or not she even recently has said to anybody like Roger Giddens or somebody that she would refer to them or someone as daddy in a relationship context.
Sorry, I understand that question.
You don't know whether or not the defendant has referred to other people in a relationship like boyfriend, girlfriend, and called them daddy, correct?
Called them what?
Daddy.
Oh, daddy.
Yep.
I don't know.
And you don't know what she said recently or anything like that, do you, when it comes to daddy and other people, right?
I don't.
And
I've known that to happen.
About all these phone calls that we talked about, these were in February of 2021, the ones that you listened to up around that time. Did you know that since that time to February of 2023, there was about 617 calls with the defendant, between the defendant and Benjamin?
I found that out recently.
That's because she didn't tell you about talking to him, did she?
Well, remember, I haven't talked to her since, June of 2021, so.
Pretty accurate to describe that she
I'll be
had
right
a
back.
much more robust conversation than you knew about, right?
Well, again, anything that happened after June 12th, 2021, I wouldn't have known about because that's the last time I talked to her.
Turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. In the context, you're talking about the phone calls, I believe.
Okay.
She stated to you, we had a lot of good times. You see that as the next to last sentence in that fourth paragraph?
Yes.
We had a lot of good times when it was just us and our baby. You see that?
Yes.
And then she said, we were a normal family for a few moments. It's something I'm really struggling with, right?
Yes.
And then later on, I believe you reported that you talked about on direct that she was crying, have episodes. Is that right?
Probably when?
When she was in the jail, you met with her. You know that she was crying, she was upset.
Oh, during my evaluation. Yes.
Then on page 8 of the report, you talk about she reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes before I think she got on some mess. And it says, and feelings of, what was the word you used?
Let me find it. Where are we on page 8?
Page 8.
Yeah, where?
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah.
All right. Last paragraph. You go
Okay.
back to the middle.
Okay.
You see on the middle there, it says she described her mood.
Yeah.
All right. She described her mood as better recently since initiating medication.
Yes.
She reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes, sadness, and feelings of guilt prior to her Prozac, right?
Yes.
But before that, and feelings of guilt.
Yes.
You noted the word guilt, right?
Yes.
You also know that she was still talking about religious preoccupation.
Yes.
And that she was attentive and concentrated to, her attention and concentration was intact. She was oriented to person, place, and time, and she knew the correct date. She even knew the correct president, correct?
Yes.
And then when you went on to things about interviewing about the 8, she would say things like, was she not, I felt like the other women were plotting against me. This is on page 9, second paragraph.
Okay. Yes.
She said, I felt like other women were plotting against me, like they were on wavelength that I just wasn't on. They were all on it. They were mean to me and mad at me, and it played in my paranoia even more, right?
Yes.
And then when you get into the specific actions and conduct that she did on December 8th, 2020, she talked about the reason she needed to kill her daughter herself. She said, quote, to pay for the sins I had committed. Page 11 of your report.
Yes.
To pay for the sins I had committed. That's what she said, right?
Well, I mean, that was one of the things I said, and I quoted it in the report. It wasn't the only thing she said.
She was in the room. She described being in the room, correct?
Yes.
She said that she, quote, found a knife, right?
I mean, that might have been the word that I used. I don't think it's in quotes.
So it may not be her word. It may be your interpretation.
Yeah.
That she brought it back to the room.
That she had brought that she had brought a knife back to the room.
And then that she stabbed herself and her daughter and then locked the door.
That's what she told me.
And have you read Dr. Zom's report?
Yes.
And it's a little different what she told Dr. Zom, correct?
There's more detail in Zom's report, and
I miss you, honey.
Right. And Dr. Zom, she said, I walked down the stairs, correct?
I don't have her report in front of me.
Okay.
So
And we'll ask Dr. Zom what she said. Judgment approach?
Yes.
I'm getting
See you
towards the
later,
end
Bill
of it,
Butter.
so just
Thank
Yeah.
you so much
finish
for
up some
everything you
things.
did for us today.
Here's
We
some
appreciate you.
State's exhibits. You agree with me that when the defendant was in the
Sugar-free
hospital
candy.
after she stabbed her baby to death and stabbed
That would
herself,
be my
that
lunch.
she was able to give statements actually in writing, correct?
Yeah, she couldn't talk because she had,
And you have in
Her
your
throat.
hands State's exhibits 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, those exhibits there.
yes,
Those, just to be sure we're on the same page, those are exhibits where she wrote out, being in the hospital, her answers, right?
yes.
It's her penmanship, her spelling, her dictation, it's her
This is the
writing,
state
correct?
forensic psychologist.
Yes,
You agree with me that in the handouts that you had there, I think it's probably 104 and 106 maybe, that there were 2 Miranda waivers where she waived her Miranda rights, right?
yes, she did.
She was able to give her social security information, correct?
Yes,
She was able to give her date of birth, right?
yes.
She's able to give other information that she was tracking and had that in her head, correct?
Yeah, being disorganized wasn't part of her thought disorder. It was being delusional that was part of her thought. So she could give all this information, yes.
Doctor, thank you for your commentary, but that was not my question. My question is, she gave that information from her head, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're giving commentary. They can do that on redirect.
Oh.
Doctor, in those statements, like, for example, State's Exhibit 103, you remember that when she was asked, when the detective thought maybe Ben Michael did this, she said, and she wrote it down, he did not do it, I did it, right?
Right.
I was going insane, is what she said, and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. She wrote that, right?
Yes.
And then she also writes, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her, correct?
That's not
States
an
105.
uncommon question at some point.
Yes.
in-
States 107, she says no.
We're gonna
When asked about talking about the knife, she said, no, I went and got a knife.
I don't understand why that's a
And she
problem.
apologized. She felt bad about killing her, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, specifically, when you asked her, when asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, she stated, I'm asking your opinion. I have to be very careful in this, in the sense of the rules of evidence. I'm asking you what she said when you asked her if she thought her behavior was wrong. She stated, 1, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it, correct?
That's what she told me.
2, I thought I shouldn't have done this, right?
After she did it, she thought she shouldn't have done it.
And 3, this was not supposed to happen.
Right.
Doctor, in considering your evaluation of the defendant, including her words and conduct, she described to you in connection with the act of her killing her own child. Is it accurate that the defendant was about 20 years of age?
Yes.
That the victim was 13 months old?
Yes.
That the defendant was the mother?
Yes.
The victim was the child?
Yes.
At some point, the defendant was armed with a knife.
Yes.
The victim was helpless.
Yes.
The defendant never said in any shape or form that the victim threatened her to do harm to her,
Right.
correct? Whether it was right then or in the future, right? The defendant never said the victim, demonic or otherwise, attacked me and I had to defend myself, correct?
Right.
Whether immediately or in the future. She never said that, did she?
About
The
Hannah?
need
I don't
to
either,
her
Carmen.
own daughter
Yeah,
attacking her.
right.
Not at all. That's not a bad
And you will agree with me, would you not, that the defendant, this defendant right here,
It
this is the
varies.
defendant sitting here, correct?
It depends on who's giving you the plea agreement.
She never said she was in
Worrying about
danger
now, and
of
I'm wondering,
harm,
why do we even
death,
have
or
it?
peril from her own child, correct?
Right, it was by her own hand that she was in danger.
Now, doctor, the 2 books we talked about, Judgment Approach. Yes. Yeah, they just in file.
You know, one thing I learned that I didn't realize
Do you want these?
how awful plea
There's actually
agreements
3 books
are across
thought
the
about.
board. There is
Thanks, Mom.
no
We've referenced the
baseline.
Bible, so a religious book, if you will.
It can be very random. Two people, same
A
exact
psychological
time,
book. This is your expertise in psychology here, right?
same circumstances can get vastly
The
different.
rule of
The
law,
agreements.
or the book of Georgia law, you agree that in this case, you're adding an opinion to one part, mainly the psychological part, correct? For the jury to understand and take in context the law, correct?
Mainly the psychological part. That's what forensic psychology does, yes.
Each in a way can help the jury decide the ultimate issue in this case.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And under Georgia law.
Okay, I have a question. She got on the stand. She was vetted. They offered her as an expert witness. Both sides accepted her as a expert witness. Expert witnesses are permitted to give their opinion. That's why they're the expert witness. Doesn't matter. I mean, yes, the DM5 is what they go and they use and all that, but she is allowed to give her expert opinion. That's why she's there. So why are you getting pissed because she's giving a freaking expert opinion? Damn, know your law, dude. I'm like, why are we spent over an hour on her credibility and picked her apart? I'd love to sit you on the stand and pick you apart this way. You wouldn't last. I got to do it, y'all. I'm going to do it. I have to do this. Kudos, madam. Kudos. You held up well. This has not been pretty. More than you.
Part of the thing is that a person is presumed sane. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And that you also understand that under Georgia law that there is no defense of coercion or duress for murder.
I don't necessarily agree with you, Toxic, but the way he's doing it, I don't agree with it. There are ways to properly impeach a witness. He's gone way out of bounds on impeaching her. This is not an impeachment, is catching somebody in the lie. Sorry, I dropped my pillow. Or you can knock a hole in her expertise. You drop the bomb, you walk away. Now what, to me, I feel like he is just bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing. Now I've forgotten what he supposedly disproved. And hello is writ, speak your mind. I mean, I think that what's going on is now the line that he drew of where, and I see it as the religious aspect. She's not qualified in the religious aspect to go down that road. But now I fear the jury has lost it because he's overworked this. He's worked it so much. He's chewed it so much. He's swallowed and regurgitated and is chewing it and swallowing it again. And then you forget the flavor. That's how I feel. You guys feel free to state your opinions. And I have no problem with that.
Right.
We can agree or disagree or agree to disagree.
Sort of, but that's getting into the territory of like, I'm not a lawyer. So.
And that's what I want to get into. But ultimately, solely, at the end of the day, the decision that has to be made in this case, whether or not the defendant, as a matter of law, committed murder by stabbing her child 4 times.
She's right.
Question of law, under all the facts and circumstances that
She's
this jury has to
business. She can't give her opinion.
Oh yeah, it's the jury's
baby.
job.
Oh, thank you, honey. My dog laid down on the.
We are going to take a recess, and I will go ahead and tell you, I'm not quite sure how long we're going to go this evening. I'm going to hear from counsel about that while you are out on a 10-minute recess. And then if I need to give you some additional information.
Okay, they're still out. We are almost at 5 o'clock our time, so we'll see how long they go. In Georgia, experts are allowed to give opinions in criminal court. This isn't legally badgering. I just think he's argumentative and he is not doing a good well. It's like you have a child and they're arguing their point and they know they're not winning the battle. So they'll keep arguing and keep going around and around all this other stuff. And by the time they get back around, everybody's confused. Hey, Zach. Hey, AdaKay. It's a beautiful day. That reminds me of, hey, what do you say? It's a beautiful day. When the red robin comes bopping along. Yeah, one of my dear sweet Adeline acquaintances passed away yesterday. So I've got barbershop songs going off in my head. Hello, beloved. Carmen, go to sleep. Go to bed. That was me last night. Oh my gosh. I couldn't go to sleep. I actually watched several of Carmen's mama's stuff last night. But Carmen is a bad airs. Am I wrong in my assessment of this? It's like, where's the objections? Why are they not objecting? Is it because they feel that he's making a good mess of this and it's better to leave the mess than to draw attention to their mess? Howdy, neighbor. Don't look like we get no more rain. Dagnabbit. No, we have no more rain coming for a while. But it is going to be in the 50s and 40s, 50s, and 70s until a week from Wednesday when it's 38 and windy. But everything else, it's going to be a beautiful week. I'm going to go sit on my porch. They said earlier that law on site opinions have been changed. It was the way first thing in Cross. What changed? I may have missed that, but I still don't like his line of questioning. I think he dropped the ball on this a little bit. He should have let it go. Oh. I think he made a point, let it go. I think the judge is probably sitting there going, you're right. The judge, he's sitting there. Akuna Matata, Dan, a Lion King. Oh, wow. Yay, Don Ellen. Wonderful. If you like that kind of thing. Me, not so much. Well, I don't mind snow if it's fluffy white snow. But what we get is about that much snow and about that much ice. All right. Before Rule 704 was amended in 1984, psychiatrists and other mental health experts were permitted to state opinions as to whether the defendant met the relevant legal tests for insanity. So they're not allowed to say that anymore. But can she not sit there and say that she believes that the husband or boyfriend or whatever, the people she was with, manipulated, mind games, abused her? Can she not say that? I'm just trying to figure out where the line is. Just trying to figure out where that line is. Oh, where's here, Kristen? General, you don't need to name the exact town. It just didn't set well. He probably could have got a lot of that information in a different way. I think he spent way too much time trying to disqualify her. Any professional that has to do continuing educational credits, CEUs, would totally understand where she's coming from. You take all these continuing credits, you do all these things you're supposed to do, and after 20 years of doing it, you're not going to remember every single course you took. Yeah, I'm sure, but we don't. If we get snow, it's ice, a little snow, a lot of ice, and therefore you can barely build a snowman. Oh God, I'm getting bad. This is tired. Oh, Arizona. Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind visiting snow. I've done that once. Visiting snow, fine. Living in snow, hell no. Hell no. I won't go. I won't visit. I mean, I'll visit snow, but I won't live with snow. Can't do it. Won't do it. My body. We just had that one front come in, right? Today, when I came in this morning, it was pouring down rain. My arthritis is hurting so bad right now. I've taken a lot of meds. It's probably why I'm awake, because I had to take a high dose of prednisone. Yep, that's probably why I'm awake right now, barely. But that's okay. As soon as I get food in my stomach, which is why I haven't eaten, I will go night in about that fast. So as soon as this is over, I'm not going to go into the other case tonight, because if I don't go to sleep, it's going to be a bad thing tomorrow. Okay, she's back in. I'm going to miss the powwow this weekend. I wanted to go to the powwow so bad. It's one of the biggest powwows in the state of Texas. It is. And I'm just physically not going to be able to go.
You can be seated. Thank you. All right, redirect.
All right, Dr. Ballard, you said you had an opportunity to review Dr. Garrett, Dr. Zom's reports, correct?
Yes.
Are either of those two evaluators board certified?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
In this particular case, you've testified that you've done several hundreds of forensic evaluations, correct?
Correct.
And that includes the criminal responsibility evaluations,
Yes.
correct? In this particular case, just because we hired you and are paying you for this, did we ask you to come up with any particular opinion one way or another?
No, that's not how it works, not just with this case, but with any case.
Okay.
They hire me to do an evaluation, then I give them my opinion.
Okay. About how many reports do you think where you found somebody to be sane at the time of the crime?
Sane?
Yes. Or criminally responsible?
Yeah. No, I know what you meant. I just wanted to make sure you didn't say insane.
Mhm.
Like 90%.
Okay. Did you ever have to testify in court on those cases?
Not on those.
Okay.
No. Can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah. When an attorney gives an evaluation, they don't know, they know the legal requirements for insanity, but they don't know if their client, they're not a mental health professional. So they often have some kind of feeling like something's not right here, or maybe they know from like a family member, like something's not right here. And so they're doing their job. So they were like, well, let me get like an expert in here to see what's going on. And most of the time, it's something that isn't really helpful to their case. They might have some mental issues, but it's not anything that is like relevant to the case. And so I know we've only worked together once, but there are attorneys that I've worked together on cases, like many cases. And they know when they call
whatever
me
you
that
need.
they'll get my opinion, and then a lot of times it just won't help anything.
She's not object, she's giving the narrative.
Welcome, Banji.
She's just giving the narrative.
Being
All right,
How's the little one?
Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
If Mr. Focus were to call you from his office and ask you to conduct a forensic evaluation on behalf of the district attorney's office, would you take that case on?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, we were
Anything
short
else at this
Christmas time here last year.
You can step in. Thank you.
Hallelujah, woman.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Oh, you gosh, you're going that late? Y'all, I'm not going to sit there and argue the points on her testimony. I just think she held up well under a lot of pressure. That was tough. She did good. This poor lady's hair, I want to go take it out of the back of her collar. She doesn't know it's still there. It's just been like that all day. This is hard, y'all. I couldn't imagine doing that.
Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand.
No
Do you swear the
problem.
information
Have a good
testimony
night.
about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
you can have a seat.
First of all, this is not how you dress for court. Not appropriate for court.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Gabriella Kuykendall. My last name is spelled Kuykendall.
Okay. And how do you know Miss Driver?
I met her through Benjamin about, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago when I met her.
Okay.
Or longer than that.
Former partner.
Now.
How young is she?
Sorry.
That's okay. You've been talked about already in this case.
That may be the best she has.
Are you the first wife of?
I will tell you, sometimes that's all someone has, but it's up to the attorney who's calling them to ensure they have the proper clothing. And if they don't, go to Goodwill and buy it for them. Part of your job.
Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
I met him in 2013, and we had met at a March Against Monsanto rally that we were both trying to create. Sorry, I'm a little nervous up here. I don't speak well in front of people. But we were organizing the rally together, and that's where I met him.
Okay. How old were you when you met him?
I was 17.
Do you know how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 33.
Okay. And you met him and you at this, I guess, activism type rally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how did your relationship progress from there?
It quickly became very emotional. I pretty much immediately, within a few months, became his girlfriend, and then a couple months later moved in with him at his parents' house.
Okay. When did he declare you to be his wife?
She's 17 at his parents' house?
Probably like a year or so after I met him.
Okay. Did he give you a name as well?
Yes, he gave me the name Iliomah.
Okay. How would you spell that?
Ayliomah.
Did people just call you Oma for short?
I went by Eily, and then once I had my daughter, our daughter, mine and Benjamin's, I just went by Oma, and we gave her the name Eily.
Eily, okay. And when you first met him, you said you were living at his parents' house or staying with his parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how that relationship progressed. Like, were you both working, doing anything like that?
No, neither of us were working. He was loosely affiliated with a financial group called Primerica. It was like a life insurance investment company, but that he didn't really make any money.
Yep.
Through that.
Collecting and controlling.
It's like an MLM sort of thing.
Collecting,
What drew
grooming,
you to him?
controlling.
Well, I'd never really met anyone like him before. He just knew a lot about like spirituality and, religious sort of doctrine, I guess. And just, I was very naive at the time when I met him, so I never really heard any of those concepts before.
This is going to be hard for me to keep my mouth shut. He knew a lot about his religious made up. He knew bits and pieces of a lot of stuff and threw it together and made a religion pie and fed it to them, and they believed him.
Was he kind of your first serious relationship?
He was my first serious relationship.
Okay, so you quickly moved in together, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about what happens pretty quickly within your relationship with how he treated you.
Well, things pretty quickly had gotten like controlling. He would just, kind of alienate me from my family and my friends, and just kind of.
Okay. Did he impose certain rules upon you or things that you had to live by?
You mean like early on, or?
Yeah, I mean about your ability to go out in public or hang out with other people.
Well, I mean, at first we just went out together and there was really no problem. But at a certain point, he, if I wanted to go see my friends or my family, he didn't want me to do that.
Okay. Did you have limitations on any of your cell phones, emails, or social media?
Yes, absolutely. I primarily used like Facebook Messenger to talk to like people that I knew, like my friends from high school and stuff. And he would always be controlling the conversation, or whenever I talked to my sister, which is mainly the only person in my family he would let me talk to, he would be right there. The phone would be on speaker and he would be telling me what to say, basically. Like I couldn't actually have a real conversation with anyone.
Did he go through your phone frequently?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he take your phone away from you at times?
At times, yeah, when he thought, like when I wasn't like really happy, like being there with him and I might want to leave, he would like take my phone so I wouldn't be able to leave and call anyone or text anyone to come get me.
Okay. And you said he monitored your social media or your emails as well?
Yeah.
At what point did your relationship turn physically abusive?
I would say within the first 6 months.
Okay. What are some of the things that you experienced with him?
Well, he would, hit me. There's this one instance, it was one of the worst, I would say, where I wanted to leave. And he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well. And he had just started like beating my face like really bad, open-handed, not close-handed, but he just open-handed. I was like just seeing the light.
Okay. And there were some other incidents as well. Some of that which got reported to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, there is a police report about the time where he had me in his basement, and he basically told me that he was going to kill me, and he had a machete to my throat, and he just went into detail like how he was going to do it and how he was going to get away with it. No one would ever know, and I was convinced at the time. It was very frightening. And his father came downstairs because he had heard probably me crying or something. And he, got involved, and then Benjamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
It was just one of those like back and forth sort of like codependent toxic relationships, and it was really hard to get away because every time I left I felt like empty, like I had no purpose to live. I just like would want to kill myself. And so like he was like my main source of like everything, just like my reason to live. At a certain point I was absolutely completely dependent on him emotionally.
When you would leave, would you all start talking or texting again? And
Yeah, I would leave and I would try to not talk to him, and then at a certain point I would, he would just be incessantly messaging me. Usually is how that happened, and I would just text him back. I'd be triggered and I would just text him back, and then he had a way of sucking me right back in.
Did he proclaim you to be one of his wives before or after the machete incident? Do you recall?
I believe it was after that.
Did he make any kind of demands to you about wanting to have children with you or others?
Yeah, he said the only way that I could be his wife exclusively is if I had a child with him in the next year. He kind of gave me like a time limit for that. It's just
And
weird.
so you ended up getting pregnant with your daughter?
Yeah, I believe within that time frame. Yeah.
Okay. After you got pregnant with your daughter, was he still emotionally or physically abusive with you?
Well, always emotionally abusive. Physically, it kind of dwindled a little bit because, I was pregnant at that point, and there was a few instances where he would like to like suffocate me. And that happened once that I remember while I was pregnant.
And when you were pregnant, you kind of continued on this nomadic lifestyle, correct?
Yeah, we were just kind of all over the East Coast, just bouncing around from couch to couch. And right before,
She's
a few
not
months
done.
before I gave
Got
birth
away.
to my daughter, we stayed at his parents' house and kind of
Not
settled
the
in there. And I decided
husband.
like that I would get like I would see like a prenatal doctor for just to make sure everything was okay, because he didn't want me to have any prenatal care or give birth in a hospital or anything like that.
Okay, so you kind of tried to take the lead on that
Oh
one.
yeah, at a certain point I started realizing it was like I had a real person that I was about to create, and that they needed that sort of thing.
Okay. During this time, even continuing into your pregnancy, were you still not allowed to go out on your own, or did he regularly check your phone or still control who you talked to or communicated with?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Same with social media or email?
Yeah, that never really changed until the end, when I started gaining more like self-confidence and really realizing that I could leave really the relationship.
Okay, and so you had your daughter in August of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you go from there? Where did you go stay?
We pretty much immediately left his parents' house, and we kind of bounced around for like a little bit, I think like 2 weeks or so, just couch surfing, like friends we knew. And then we ended up at Jerry's house, Jerry Ablin.
Okay, and how long were you at Jerry's house, do you think?
We were there a couple of months, at least 2-3 months.
Okay. And to clarify with you, you were his first wife, technically, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you are somebody different that left Mr. Ablin's house at a different time. You only know about that through other parties, correct?
I only know about what through other?
Someone else leaving Mr. Ablin's house in a different way. We're not talking, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your overall relationship. You're still living this kind of nomadic lifestyle. You had your daughter. Was he allowing you to take your daughter places or get any type of early care?
I believe we went to the doctor once after she was born, because DCF had gotten involved immediately at the hospital because his mother was there and told them like he was crazy. And so they immediately got involved, and we went to a doctor's appointment because we had to for the DCF case. And then we just left and sort of abandoned the case. And okay.
What was the first time you went to leave Mr. Ben Michael? What was the precipitating incident that finally, at least for that first time, got you away from him?
You mean after I had my daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Because before that, I tried to leave many times and did leave and would, go back and forth. But
why? Answer it.
Let's see.
Answer why.
I guess the straw that broke the camel's back would be when I was staying at Jerry's house with him, and my sister came down for a visit, and he was trying to rope her into the whole polyamory thing. And it's one thing for, it just crossed the line for me with my sister to have her have to deal with that sort of thing.
Was that the first time that your sister kind of got an inside look into the life that you had been leading with him?
No, she knew very well. Like when I would leave him at certain points, I told her everything that happened,
But ultimately, you would be drawn right back to him, kind of based on the bond that you had with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever, and this is a personal question, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues or anything like that? Okay. And when this incident with your sister, and
I wonder if she
I guess,
would
invited your sister to
take
be part of
her.
your group, how did you manage to get away from him on that particular occasion?
Well, yeah, my sister was there, so she had a car, and she was very, emotionally supportive of me leaving him. And so, I just told him we were leaving. At that point I felt like I could, and I said, we're leaving. I'm leaving with my sister, and I just left.
Okay. But yet, prior to that, you didn't have a car or anything else on your own?
Yeah, no, prior to that, it was just like me and him, or, we'd be at Jerry's house, so he would be there, but, there was no leaving, there was no going anywhere, like, unless I just took my daughter and walked away, and then that would be pretty difficult.
Okay, so you left with your sister and your daughter that particular time. How long were you away from him at that point?
I think I stayed away from him for about a month or so, and I moved into a farm in Florida, and I tried to establish some roots for myself and become financially stable and not have to rely on him. And then, he's just threatening me with, taking my daughter away and stuff like that, getting the courts involved. He said, oh, when we're done with you, you're going to be left drooling in a mental institution, stuff like that. And it scared me, I was like, I don't know what could happen. Like if he paid someone enough money, like a good lawyer or whatever, I don't know what he could
This is the first wife, if you didn't know.
Someone of, because he's very convincing. But yeah, so what was the original question?
So how did you end up going back to him with your daughter after that?
Oh, so yeah, we had been talking, and
she's been away from
I didn't want to burden the people whose farm I was staying at. I didn't want to
Her
burden
head
them
is
with
more
this
clear.
crazy person, so I just left, and we stayed in Florida in Tampa, and we lived in a tent, just like homeless, with pretty much nothing.
Okay. What drew you back to him at that point in time?
Really just was incessant about wanting to see his daughter. And, as we spent some time apart, I thought, maybe it'd be okay if he saw her and, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know.
When you were apart from him, how would you describe how you felt inside, or what kind of feelings did you experience when you were not around him?
Well, for a really long time, I would just feel like empty, like I had absolutely no reason to continue on. And he always made me he tried to make me think that about myself, that I was nothing without him. And he was the entire purpose for my existence, basically.
And at times you were feeling suicidal?
Oh, absolutely. There are many times.
And so you
You're
are
right.
living with your daughter and him in a tent in Florida. How old was your daughter at that time?
She was about 6 months old.
Okay. And kind of what was the
Not
the
the kind of
next,
tenting I'm doing.
I guess, red flag or everything that happened with you in that regard?
Well, just after years of nothing ever really changing, and I was always like struggling so badly, and we were just, living in this tent. We had nothing. We were beggars, and we had hardly anything to eat at really any point. My daughter was exclusively breastfeeding, so she was getting what she needed, but I could barely get by. It was just draining it out of me. And there's only so long, someone can do that for before they become malnourished. So I just reached out to my dad and I said, please just come get me. I need to get out of this situation. This is it wasn't really rock bottom because there have been worse points, but that was a really low point.
Okay. Did he, during this time that you got back together with him, did he make threats about your daughter if you had left again, or what he would do?
Well, yeah, the last time that I actually ever saw him and that he saw our daughter, I was with Chloe and we were on a trip going to Asheville. And it was over the course of 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her and I would never see her again. And that just scared me so bad. I was like, oh, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. I'm not going to let that happen. So after that, I vowed to never see him again. And that's how it's been so far.
Okay. And you currently have a case pending in the state of Tennessee with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And because you've remarried, correct?
Yes.
All right. And your current husband is trying to adopt your daughter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that your motivation for being here today or trying to help Ms. Driver at all?
No, actually, when I told my lawyer about this to make sure it was okay that I came here and there was no conflict of interest or anything like that, I said, oh, would you like to speak to her lawyer to just get a better idea of, who this guy is that we're dealing with? And he said, no, that there's, no reason. We have all we need for our court case because it's just simply based on his abandonment of his daughter. So there's really, and the fact that I feel guilty, because Chloe tried to reach out to me a few times. And I just, I spoke with her and kind of told her how my relationship with Benjamin went. But I just felt like I wasn't getting through to her and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own. And I feel really guilty about not trying to help her more.
Okay. So you have not seen or heard or talked to Benjamin since when?
We have spoken a few times over the course of the last 6.5, 7 years since he's seen his daughter. Just mainly through text or email and just very limited,
Is it about your daughter? Generally speaking?
Not really, never really about her, but yeah.
Okay, so you left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yep.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time all of the information regarding your relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yeah.
And kind of talk to him or her about your relationship with him and how things ended and that kind of thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you tell Detective Cruz anything about you being concerned about a potential abuse against Chloe? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you remember talking to Detective Cruz in that phone call about that you had been concerned about Chloe or that she might have been being abused?
Yeah, when I first got the call, I thought that Benjamin had, because she didn't tell me exactly what happened, and I just thought Benjamin had killed Chloe. That was my first thought because of his abusive nature. So I thought maybe it got out of hand, and yeah.
And you've talked to
And go,
us
she
today
would
about
come
some
over
of
that
the incidents
with
of
them.
physical abuse, but is it fair to say that's just
And he would
a
have been
small
the father, and he
snippet of
would
what
have
you
gotten
actually endured in that time
Bingo.
you were with him?
Yeah, there were multiple instances of abuse that went on.
She's going to go away.
Did you feel like that you were free to leave whenever you wanted?
Not really. I mean, there were good points, I guess, like just like more normal points where I guess his mental illness like would kind of relax, and then there would be points where it would ramp up like really bad, and he
Gotta
would
lean
just
forward. My back is
start acting totally crazy, like talking in tongues and screaming, and
Yawn
being
broken.
abusive physically. And so it was really at those points that I wanted to leave. And that's when he would have more of a grip on, like he could tell that I wanted to leave, so he would be more controlling at those points.
Is he still trying to, I guess take your daughter away is not the right word, but is he still trying to kind of manipulate that relationship with you?
You mean manipulate?
Well, when you filed this adoption case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he turned around and filed something different.
He wanted like visitation, like after like 6.5 years of not seeing my daughter, or or even asking to see her. So he filed.
That's
he
horrible.
wanted visitation, and so I immediately filed the adoption.
But he hasn't seen your daughter in 6+ years, I guess.
No, and after after the whole incident with Chloe and him happened, and things kind of cooled down over a month or so, I told him that he could see his daughter for some reason, and so it was just over 9 months that I was telling him we were trying to make plans where he would come and see her. He's like, "Oh, I just need to get my RV fixed," and it was always like an excuse. It was like 9 months later after that incident that he never saw her during that entire time, even though it was like 100% like open and willing to it. And so at that point I was like, yeah, I just stopped talking to him because it wouldn't be right for him to just go in and out of my daughter's life like that.
During this time period, have you kind of tried to live off the radar to avoid contact with him or him being able to find out where you are?
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm constantly thinking about like at any point if he might show up, and try to take my daughter or hurt me.
In your experience with him and trying to leave, he would basically tell you that you would never see your daughter again, or he would take steps that way to make sure that happened?
Yeah, there are multiple instances where he threatened that I would never see my daughter either because, he would win in the courts, or he would physically take her, like abduct her and take her away from me, and I would never be able to find him or my daughter.
But it's your testimony here today that your experience with him in the relationship, you endured physical abuse.
Yeah.
Okay. And emotional and mental abuse as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And that he controlled your phone, who you talked to, who you spoke to, wrote emails to, or connected with on social media, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And that was kind of one of the rules that you had to live by to be in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that it took you several different times of leaving and coming back before you were finally able to break away from that, correct?
Yeah. It was a terrible cycle of leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back.
And to this day, what do you attribute as to the reason why you were finally able to get away from him entirely?
I guess I would say, well, that one instance with my sister, that really helped, having her there physically to help me leave physically and just emotionally. But I guess over the last few times that I kind of left, and then I would come back and ultimately left him for good. I think I had just.
We have been in the defense pretty much all day. This is the first wife who left him, and she's testifying to the horrors that she suffered.
Gained self-confidence in that area, like that I realized that I could actually do that. And that, that I could, I guess.
In your kind of determination to become self-confident and get away from him, when you were with him, did he make you feel like that you were nothing without him and you couldn't succeed without him?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just have a moment?
No problem out
I
and
don't have
about with
any further
Dianne.
questions of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Ooh, this will be fun. I hope he's a little more kind to this girl.
Is it Kai Kendall?
Yeah.
You referenced that.
Girl,
What did you call him?
woman
Benjamin?
do it.
No, I called him Z. I just call him Benjamin now.
Z. Okay. And you used the word to describe him as crazy, and you talked about sort of his mental illness. Do you know about? And you referenced his mom at the hospital, telling the hospital something. What did they tell him about his mental illness?
What did who tell? Or like his mom? What did his mom tell me?
Sure. What do you know about him being diagnosed with a mental illness?
Well, when I first got together with
Oh, I
him, he
get
was
it.
with
Go on,
another
Mark.
woman,
We appreciate
Jennifer.
anytime you share
I don't remember her last name, but they
It's an
had
honor to
been
have you.
together. They had met at an institution, mental institution, and he was on medicine at the time for what I believe is schizoaffective bipolar disorder, is what she told me. And so they were together for 2 years while he was fully medicated. And then, he was just stable, had a job, and, they were engaged to get married, like a monogamous relationship. And then he stopped taking his medicine, even though I believe it was court ordered, is what she had told me. It was court ordered for him to be medicated. And so he stopped taking it and just became a totally different person.
Okay. So he had been diagnosed with a mental illness.
Yes, from what she said and from what his mother has said, yes.
Okay. And you referenced the fact that there were a couple of things. When you talked to Detective Cruz in December of 2020, have you had a chance to listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you told her is one of the main reasons you left is because you wanted your child to be able to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also told her that him trying to sort of recruit your sister as one of his second wives crossed a line. And
yeah, that crossed the line for me.
That also sort of motivated you to leave. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I
you told
agree.
Detective Cruz that
I don't
you had only
agree.
ever met Chloe one time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that what you referenced earlier when you were talking about
That Asheville trip we went on? Yeah, it was like
when was that?
Oh, I don't know. My daughter was around just over a year old when that trip happened, so that would have been 2017, sometime in the summer.
All right. So the one and only time you ever met Chloe Driver was in 2017?
Yeah.
And You referenced the fact that at certain points when you left him that you wanted to commit suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've never been diagnosed with any type of mental illness?
No.
Was that based on the reality that you were living in with him, that you wanted to end your life?
I just think he drives women to
I will. Thank you.
just like not even necessarily women, men too, but predominantly women. He just drives them to such a crazy point with all these crazy ideas that he puts in their head, making them question everything about reality, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing, but then he it's like your reality is totally like broken apart, and then he starts connecting all these dots for you and like starts controlling the way you think, if that helps.
Okay. But that was based on your experiences were based on the real things that you experienced with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not based on any delusions in your mind, based
Oh
on things
yeah,
that you
no,
actually
yeah,
experienced?
exactly, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say, I know you said you only met Chloe one time in 2017. It's fair to say you don't know what her mental state was in December of 2020.
I really have no idea.
Okay. And you referenced sort of, I think you said you'd go back and forth, you'd leave him, you'd come back, you'd leave him, you'd come back. During that period of time, did you ever cause any harm to your child?
No.
And you indicated that back in 2020, when Detective Cruz called you, isn't it true that you told her that you didn't have any knowledge of his treatment of Chloe at all?
I didn't, only just from what I've heard from other people, you know.
Okay.
Brett to Bar, I think at that point, that's the only person.
Okay, you can't tell me what anybody else said, but from your own, every witness has to testify about their own personal knowledge, what they saw with their own eyes, heard with their own ears.
Gotcha.
From your personal knowledge, you told Detective Cruz that you didn't have any information about his treatment of Chloe Driver, right?
No, I've never seen or heard anything.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that she had reached out to you, but that you didn't feel like you could get through to her. Is that the
Yeah, I tried to explain like my situation, like my relationship with him, and the abusiveness and psychological torment. And I just don't think, you know, at that point she could like realize that was what was even, or maybe it wasn't happening at that point to her. I don't know. But she did reach out to me a couple of times, so maybe that's when that started for her and him, between them.
Okay. But your perspective at that point was that she was still choosing to stay in that situation?
Yeah, in that situation. I mean, she had left. There was at least one point where she went to her parents' house and she had left. And she had called me when she was away from him, or at least I think she was. He could have been next to her, and he could have been telling her what to say, you know, just to get things out of me. I don't really know.
And when is the last time that you talked to Z?
I think it was when it was like over a year ago at this point. He called me because he thought I was going up to Connecticut, and so he called me and just, you know, just to talk, and it quickly turned into just, you know, screaming.
Okay. So you don't maintain any kind of a relationship with him?
No.
Do you know where he lives?
I mean, I think his like physical address is like 425 Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He doesn't actually really live there. He'll go back there sometimes.
All right. Fair to say that from your knowledge, he still has a lifestyle where he doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
Okay. You referenced that you and him lived in a tent at one point with your infant?
Yes.
Okay. But nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Questions? Thank you.
I hope he gets it, Ronnie.
Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you. You can be excused. All right. right, so we are going to conclude for the day. We will ask you to return back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to anyone about this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.
Wow. Y'all's final thoughts? I don't think she was impactful as she could have been. I think that they did. They could have gone harder on her, and I'm glad they didn't. She's still quite young. Oh, just a few. So, did we hear from her mother or his mother? His mother. We've heard from some of the police departments, the CSIs. But I think the last two witnesses were the most impactful for today. You just woke up hearing my voice. I am so sorry that I was the first voice you heard. God love you. Plain and simple. All right, Carmen, question. Hopefully you're still here. Do you think there's any chance that she will get time?
Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth?
Do you think there's any point that she may, or any hope that she won't go away for life? What do you think is going to happen?
All right, Mr. Ibarra, I just want to make sure you understand your rights in regard to whether you testify or not in this case. You have a right to remain silent. You cannot be compelled to testify in this case. That is the fundamental, threshold that I presume you've
I
talked
really
to your
struggle
lawyers
with that.
That is your right.
Yes.
Not fair for her to go away
Many
for life.
issues of whether or not a
She's
witness is
redeemable.
called to testify or not are up to lawyers. It is what's called trial strategy. Lawyers can make decisions about what evidence to present, what witnesses to call. However, that's not true of your testimony. Nobody can force you to testify, but nobody can tell you you cannot testify. That is also your right. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you chose to testify, you would take the witness stand, you would be placed under oath, and you would be subject to cross-examination, just like any other witness. You understand that?
Yes.
As I said, the decision about whether or not you testify is yours and nobody else's, but it is a decision you should make only after you've had an opportunity to have a full conversation about that with
Hi,
your
hon.
attorney.
Go to bed, Carmen. I
They
really
are
appreciate and thank you.
obviously trained in the law and experienced in dealing with juries and in cases of this kind. And so you should have a full discussion with them and pay attention to what their recommendation is as far as whether or not you should testify or remain silent. But again, that is ultimately up to you. That is your choice. If you choose not to testify, the jury would be instructed that they could not consider that as any evidence that you are guilty. A little wrinkle in this case is that it is your burden to show the jury that you are not guilty but mentally ill, not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill. That is your burden to show by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. You understand that?
Yes.
So the decision about whether or not you testify should also be made in consideration of that, generally defendants are under no burden of proof. They don't have to prove anything. It's all on the state to prove guilt by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. But there is a distinction, a difference in your case with this not guilty by reason of insanity defense. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you feel like you've had enough time to talk to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes.
She looks like a
Do y'all
15-year-old girl.
intend to have any further conversations about that?
I did
And
too.
You feel like you
I look
adequately
10 years
discussed
younger.
it with your client?
Yeah, yes, we're fine.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you stated. Mr. Kessler, I think, stated that you wanted to exercise your right to remain silent. You didn't intend to testify. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You're not bound by that at this point, and until your attorneys rest your case, you still have the opportunity to change your mind and testify if you want to. You understand that? Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. Do you have any additional evidence that you intend to present, Ms. Trethewey?
No, I think we're ready to rest.
Okay.
I
So
only
we'll do
ate
that
4.
in the morning in front of the jury.
Thank you, Dawn.
As far as I know, we have
Thank my mama.
Dr. Zom available in the morning. At this point, does either side anticipate presenting any rebuttal?
We have some brief rebuttal, like for that prior to Dr. Zom's testimony. I guess the statute's kind of silent about rebuttal factually to other things. We'll do it whenever the court thinks is appropriate.
Well, I guess at this point, since I have requested that Dr. Zom be here tomorrow morning, I'd like to go ahead and get her up and down, and then if there's any rebuttal or sir rebuttal, then I'll allow you to do it at that time.
Honestly, it depends on the jury. I'm going to say this. When I worked at the state, I saw it go many different ways. We had people that were incompetent to withstand trial, and then they also then later deemed them, they tried the criminally insane tactic. And I have to say,
I'm going to commandeer a portion of your.
sorry, I can say that when you think they're going to win it, they don't. And when they don't win it, they do. So they can hold it against her or they may not. I mean, if you feel as a juror that she was brainwashed and she was not acting within controls of a normal human being, then you would not convict and you may hang it. Yep. Yep. Very hard time. Very hard time. I think most people are.
I do not have a final draft of the jury charge. Y'all correct me if I'm misspeaking, but it looks like there are a good many requests that are sort of in an abundance of caution, we'll ask for this. The request about lesser included offenses.
We were actually planning on talking about those tonight, Judge, to see what can be requested based on the evidence presented. You had requested our requested charge. We emailed them to you, but apparently we never actually filed them. So we've just filed the ones that we had emailed you officially right now.
Okay.
I do have a few extras that I've been working on that I forgot to bring with me over here this afternoon, so we may have those to file in the morning, but they are all in line with the idea of insanity provision based on some of the arguments we've previously made in the case.
Okay.
You said you're going to file?
Looks like they're
amended?
done.
Yeah, there's like 4.
Are they pattern charges or are they
No,
other things?
case law based.
Okay, well, as soon as you can get those to me and to Ms. Rucker, I would appreciate that.
I'll try to email them to everybody tonight and then officially have them filed tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, the state's probably based on the testimony that came out today. Dr. Ballard kept using the term coercion in her testimony, so the state's probably going to be requesting
We
a charge
enjoy
that
having
the
you.
defense of coercion is not available for the crime
You-
of murder. in the
Y'all
state
do
of
bless
Georgia.
me greatly.
Obviously, that's statutory.
It'll make a hard day so much easier. As soon as it's done, I'm hitting my bed.
I just don't want there to be any confusion about coercive.
Well, what's the state say about voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter? Or, I think what's criminal negligence?
I would need to pull up the request
not,
to charge.
criminal, or cruelty to children in the second.
Your Honor, I can provide the court with the case law that specifically says that an infant cannot provide the provocation necessary to justify that charge. That's one of the things that I had discussed with the defense in us communicating about potential plea negotiations. Additionally, I think there's no evidence that this was a negligent act. It is clear that it was a intentional act. Cruelty in the second or murder in the second
Go
relates
take care
to
of that precious baby, love, and thank
there's
you
no
so much
evidence of
for
negligence
everything
in
the
this
other day.
case. The
You
sole
are
issue is
amazing,
whether she
and I
conformed
appreciate
the
you.
intent or not, but if
I
she
hope
conformed the
you
intent, it
feel
was
so
clearly
much better soon, and you
intentional
get
and malicious, and not a negligent act. The state would object to charging on either of those things, and I'm happy to provide the authority to the court.
You don't have to provide any authority. If y'all are, if the defense is moving forward with those requests, I need to hear some authority from you on that. I'm going to spend some time with the charge this evening as well. And hopefully, as soon as we get through it, the evidence, the jury may take a little bit longer lunch tomorrow because we'll have to discuss all that before closing.
They're closing tomorrow.
Anything else?
So we don't anticipate closing until after lunch, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I don't want to mislead you. I am just kind of guesstimating based on how long the other two experts have been on the stand that Dr. Zom's testimony may take some time. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Can I inquire what order she's being questioned in?
I'm sorry?
Dr. Zom, did the court make a decision about who's to question her first or whether you're going to give a preliminary instruction?
I thought I already said all this. If I didn't, the introduction or the instruction is that sometimes the law requires that an independent witness become involved in the case or third party evaluate. I don't know the exact verbiage. We talked about it in chambers, and that I thought that was everybody was in agreement with that.
Yes,
I also thought that it was again just for lack of. Somebody has to go first. I didn't hear any objection to the state going first. Is there any? Okay.
Wouldn't the state
All right.
normally go
Anything
first?
else? All right.
I want
See y'all
to see
tomorrow
her
morning.
get help. The state defense the state. That's the way it normally goes. Okay, that's y'all, I have to say, this has been a very difficult life to get through for me, but y'all were amazing. Y'all were kind. You were understanding. You were blessing. Thank you for letting me get in that 1 hour. That made all the world a difference. With this young girl, like I've said, I believe that there does need to be a punishment. But 15, 20, 30 years, I don't think so. I think that her situation and where she was so horrendous that that was the only way she saw out. And there's mental illness. So I would like to see her get some help. So we'll see what happens. And nobody told me I had lettuce on my shirt. All right, come here. Come say hello to everybody. Come on, up. Okay. Mama's okay. We can ready to go home, go to bed. Ready? Go. Okay. So anyway, we'll have to wait and see. I think that some of these, they may overcharged. And that may be why the lessers need to come in. It's been a day. I've been a complete boss. I don't know if I like that. That's my beautiful girl. Have a great day out and about with Dianne and all of you who your days are beginning while some of ours are ending. But we will be on. Did she say 9 o'clock tomorrow? So that's 8:30 my time. I will be here at 8 tomorrow and we'll be ready to go live. If I don't get the pre-live set up, don't panic. I'll get in early enough to get everything up and running. I'm just so tired. All I can do to stay awake. Ronnie, Haley Mouse, all my mods, Dr. Bull Butter, Toxic, all of you, if I've missed anybody, I apologize. Thank you so much for Zach for modding and being so wonderful. Everybody keep that baby boy in your prayers while he's in ICU, and keep Toxic and her family in prayers because there's 2 of the children in the family in the hospital. All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you so much. So very much for everything you do for me and all of the wonderful loves and blessings. We have a new member today. We had some member anniversaries. Carmen, thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you later. Wait, I feel bad for the girl to a certain extent. However, she needs a lot of help. True. This is something she has to live with every day for the rest of her life. That's right. And do you know what? Sometimes that's the worst punishment. Sometimes that's the worst punishment. All right. With that. No. Oh, Kristen, there you are. There you are. Have you noticed, guys? I don't have my glasses on. So don't get offended. Kristen, I don't mean to forget. I don't forget you. I just didn't see you. Thank you for reminding me. Seriously. Oh, I'm crashing here at the shop. So probably 7, 8 o'clock, and then my son and I will go home. We have a bed here. I also have a chair and ottoman with cozy blankets. So I got a couple places to choose from. So love you guys. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.